distance, it would be too easy for Xu Hao to do anything. And with Xu Hao's character, he had no doubt that he would do this. After some hesitation, Xiaolong finally compromised. You're right, there were so many people here. He didn't believe Xu Hao would dare to mess around. Although he didn't want to. But his worry about Zhang Wei still prevailed. Xiaolong had a gloomy face. He stepped aside to make way for Xu Hao. Xu Hao, however, went too far and patted his shoulder. He didn't use much force this time. He just expressed encouragement. He smiled. This is a good dog. Swish. Xiaolong's eyes seemed to want to kill. Xu Hao, this B*****, actually humiliated him like this. When has he ever been humiliated like this as a great dragon king? If he wasn't worried about Zhang Wei's safety, he would never let Xu Hao pass. Zhou Mu, who was not far away, was stunned. His eyes were about to pop out. Unbelievable. He wiped his eyes hard and muttered to himself. How is this possible? After making sure that he was not mistaken, he was even more shocked. That was Xiaolong, the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace. In the pretentious world, he is also a very pretentious person. Sweeping all the way invincible. Never knew what fear was. If he was unhappy, he would kill him, except when facing his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Such a super pretentious person. When facing Xu Hao, he actually got scared. Are you kidding? Zhou Mu cursed in his heart. UFCK. I was expecting a fight between the two. I knew Xiaolongzong was useless. Why should he be so afraid? He should have taken down the heroine as soon as he crossed over. There would be no Xu Hao later. Zhou Mu couldn't help but feel annoyed. He was disappointed with the protagonist Xiaolong. Ding. Zhou Mu felt annoyed, emotional value plus 987. Zhang Wei hid in the corner drinking tea. At this time, a figure sat down next to her. She noticed it and turned her head in confusion. When she saw Xu Hao, her body trembled. She almost threw the teacup in her hand away. Although Xu Hao kept a distance from her to avoid being noticed, she did not feel safe at all. Xu Hao smiled and spoke first. Xiao Wei, I didn't lie to you, did I? I said we would meet soon. Zhang Wei pursed her lips. She mustered up her courage and said, Xu Hao, why are you still looking for me? Xu Hao smiled. Don't say that, as if I'm your enemy, no matter how happy we were together. Zhang Wei felt resentful. It was all over, and she finally got over it. Xu Hao mentioned what happened a few days ago. Xu Hao, don't force me, at worst we will die together. You are trying so hard to maintain your reputation, and you don't want what you did to me to be exposed, so that everyone can see your true face, right? Xu smiled indifferently. He took a cup of clean tea from the table and took a sip. You want to expose me, not to mention that everything is led by your parents, you have no evidence at all, just relying on your one-sided words. Who will believe it if you tell it to others? Zhang Wei felt cold in her heart. How could she not think of it? With Xu Hao's current reputation, it's not something that can be shaken by her saying something alone. She just held a glimmer of hope, hoping that Xu Hao would have some scruples. I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. There was no choice but to give in. Xu Hao, please let me go and stop bothering me, okay? Xu Hao raised his lips, with a teasing look in his eyes. Xiao Wei, don't be so heartless, our fate is not so easy to break. Zhang Wei clenched her fists, her face pale with anger. Fate, you ruined my life, and you still dare to say it's fate. Xu Hao shook his head gently. How can you blame me for this? If you want to blame someone, you should blame your mother. Zhang Wei turned her head away in anger. She couldn't argue with Xu Hao. Suddenly, her heart tightened. She felt a hand on her leg. She knew it was Xu Hao's without looking. How dare he? There were so many upper-class people at the scene. If she was discovered, she would be finished. Don't even think about coming out to see people in the future. Zhang Wei was terrified. In order not to be discovered, she had to pretend that nothing happened. Zhang Wei disguised herself well. At least the people who looked at Xu Hao from time to time didn't notice. But Xiaolong and Zhou Mu who had been staring at the two of them. The two were keen observers. Although they didn't see the details. But from Xu Hao's hand under the table and Zhang Wei's abnormality, she could already imagine what was happening. Xiaolong clenched his fists, shaking slightly because of excessive force. Zhang Wei is his wife. Xu Hao actually bullied him right in front of him. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire, and his teeth were clattering. Zhou Mu was not happy either. But he was more shocked that Xiaolong could endure it. Jiang Wei was his wife. He even attacked her in the face. He could endure this. Don't call me Dragon King, just call me Turtle King instead. Don't say it. Really don't say it. Some Dragon King novels are like this. But the novel he read was not. Could it be a mutation? The protagonist is actually a turtle. Damn, if he had known earlier, he would have taken action. Regret it now. Xu Hao, what on earth do you want to do? Jiang Wei was so angry that she lowered her voice and said angrily. Xu Hao smiled. Jiang Wei was stunned. Xu Hao continued. I want to ask Xiao Wei for an explanation. What do you mean? Jiang Wei was confused. Your mother found a room for me to rest, but I didn't expect you to be in the room, causing me to seriously consume my physical strength. What do you think we should do about this? No one has ever dared to plot against me. Jiang Wei's eyes gradually widened. She looked at Xu Hao as if she was looking at a monster. Is this something a human can say? Isn't it someone behind the scenes who is instigating this? Putting the blame on someone else, confusing right and wrong, and destroying the bridge after crossing it. She had seen a lot. Chapter 298, see the heroine's water magic. Far inferior to her daughter. The use of perspective. Jiang Wei was stunned. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Then, she couldn't help but burst out with anger. It was you who asked my mother to do it, how could you say that? Don't say anything without evidence, otherwise I will sue you for defamation. Xu Hao shook the teacup with a playful expression. Jiang Wei took deep breaths. Calm down. So what do you want? Xu Hao smiled and tightened his hands. Your mother plotted against me, so she has to pay the price. Xiao Wei, you don't want your mother to get into trouble, do you? Jiang Wei was stunned. She never expected Xu Hao to turn the tables. If her mother knew, she helped Xu Hao to drug herself, but was retaliated by Xu Hao. I don't know what she would feel. Jiang Wei's tone was cold. Just go find her directly. What's my business? Really? Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. You know my methods. If your mother falls into my hands, I don't need to say what will happen to her, right? Jiang Wei knew Xu Hao would do anything to get what he wanted. If he really did it to her mother would definitely not end well. Jiang Wei bit her lip and exhaled. Xu Hao, just say what you want to say. Xu Hao smiled slightly. Xiao Wei, I don't need you to do anything. Just let me see your water magic a few times. Jiang Wei didn't understand at first. Gradually, her pupils widened. She was ashamed and angry. Don't even think about it. Xu Hao paused. He motioned her not to be nervous and continued. Don't worry, your charm is not that great. You will get tired of it after a few times. I swear on my character that it will not exceed 3 times at most, and I will never bother you again, how about that? Jiang Wei's face kept changing. She was very entangled. In the end, she had no 4, 5, 3 solution. I can only agree to it. That's Xu Hao's purpose. It's just an excuse to make trouble for his mother. Even if she doesn't care about her mother, Xu Hao will find other excuses. After reaching an agreement, Xu Hao is in a good mood. He looks at Jiang Wei and invites her. Come on, Xiao Wei, let's go to the bargain hunting area together. Jiang Wei frowned. She refused. I won't go. Xu Hao changed the subject. I said at most 3 times, maybe you'll get tired of it after 1 or 2 times, that's on the premise that you cooperate. If you don't cooperate, you can only pull the full. Hearing this, Jiang Wei's heart stomped. Although she felt that even if she listened to Xu Hao would not let her go easily. But there was no better way at the moment. Nodding helplessly. Then the two walked towards the bargain hunting area. Xiaolong was closer. After hearing the conversation between the two, his lungs were about to explode. Bai Yugong was forced by Xu Hao like this. But he was powerless to stop it. Is there no other way? Xiaolong was angry and anxious. He was full of heartache for Jiang Wei and anger at his own incompetence. No, he must find a way to stop all this. He can't let Xu Hao succeed. Xiaolong's eyes were spitting fire. Staring at Xu Hao's back. He gritted his teeth and followed. Zhou Mu was far away. The two spoke in a low voice and didn't hear. But looking at Jiang Wei's face. You know that Xu Hao bullied. Seeing Jiang Wei and the protagonist Xiaolong walking towards the bargain hunting area. He breathed a sigh of relief. The plot was finally going to be staged. But seeing Xu Hao was also there. He felt uneasy. Zhou Mu shook his head and let go of his distracting thoughts. Followed by a step. Ding Xiaolong is uneasy, emotional value plus 999. Xu Hao and Zhang Wei walked together, but kept their distance. Just like the appreciation of the younger generation. Xu Hao looked at the antiques in the special area with great interest. He came here to trigger the plot. Logically speaking, in such occasions, the protagonist must show off and slap his face. I also want to see what good things there are. Speaking of which, he has obtained the ability of perspective, and he only uses it to look at women. He has not used it for the right purpose. If there is really a good thing, it will not escape his eyes. In fact, he does not think there will be any good things. Mainly, he wants to experience the feeling of picking up a bargain. He also pretends to be the protagonist, so that the protagonist has nothing to pretend. Perspective is activated. He quickly found an item after a glance. It was a landscape painting. It was a modern imitation at first glance. But under Xu Hao's perspective, there is a layer in the painting, and the inside is the original. Xu Hao walked over. He asked directly about the price of the painting. How much is this painting? Some people around saw Xu Hao making a move. They stopped what they were doing and started to talk. Why would Mr. Xu be interested in such an ordinary landscape painting? It's obviously a modern craft. Is he mistaken? Nonsense, a person like Mr. Xu can also make mistakes sometimes. Is there any difference? I also think that Mr. Xu can't be wrong, that's our problem. Zhou Mu's eyes widened when he saw this. How could it be possible? According to the plot, this painting should have been discovered by Xiaolong. Then he pretended to be awesome and slapped his face. How did Xu Hao get there first? He knew it was not good, and it really came true. The painting was intercepted by Xu Hao. How could he change the plot? The stall owner stuttered when he saw that it was Xu Hao, a big shot. He didn't dare to falsely report the price. Red Rose appeared and gave money. Xu Hao picked up the painting. He easily took the painting apart, revealing the original inside. Seeing Xu Hao's actions, everyone was shocked. What the hell? There is a layer. Xu Hao unfolded the painting. This is a picture of Taoyuan. Green mountains and green waters, peach blossoms. It seems that there is a breeze blowing, and the petals are falling. In the distance, the mountains are undulating, and the smoke is lingering, as if there are immortals hiding in them. The delicate brushstrokes show the beautiful scenery of this paradise vividly, making people feel as if they are in it. A group of people were amazed and talked about it. Oh my god, this painting is so beautiful, just like the real thing. The details are handled so exquisitely. Someone who knows the business exclaimed. This is an authentic Taoyuan painting by Zhang Sanchen, which is worth at least 10 million. After hearing the words of this old predecessor in the antique industry, the crowd set off a commotion. What? Zhang Sanchen's authentic work. Mr. Xu has a unique vision. I admire him. Mr. Xu is so amazing. He can find this. He is worthy of being a business legend. He found a bargain of 10 million yuan with 100 yuan. A profit of 100,000 times. Should we say that he is worthy of being Mr. Xu? It seems that Mr. Xu is not only extremely successful in business but also good at antiques. For a while, Xu Hao was sought after by everyone. The voices of admiration were endless. Many women had stars in their eyes. Zhou Mu's teeth were broken. He cursed in his heart. That was his chance to change the plot. It was ruined by Xu Hao. Everyone couldn't believe that Xu Hao found a bargain. Even Zhang Wei cast a surprised look. Secretly puzzled. How did Xu Hao see that there was something wrong with the painting at a glance? Xiaolong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. In fact, he was close to the painting. He also found a hint of something wrong with the painting. But before he could check it carefully, it was picked up by Xu Hao. Xu Hao is the star of the show. Zhang Wei looks at him with new eyes. Xiaolong is so angry that his teeth itch. Originally, these honors should have been his. Xiaolong concentrates his attention. His eyes search quickly. I hope I can come across some rare items. Xiaolong has a secret. That is, his intuition is very accurate. He didn't know how many times he had saved his life on the battlefield. At this time, he saw an inconspicuous stall. A blue and white porcelain was on display. His intuition told him that this blue and white porcelain was not simple. Xiaolong walked over curiously. As soon as he squatted down, a voice sounded next to him. How much is this blue and white porcelain? The stall owner was very excited when he saw Xu Hao. And this blue and white porcelain was the one that Xiaolong liked. Xu Hao had been paying attention to Xiaolong. When he saw his eyes fall on the blue and white porcelain, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He could see through things, but he couldn't appreciate antiques. I don't know what's special about blue and white porcelain. But what the protagonist likes. He just intercepted it and it was done. Everyone noticed Xu Hao's actions and speculated. Is there something special about this blue and white porcelain? It's really that Xu Hao's bargain just now was too shocking. The stall owner said the price carefully with a flattering face. Mr. Xu, if you like it, you can take it. Facing Xu Hao, he dared not ask for too much. After all, Xu Hao's status and position were there. Xu Hao waved to Hong Qiangwei beside him, indicating that he wanted to pay. Only then did Xiaolong come back to his senses. It was obviously something he saw first. Xu Hao wanted to snatch it again. This is intolerable. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. He shouted immediately. I saw it first. Bu. One after another looked over, and couldn't help but be stunned. The crowd began to whisper. What the hell? He saw it first. It was obviously Mr. Xu who offered the price first. He was standing next to him, so he saw it first. What kind of logic? Tisk, you want to snatch something from Mr. Xu, but you don't even consider your status. It's ridiculous, you didn't offer a price, but you still have the nerve to say you saw it first. Xu Hao looked at Xiaolong leisurely, with a playful expression. It looked like he was watching a farce. The stall owner also looked unhappy. He hurried to speak for Xu Hao. I testify that it was Mr. Xu who called out the price first. Everyone looked at Xiaolong as if he was looking at a clown, full of ridicule. Xiaolong wanted to defend himself. But the words were stuck in his throat. Faced with everyone's doubts and disdain, he felt extremely aggrieved and angry. Ding Xiaolong's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. Xiaolong was furious. Okay, you haven't traded yet, you can bid against each other, right? I'll offer 100,000. Everyone was stunned. Are you kidding me? Do you really want to compete with Xu Hao? Who gave you the courage? Xu Hao smiled and spoke nonchalantly. 100 million. Swish. In an instant, the whole scene was noisy. As expected of Mr. Xu, he asked for 100 million. Where did this guy come from? How dare he compete with Mr. Xu? He overestimates his own abilities. Zhou Mu, who was not far away, was also annoyed. He knew the price of this yuan blue and white porcelain, which was only 50 million at most. Xu Hao asked for 100 million. What a waste of money. He didn't know. Xu Hao came to the charity gala just to spend money. Meeting them is just one aspect. Anyway, these prices. It will also be attributed to his total donation, so he doesn't care. Feeling the mocking eyes around him, Xiaolong was angry. The anger that has been accumulated during this period. It completely broke out at this moment. People fight for a breath, and sleep until the incense stick. I'll pay 1 billion. The crowd was in an uproar. Exclamations and doubts came one after another. Aha, he can come up with 1 billion. Are you kidding me? I know him, he is the son-in-law of the Zhang family. It is speechless that a beggar dares to bid so much. Is Xiaolong crazy? 1 billion, does he think money comes from the wind? Not far away, Zhou Mu couldn't help cursing. Damn, Xiaolong is such a fool. To change the plot, he had to start with Xiaolong. Originally, Xu Hao offered 100 million, and he had no hope. He could only miss this plot. Unexpectedly, Xiaolong spoke at this time. He opened his mouth for 1 billion. He could snatch it away if Xiaolong offered. It was considered a change in the plot. But, the bid at this time was more than 1 billion. Isn't that stupid? Others will not praise you for picking up a bargain if you buy it. They will only laugh at you for being stupid. You can also offer 200 million. In fact, 1 billion is nothing to him. But he doesn't want to be treated as a fool. But there is no way, he must bid. It's about him changing the plot to get a reward. He also wants to seek revenge on Xu Hao. He won't miss any opportunity to get a reward. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a voice. Enough. Everyone's attention was attracted again. Zhang Wei came over. Xiaolong opened his mouth and asked for 1 billion. He was really bold. He was so embarrassed. Zhang Wei said coldly to Xiaolong. Get out of here. Hearing the voice, Xiaolong recovered from his madness. He was startled. He had lost his composure just now. It was the accumulation of self-blame and regret for his wife Zhang Wei being taken away these days, as well as the anger of being seriously injured by Xu Hao. And the series of psychological torture just now. After coming back to his senses, he saw Zhang Wei looking at him with anger. There were mocking eyes all around. He remembered what stupid thing he had done just now. Zhang Wei asked him to leave at this time to give him a way out. But he should not leave. After he left, Zhang Wei would become the center of jokes. Gnawing his teeth, Xiaolong said firmly. I'll pay 1 billion. 1 billion is nothing to him. It's just too much of a loss, so he treated it as charity. Zhang Wei was furious. You are a beggar. Can you come up with 2.2 billion? She didn't believe it at all. I told you to get out. Xiaolong wanted to say something else. But facing Zhang Wei's angry eyes, he couldn't say it again. At this time, the person in charge came over in a hurry. He kept wiping his cold sweat and was very nervous. He said hurriedly, "Oh, everyone, I'm sorry, the price is still 10,000. This is just a small episode, don't take it too seriously." Xu Hao looked relaxed. He waved his hand to show that he didn't care. It doesn't matter, it's still 100 million, just consider it as an extra contribution to charity. The person in charge heard it. His face was full of grateful smiles. He bent his waist even lower. Mr. Xu, you are really kind-hearted and kind-hearted. Thank you so much, your good deeds will definitely bring hope and warmth to more people in need. Everyone also praised it. Mr. Xu is wise, worthy of being Mr. Xu, generous. Mr. Xu's pattern is different. The matter was taken over like this. In this situation, Zhou Mu couldn't make a bid. He could only choose to give up this plot. There is another auction later. I just hope Xu Hao doesn't make any more trouble. The blue and white porcelain was traded. After some appraisal, it turned out to be the famous Yuan blue and white porcelain, worth 50 million. It naturally ushered in a wave of pursuit. After all, Xu Hao saw the extraordinariness of blue and white porcelain at a glance. If no one messed up, it would be a big bargain. He got 2 items, and the person in charge happened to be there, so Xu Hao donated them to him. Authentic paintings. What the hell? Even his daughter's paintings are not as good as them. He didn't care about them. He didn't collect antiques. It was nothing in front of the protective jade pendant. In short, 3 words. He looked down on it. Xu Hao looked down on it, but others didn't know. He harvested another wave of reputation. Chapter 299. Zhu is in a bad situation. A wonderful misunderstanding. Watching his wife being bullied. The person in charge came out to smooth things over. Xiaolong's bid was not counted. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Although she still lost face. But she did not lose face. She made up her mind not to bring Xiaolong to such occasions again. He really dared to ask. He simply did not take money seriously. How could you, a beggar, have the confidence? Things ended like this. But Zhang Wei was a little worried. Xiaolong had just bid with Xu Hao, which was considered a complete offense. If Xu Hao pursued it, with Xu Hao's ruthless means, it would be unimaginable. It's not that the two of them had feelings for each other. At this time, she didn't want to know each other. But after all, she brought the person here, and they had an agreement. If Xiaolong got into trouble, she would feel uneasy. Zhang Wei was worried that Xiaolong would be torn into pieces by Xu Hao. Xiaolong hated Xu Hao to the extreme. It's all Xu Hao's fault. She has always been against him. He and Zhang Wei became the laughing stock of the whole audience. He was fine no matter what happened. But he didn't want to see Zhang Wei lose face. He had to save face. Xiaolong's eyes were firm. He glanced back and forth among the antiques again. This time he swore. He intuitively sensed that there was something good. He must buy it as soon as possible. He would never let Xu Hao intercept it. But unfortunately, he didn't find anything good until the end of the bargain hunting session. Zhou Emu's face was gloomy. His impression of the protagonist dropped again and again. This Xiaolong was completely different from what he saw in the novel. In the novel, Xiaolong was submissive in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and his wife Zhang Wei. He would hit everyone else hard. But now he was a coward in front of Xu Hao. Not only did he watch his wife being bullied, he became brainless when Xu Hao provoked him a little. He might have become a dog if he kept hiding. Zhou Mu regretted more and more that he didn't act earlier. What is he afraid of with this protagonist? Suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes, there is no need to be afraid of Xiaolong. Zhang Wei has become Xu Hao's woman, so he can't do anything for the time being. You can target Xiaolong. Teaching the protagonist a lesson is also changing his fate. You will get more points for changing your fate. Zhou Mu didn't know that Xiaolong was seriously injured by Xu Hao. Last time, he sent someone to check at the door of the hotel, and the two did not have a conflict. Later, Xiaolong approached Xu Hao and was cautious. He thought that the reason why Xiaolong was afraid of Xu Hao. It was because he was worried about Xu Hao's identity and that it would bring trouble to the Zhang family. This is also reflected in the novel. He was afraid of affecting his normal life and endured it. He was afraid of the Xu family. His own Zhou family was not much worse than the Xu family. The lack of intelligence led to his misjudgment, and he was destined to suffer. Zhou Mu's eyes flickered. At this time, the auction was about to start. He suppressed his thoughts. Let's change this plot first. I hope Xu Hao won't get involved. Ding Xiaolong was furious, emotional value plus 1000. The next stage is the auction. The rich returned to their seats in the hall one by one. They all showed regret in their expressions. Xu Hao had found a bargain twice before. It was a big bargain. Many people who just came to watch the fun also participated in it, hoping to find good things. The result is obvious. It is not easy to find a bargain. Because of this, they admire Xu Hao more and more. His eyesight is really good. Zhang Wei also returned to her seat. At Xu Hao's eye signal, she reluctantly sat next to him. Xiaolong wanted to follow Zhang Wei all the time. But he was just accompanying her and had no right to sit down. He could only watch Xu Hao bully his wife. The auction began. The host came on stage with a smile on his face. Said in a loud voice, "Dear guests, next, we will present the first lot." A young lady came gracefully with a tray. A crystal-clear jade pendant was placed on the tray. The host introduced, "This is an ice jade pendant with a warm texture, uniform color, and exquisite carving craftsmanship, which means good luck and good fortune. The starting price is 500,000, and each bid must not be less than 50,000. As soon as the voice fell, someone couldn't wait to shout, 550,000. 600,000. Another voice sounded, 650,000. Bidding sounds came one after another, 800,000. A wealthy man shouted a high price. The scene was quiet for a moment. Soon someone followed up, 850,000. The price kept rising. Finally, this jade pendant was bought by a middle-aged gentleman at a price of 1.2 million. Then, the beautiful lady came on stage again. This time, a famous calligraphy work was placed on the tray. The host said excitedly, "This is Wang Zai's only copy, with vigorous and powerful brushwork, and it is of great collection value. The starting price is 1 million, and each bid is increased by tens of thousands." The rich are eager to bid. The bidding sounded again. 900,000. 1 million. 1,200,000. After a fierce competition, this calligraphy work was sold at a high price of 2 million yuan. The atmosphere at the auction venue was warm. One precious item after another was presented. The bidding sounded incessantly. Maybe he was not interested in these things. Anything he had in his hand would be better than this. He was attracted by the items on the stage while everyone was paying attention. Xu Hao stretched out his claws to Zhang Wei. "Enjoy the silky smoothness." Zhang Wei was very nervous, and her heart was beating wildly. Her pretty face was flushed. She was not shy, but angry. This B***starred was too bold. She didn't dare to scold him. She could only suppress her anger and purse her lips to restrain herself. Xiaolong was furious when he saw this scene. He clenched his fists tightly. Just when Xiaolong was extremely angry, he noticed a new item on the stage from the corner of his eyes, and was instantly attracted to it. It was a sword. It looked very ordinary. It was dull and the carvings on the hilt were blurred. The blade was not sharp at all, but rusty. The reddish-brown rust was like an ugly scab. However, it was this ordinary sword that made Xiaolong's heart beat wildly. His intuition gave him a strong warning. It seemed to be calling him. The anger was replaced by curiosity. Xiaolong stared at the sword without blinking. An indescribable impulse surged in his heart. He wanted to take it for himself immediately. The host introduced it solemnly. "Don't look at this sword as inconspicuous, but according to reliable rumors, it is an ancient artifact handed down from the Han dynasty." Hearing his words, the county town was abuzz with discussion. What kind of collection value can a rusty iron sword have? Who would buy such a thing? That's right, what can we do with this broken sword? It just takes up space. It's said to be from the Han Dynasty, who can prove it? In fact, the host had the same idea in his mind. Who would buy a broken sword to collect? Although it's for charity, at least the thing is better. But he still bit the bullet and said the auction price. The starting price is 1 million, and each increase is not less than 100,000. The auction will start now. The scene was silent. No one bid. Everyone thought the sword was not worth it. For a while, the atmosphere was very awkward. Zhou Mu sneered in his heart. This is the Kai Xiao sword. The protagonist Xiao Long's future weapon. The magic weapon cannot be measured by money. How did they know the value of the Kai Xiao sword? According to the plot, no one bid for a long time. Just when everyone thought it was going to fail, Xiao Long made a bid. His useless villain son was unhappy with him and followed the price of the fetus. It eventually rose to 100 million. The useless son thought Xiao Long had suffered a loss and was very proud. Little did he know that Xiao Long had made a fortune. Zhou Mu was jealous. This is the protagonist's weapon. If he could get it, he would definitely get a lot of life-changing points. At that time, this sword would be his. He had more confidence to deal with Xu Hao. He glanced at Xiao Long. Sure enough, he stared at the Qixiao sword without blinking. He was ready to bid. That's right, Xiao Long was staring at the rusty iron sword at this time. There was a voice telling him that he must take it. So, he bid without hesitation. 1 million. Swish. The scene was in an uproar. Someone really wants to buy this broken sword. Is he crazy? It's the guy who competes with Mr. Xu. He must be crazy. I thought he was abnormal at that time. Is it so good to be the son-in-law of the Zhang family? Millions of dollars were thrown away like this. This sword is not worth this price no matter how you look at it. Does he have too much money to spend? Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. He was only concerned about pleasing Zhang Wei's mood. He didn't pay attention to the auction items. The protagonist is bidding, so the item must be extraordinary. Glancing at Xiao Long, he saw his eager eyes. Xu Hao's heart moved. Perspective activated. Look at the rusty iron sword on the stage. The eyes penetrated the surface of the iron sword and saw the true appearance inside. The sharpness can be called a magic weapon. It turns out that the surface is just a disguise. This is interesting. Zhang Wei also heard Xiao Long's bidding, and her face was very ugly. She cursed Xiao Long in her heart. She didn't know Xiao Long's identity and thought Xiao Long was making trouble. In the end, she paid for it herself. Why spend millions to buy a rusty iron sword? Zhang Wei was furious. She was about to speak out to stop him. But Xu Hao's hand tightened at this moment. Zhang Wei couldn't move. Just as she was about to get angry, Xu Hao whispered. If you stand up again, the Zhang family will lose face. How about I help you? I'll buy that sword. Zhang Wei looked at Xu Hao in doubt. Xu Hao smiled slightly. I'm helping you out of kindness, what's the look in your eyes? Zhang Wei snorted coldly. I don't believe you'd be so kind. Of course, as long as you pay a little price. Xu Hao bared his fangs. Zhang Wei felt the situation was not good. She knew Xu Hao would not help for nothing. But what would it cost? She wanted to ask, but Xu Hao said she would know when the time came. It's definitely not adding more times. Zhang Wei bit her lip. After struggling for a moment, she agreed. Anyway, she had already agreed to 3 agreements with Xu Hao. What could be more difficult to accept than this? Soon she would regret agreeing to Xu Hao. Just as everyone was discussing, another voice rang out. 1 million. Looking in the direction of the voice. Everyone was shocked. The person who made the bid turned out to be Zhou Mu, the head of the Zhou family. I couldn't help wondering if there was anything special about this sword. Xu Hao was about to bid but stopped. Looking strange. The 2 protagonists are fighting. This is good. My mind raced, and I decided to watch the 2 compete first. Teasing the relationship between the 2. Xiao Long noticed that Zhou Mu was competing with him, and he got angry. He didn't bid earlier or later. He just bid and then called out. Did they think he's easy to bully? Xiao Long immediately called out the price. 2 million. Zhou Mu was not to be outdone. 10 million. 50 million. 100 million. The 2 of them went back and forth, neither giving in. The price soared. The atmosphere became tense. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe the scene in front of them. 800 million. Xiao Long's eyes were cold. Zhou Mu shouted slowly. 1 billion. The whole place was dead silent. Then everyone screamed as if a pot had exploded. Crazy, crazy, a rusty broken sword was sold for 1 billion, tell me what's going on. Oh my god, is there something wrong with our eyes? Can't we see the value of the iron sword? Fighting so madly for such a broken sword. Unbelievable, what is the virtue of this broken sword? Is there any unknown secret in it? Xiao Long's face was uncertain. He could feel it. This guy was deliberately targeting him. He had never crossed paths with the other party. Why was he targeting him? Xiao Long couldn't figure it out. In the end, it could only be attributed to the fact that he had offended Xu Hao just now. This guy was probably Xu Hao's lackey. He wanted to please Xu Hao by suppressing him. He was not the only one who thought so. Others had similar thoughts. How else to explain that a rusty iron sword would be offered at such a high price? Is the Zhou family's patriarch a fool? Many people could not help but feel annoyed. If they had known this way of flattery, they would have also bid. But they were a little surprised. The Zhou family's patriarch went to such lengths to please Xu Hao. Not really. Your Zhou family is also a top-tier family with assets of 100 billion. Xiao Long was too lazy to raise the price a little bit. He spoke directly. 2 billion. As the patriarch of the Dragon King Palace, he was not short of money. Although most of the funds had to be used for the operation of the company. But it was not a problem to withdraw a few billion. Zhou Mu frowned. The price had risen to this point, which was beyond his expectation. He Good Li had to take the sword again. He had to continue bidding. However, before he could speak, another voice rang out. 3 billion. Someone else entered the market. They were all crazy. When everyone looked at it, they were all shocked. The person who made the bid was Xu Hao. Should we say he is worthy of being the CEO of Xu Group? He opened his mouth and asked for 3 billion. The two people were bidding back and forth, and compared with him, they were completely on a different level. Zhou Mu paused. He didn't expect Xu Hao to make a move at this time. He clenched his fists fiercely. He was determined to get the Qishao sword. What did Xu Hao mean by interfering? He was going to ruin his plans again. Including this time, he had already ruined his plot change 3 times. Did Xu Hao do it on purpose? His eyes suddenly turned red. Just now he was trying not to offend Xu Hao. At least on the surface. Xu Hao was going to ruin his plans again, how could he bear it? He said immediately. 4 billion. Okay. Both enemies are targeting him. Xiao Long gritted his teeth in anger. Call out the price. 5 billion yuan. Xu Hao calmly said a number. 100 Z. Xiao Long wanted to call out the price. He stopped talking. Although he could come up with 10 billion, is it worth it? Take out 10 billion from the company. It will definitely affect normal operations. He is not the only one in the Dragon King Hall, there are 3,000 brothers. After regaining his composure, Xiao Long stopped bidding. Xiao Long gave up. Zhou Mu would not give up. It was about the system reward. The Qishao sword was also the protagonist's sword. Once you get it, you will definitely get a generous reward. For this, he would not hesitate to break up with Xu Hao. 11 billion. Brush. Everyone's eyes began to look strange. I thought the Zhou family's head was venting his anger for Xu Hao. When I saw him bidding against Xu Hao, I realized it was a misunderstanding. Then came the shock. Why did these two suddenly fight? Chapter 300. Very angry. Trying new tricks. The heroine regrets it. Boss Xu and Boss Zhou are both the top families in Shanghai. If these two bosses fight, it will be a big deal. That's right. If they fight, Shanghai's business community will be in turmoil. It's hard to imagine what happened between them that they would fight so fiercely for a sword. I don't know how far this fight will develop. Hey, if these two bosses fight, many people will suffer again. Everyone looked at each other, shocked and worried. They whispered to each other. Zhang Wei was also surprised. She was confused. These two people had dinner with her family. They flattered each other at the dinner table, and the atmosphere was harmonious. How did they become enemies? Xu Hao said lightly. 2 billion. It's just a few billion. He doesn't care at all. Not to mention that his net worth is close to 1 trillion. It's the little protagonist. He has made more than this from stock speculation in the past 6 months. And if he uses the 20 billion for charity, he will gain another wave of reputation. He will publicize it at that time. Let more people know and give back to him. Even if he doesn't have this sword, he will donate a lot of money. He can get a magic weapon and snatch the opportunity of being the protagonist. Why not? Xiaolong and Zhou Mu both want this sword. But he won't let them get it. Zhou Mu clenched his fist. The veins on his arms bulged. His eyes were full of resentment. This Xu Hao really came to cause trouble for him. Although he still wanted to offer. But 20 billion, he couldn't take it out for a while. Although the Zhou family has hundreds of billions of assets. But most of them are real estate. Used for company operation. In the end Zhou Mu compromised. But he remembered this grudge deeply. When he becomes powerful in the future, he must tear Xu Hao into pieces. Ding Zhou Mu was furious, emotion value plus 1000. The person in charge trembled and handed over the rusty iron sword. It was also packaged in a fine golden Nanmu box. He looked cautious and respectful, even better than to his ancestors. The person in charge flattered him. Mr. Xu, thank you for your strong support for this charity gala. Your good deeds will help many people in need. Xu Hao looked indifferent. I also want to contribute to charity. The person in charge flattered again. Xu Hao waved his hand. Okay, no need to say more, the key is to do a good job in the subsequent charity work. The person in charge responded hurriedly. Yes, Mr. Xu, don't worry, we will definitely use every penny to the practical purpose. He couldn't stop doing things. Xu Hao always had people watching him. His money must be put to good use. It must fall into the hands of people in need. And let them remember that they helped them. Doing good deeds without leaving a name is not a thing for him. This is also the reason why he is deeply loved by the common people. Some people embezzle and are greedy. Then go to hell. Next, the auction continues. But everyone has lost the desire to participate. Immersed in the shock of Xu Hao buying a sword for 20 billion. The auction ended hastily. Next is the donation session. Xu Hao has already paid 20 billion and does not need to participate. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei actually donated 100 million. Time passed quickly. The charity gala officially ended. The crowd dispersed. The gala ended, but the group was still fermenting. As the crowd went back, it began to spread. Zhang Wei, Xiaolong, and Zhou Mu did not leave with the crowd. Xiaolong saw that Zhang Wei did not leave, so he stayed. Zhou Mu was very unhappy because he could not change the plot today. He planned to find the protagonist to make a fortune. Teach him a lesson and see if he can change his fate. He stared at Xiaolong. Xiaolong was still there, so he stayed. The reason why Zhang Wei did not leave. It was Xu Hao who asked her to wait, as there was an event in the evening. Zhang Wei was reluctant, but she had already agreed to Xu Hao. With a ding sound, a message came from the phone. Go to Panlong Hotel. There are many people around. It's better not to make people suspicious. Seeing the name of this hotel, Zhang Wei was in a trance. She lost her virginity to Xu Hao here. She planned not to come to this hotel again. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao asked her to go again. She had no choice but to purse her lips. She opened the car door and got in. The back door also opened at the same time. What are you doing? Zhang Wei looked back at Xiaolong. This guy is always making trouble. He made the Zhang family lose face at the meeting. He is not good enough to do things, but he is good at making trouble. Because of Xu Hao's threat, she was full of anger. She naturally didn't have a good face for Xiaolong. Xiaolong was confused. What? Go home. Zhang Wei's tone was cold. Get out. Wei, I. Xiaolong opened his mouth to say something, but Zhang Wei didn't want to listen. I told you to get out. Xiaolong opened the door that was not closed yet and got out of the car. Zhang Wei started the car and drove away. Seeing Zhang Wei in this state, how could Xiaolong feel at ease? He stopped a taxi on the roadside and followed. Zhou Mu saw this and got in the car and asked someone to drive behind him. Xiaolong followed Zhang Wei's car. Gradually, he found something wrong. This is not the way home. Where is Zhang Wei going? He had a bad feeling in his heart. He came to Panlong Hotel. Xiaolong frowned. His wife was taken away by Xu Hao in this hotel. He was disgusted with this place. Why did Zhang Wei come here? Xiaolong glanced at a car that had been following behind. It seemed that he saw Zhou Mu in the car through the car window. What did this guy want to do by following him? I hope he doesn't come to trouble him. He was in a bad mood now. He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. If the other party wanted to make trouble, he didn't mind giving him a profound lesson. Zhang Wei parked the car and didn't go directly into the hotel. Instead, He waited at the door, waiting for someone. Thinking of Xu Hao's threat to Zhang Wei at the party. It seems that the agreement must be fulfilled tonight. Thinking that Zhang Wei will be bullied by Xu Hao, that B** start again. Xiao Long's face was distorted, and the plasmolysis was separated. We can't let Xu Hao succeed. He walked towards Zhang Wei immediately. Zhang Wei saw him and frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to take you home." Xiao Long looked at her with a distressed face. Zhang Wei frowned even deeper. "You go back by yourself, I still have something to do." Xiao Long felt a pain in his heart. It seemed that he saw Zhang Wei's helpless look when threatened by Xu Hao again. He gritted his teeth and said, Wei, don't worry about Xu Hao's threat, I have a way to deal with him. Xiao Long has contacted the men of the Dragon King Palace. It won't be long before they arrive. He is indeed no match for Xu Hao. But he has people under his command. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. So what if Xu Hao is strong? If his men go out, his family property will be destroyed in a minute. Zhang Wei didn't know his plan. She began to think that he was really mentally ill. You are just a beggar. Who gave you the courage to despise a trillionaire? And the attitude of not treating money as money at the charity dinner. To prevent any accidents, should she cancel the agreement? Get a divorce. Suppressing her thoughts, Zhang Wei said coldly. Find out your identity, you have no right to control what I do. Xiao Long was speechless. His expression dimmed. He could die for Zhang Wei and fight Xu Hao to the death. But Zhang Wei refused to cooperate. A car drove over. It was Xu Hao's car. Xu Hao came over and smiled at Zhang Wei. Let's go. Zhang Wei's face changed. Finally, she followed Xu Hao to the hotel. Without even looking at Xiao Long stretched out his hand to stop him. But he thought of Zhang Wei's words again. Their husband-wife relationship was just an agreement. They had no control over each other. He watched his wife and Xu Hao walk into the hotel. But he was powerless to stop them. That feeling made him feel suffocated. Get out of the way, don't stand in the middle of the road, you have no quality. A voice sounded behind him. Xiao Long turned around and saw a middle-aged bald man with a gold necklace on his neck, who looked like a nouveau riche. He was holding a voluptuous woman who had put on too much foundation in his arms, and he cursed at him. Xiao Long looked indifferent. He walked aside. You dead idiot, you will never be able to eat 4 dishes in your life, so you are only fit to smell the food outside. The nouveau riche glanced at him with disdain. He walked towards the hotel with his female companion. Xiao Long was in despair. At this time, a figure walked over. Blocked his view in front of him. A slap fell on his shoulder. Little brother, can you talk to me? The person who came was Zhou Mu. He had been in the car and saw the scene just now. He had some concerns. Xiao Long was a strong man after all. If he made trouble for him, he would not be beaten, right? But looking at Xu Hao appeared, taking his wife to get a room. He had no objection. Zhou Mu was relieved. This guy was a complete coward. What else was there to be afraid of? He couldn't wait to find him. Xiao Long looked up. He saw that it was the guy who had raised the price with him and caused trouble for him during the auction. He was furious. He pulled the corner of his mouth and said. The two walked towards an alley. Zhou Mu was delighted to see this. This Xiao Long was really a coward. He followed him so easily. He looked down on the Dragon King Protagonist more and more. He decided to deal with him later. Maybe he could get something from him that could defeat Xu Hao's reward. Follow Zhou Mu to the alley. Xiao Long did not attack immediately. He followed me all the way, wanting to see what tricks he would play. It was with this idea that he was in trouble. While he was not paying attention, Zhou Mu slapped him in the face. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Zhou Mu was very happy. A slap can get life-changing points. What will happen if he slaps for a whole night? Anyway, this protagonist is a coward. He treated being bullied as nothing. Xiao Long was stunned by the slap. He stared at Zhou Mu blankly. Unbelievable. Since entering the dark world, he has never been slapped in the face. He has always been the one bullying others. Not long ago, Xu Hao was severely injured. His anger erupted like a volcano. He slapped him hard with his backhand. Zhou Mu also did not react. He was hit directly by the slap. The force was quite strong, and he flew out. He hit the wall heavily. This was because Xiao Long held back. Otherwise, this slap would have been enough to smash his head. Zhou Mu was completely confused. There was a clear slap mark on his face. It gradually swelled up, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Long actually hit him. How dare he? Obviously he was submissive in front of Xu Hao. Zhou Mu was full of confusion and anger. Pada. Xiao Long was very angry. A slap was just a warm-up. Sensing Xiao Long approaching, Zhou Mu hurriedly got up without caring about his swollen face. He said fiercely but weakly, "I am the head of the Zhou family, the top family in the Magic City. How dare you attack me?" Hearing this, Xiao Long's momentum suddenly increased. Zhou Mu's words reminded him of Xu Hao. The Xu family is also a top family. They all deserved to die. Zhou Mu knew that he had miscalculated this time. The protagonist in his impression. What went wrong? Why did Xu Hao take his wife to get a room in front of him, and he didn't say a word? Can't he slap him? Seeing Xiao Long getting closer and closer, Zhou Mu felt heavy-hearted. He could only bite the bullet. He couldn't just take the beating. After all, he was also at the peak of Danjin. There is only one small realm difference. Xiao Long came closer. Without saying anything, a sharp fist whistled out. It went straight to Zhou Mu's face. Zhou Mu dodged sideways and raised his leg to fight back. It collided with Xiao Long's calf. There was a dull sound. The two of them immediately started a fierce confrontation. Punches and kicks, the moves were fierce. Zhou Mu was a little dazed. He found that he could actually compete with Xiao Long. Xiao Long is a strong man. "Hey, you are nothing but that," Zhou Mu snorted coldly. He felt more confident. Xiao Long's face was gloomy. He didn't say anything, but his attack became more fierce. As the battle continued, Zhou Mu keenly noticed that Xiao Long's breath was disordered. His movements were also a little slow. It turned out that he was seriously injured. Zhou Mu suddenly realized, no need to ask, the one who could beat Xiao Long like this must be Xu Hao. It turned out that the two had fought before. No wonder Xu Hao took his wife to check into a hotel and he tolerated it. What else could he do? He was even more afraid of Xu Hao. He could seriously injure the protagonist like this. Xu Hao's strength is unfathomable. A trace of determination flashed in Xiao Long's eyes. He took a deep breath and launched a fierce attack. Zhou Mu did not dare to be careless and responded with all his strength. After all, Xiao Long was experienced in combat. Zhou Mu gradually couldn't hold on, and he was wounded in many places and coughed up blood. He knew that he might die if he was hit again. After a feint, he turned and fled. Xiao Long was also uncomfortable. Looking at his back, he gasped. He swayed and almost fell. Hateful. If he hadn't been seriously injured, he would have solved the guy long ago. The two protagonists fought here. They didn't stop in the hotel. Xu Hao was also very angry. Zhang Wei regretted it now. Really? Why did she agree to Xu Hao's request for conditions? Compared with this pain, she would rather lose face again at the party. Just when Xu Hao was trying new tricks, what happened at the charity dinner had spread like wildfire. It quickly became a hot search headline. Shocked, Mr. Xu picked up big bargains twice at the charity dinner. He is not only a business legend, but also an expert in identification. Mr. Xu was righteous and donated the bargains, with a total value of 60 million. Exploding, a rusty iron sword was sold at a high price of 20 billion. What secrets are hidden? Mr. Xu donated more than 20 billion this time. He is a great philanthropist. Mr. Xu deserves to be committed to charity. There are also many hot searches such as Yang's son-in-law does not treat money as money, competing with Mr. Xu and the head of the Zhou family, which have also attracted widespread attention. Among them, shocking news. The Zhou family and the Xu family may become enemies. It is undoubtedly the headline among the headlines. And behind this, there seems to be a black hand manipulating it. That black hand is Xu Hao. He has already begun to lay the groundwork for dealing with the Zhou family. Seeing this news, the whole network was in an uproar. Faintly smell the smell of gunpowder. The storm is coming. Chapter 301, Killing and Destroying the Heart. Giving a ring, the daughter is shocked. Could it be that the father? Ding Zhongwei regrets her decision, emotional value plus 852. The next day, the sunlight shines through the gap in the curtains, and sprinkles on the hotel carpet. Xu Hao and Zhang Wei slowly walk out of the hotel door. Xiao Long has not left yet. Worried about Zhang Wei, he waited outside all night. When he saw Zhang Wei who had difficulty walking, he was furious. Even more cruel than last time. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of torture Zhang Wei suffered. He really has no sympathy for women. It is too much bullying. He wanted to rush up and kill Xu Hao. However, the only remaining trace of reason let him restrain the urge to kill. He knew clearly that he was not Xu Hao's opponent, and could only bury this anger in his heart. Xiaolong did not go over, but Xu Hao took Zhang Wei to his direction. He had arranged for someone to come and take Zhang Wei home. He saw Xiaolong at a glance. As he passed by, Xu Hao had a smile on his face. He said lightly, "I played with Xiao Wei late yesterday, which caused her to not sleep well. She accidentally sprained her ankle when she went out. You won't blame me, right?" His tone was full of provocation and boasting. Xiaolong clenched his fists. His knuckles turned white due to excessive force. His teeth were clattering. Killing people and destroying their hearts is nothing more than this. Zhang Wei also glared at Xu Hao angrily. This guy is so hateful. I get angry when I think of last night. Xu Hao smiled even more. Not bad, not bad. He harvested a lot of emotional points again. After sending Zhang Wei to the car, he waved and left. Xiaolong looked at Xu Hao's departing back and swore secretly. One day, he would make Xu Hao pay for what he did. In the car, Hong Qiangwei was reporting the news about the two protagonists last night. Xu Hao listened, and a look of realization appeared on his face. No wonder he didn't bother the two. But it gave him a lot of emotional points. It turned out to be a dog-eat-dog situation. When he heard that it was Zhou Mu who took the initiative to find Xiaolong, Xu Hao looked strange. What was he thinking when he, a Dan Jin Peak, found Gang Jin? Although Xiaolong was seriously injured by him, he was not so easy to deal with. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. This thought only flashed through his mind. He was happy to see the two protagonists hurt each other. Then, Hong Qiangwei talked about another thing. About Secretary Ji Feishui. During this period, Shui has been using the company's power to attack the Ma family. The Ma family can no longer hold on. A company with a market value of tens of billions. Under the suppression of the Xu Group, it will go bankrupt in a few days. I believe it won't be long. Ji Feishui will get her revenge. BBB. Xu Hao tapped the armrest lightly. His eyes were deep. Thinking about whether he could make a fuss about this matter. It really gave him an idea. He immediately gave an order. Tell the Ma family about the feud between me and the Zhou family. Hong Qiangwei was puzzled and asked doubtfully. Master, haven't you already put the matter of the feud with the Zhou family on the hot search? I believe the Ma family will know it. It's not enough, you have to tell them that Zhou Mu and I will never stop fighting until one day. Xu Hao had a meaningful smile on his face. Hong Qiangwei was still puzzled. The Ma family will only look for the Zhou family if they know that Zhou Mu and I are completely enemies. Xu Hao spoke slowly. I have to deal with the Ma family. If the Zhou family intervenes, they will be my enemy. We have a reason to attack the Zhou family. His status and position are there. He is destined not to act recklessly. It will cause panic in others. It is different if he has a reason to do so. You provoked me first, so it is reasonable for me to hit you, right? This is the Zhou family. They have a high status in the Magic City. If it were any other force, they would have been destroyed in secret. Hong Qiangwei understood. She couldn't help but ask again. But will Zhou Mu help the Ma family? Knowing that he will face us head-on, I believe he won't be so unwise. Xu Hao laughed. It doesn't matter whether he helps or not, as long as the world thinks he helped. After the news was revealed to the Ma family, they would definitely try to ask the Zhou family for help when they were desperate. Let someone take some photos with them, post them online, and then make them a hot search. Hong Qiangwei finally understood Xu Hao's intention. She couldn't help but sigh that Xu Hao was a mastermind. Looking at Xu Hao, her eyes showed admiration. IQ online, combined with that special ability. Who will be his opponent? After explaining it, Xu Hao immersed himself in the system. Through his unremitting efforts, the emotional value accumulated to 260,000 again. When else can we draw a lottery? It's still the old rules. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 45 points of free attributes. Since I drew a few lucky upgrades, the attribute points I drew have increased. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward item, Grandmaster level skill upgrade card. Xu Hao's heart moved slightly. Finally, I drew a skill upgrade card again. Grandmaster level. He immediately thought of hypnosis. Master level hypnosis can already affect the mind. Grandmaster level is definitely stronger. Warriors have strong mental strength and can resist it a little. Most ordinary people will be hit. With this skill, even if an accident happens, the rebellious son returns early. He can easily run away. After teleporting away, as long as there is someone, hypnotize him and he will be at his service. No matter how powerful you are, don't think about finding him. Of course, this is the worst plan. He is not weak now, and he has various skills and special abilities. If you use the power of the Xu family, it will not be easy to take him down. On the surface, he is no longer afraid of that rebellious son. He is worth trillions. If you want to move him, ask the country if it agrees. The fear is that the rebellious son does not have martial ethics. The god of war has a son of God, not just talk. His current strength is not enough. It would be great if he could draw items that enhance mental power. Those special abilities are very strong. It's a pity that they are limited by mental power. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won the reward character, 2 Danjin Peak Death Warriors. Not bad. Add 2 more top standing forces. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won a prize -$2 free attribute. Continue. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won a prize, item, a refreshing pill. At first, Xu Hao thought it was some kind of refreshing pill. When he read the introduction of the pill, it's not like that. Refreshing pill, improve mental strength. What luck. Just now I was thinking about improving mental strength. Here it comes. Xu Hao is looking forward to how much it can be improved after taking it. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won a prize, item, 10 sets of lace underwear. Ah, this. He didn't want this thing. Took a glance. Each piece is sexy and tempting. The styles are different. It will definitely be explosive when worn. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won a prize, item, a private jet. Xu Hao was stunned. To be honest, becoming a trillionaire. He hasn't enjoyed it properly. Meeting leaders of various countries on a private jet. Traveling around the world on a cruise ship. Buying an island to gather women for a party. He hasn't enjoyed any of these. Busy harvesting emotional points all day long. Threatened by a rebellious son. That's fine. Have fun after solving the rebellious son protagonist. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 60 points of free attributes. Okay. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward item, storage ring X4. Draw this thing again. He checked it. There is only a small 1 cubic space in the ring. It is not comparable to his portable space. It is useless to keep it in hand. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward character, 20 Danler Chuchao Death Soldiers. Another 20 Danjins were produced. The more the better. Ding, congratulations to the host, winning the prize skill, Fashion Design Grandmaster level. What the hell is this skill? Let a trillionaire design clothes. Go eat dust. Ding, congratulations to the host, winning the prize character, 50 top-level warriors of Huajin. The strength is increasing too fast. Huajin can only be regarded as the backbone of Wushang. But he still wants as many as he can get. Ding, congratulations to the host, winning the prize 48 points of free attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host, winning the prize 56 points of free attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host, winning the prize item, storage ring X4. 4 more. That's 14 already. Can you give me some more useful information? Ding, congratulations to the host, winning the prize character, top biological gene research team. Xu Hao's eyes flickered. This is a research team in the field of genes. It just so happens that his subordinates can't keep up with the strength. They can develop a potion to improve strength. Last time he also drew a biological expert. He also developed some results. He kept experimenting in Heizhou. He didn't know how much experimental materials were consumed. He developed a potion that improved to the peak of dark energy. But Xu Hao still felt it was too slow. He wanted more, to be able to improve to Huajin, or even Danjin. This group of biological gene research teams came at the right time. The ordinary lottery ended. Next is the boutique lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host, the prize is drawn water control. Special ability to control water. Xu Hao was silent. Now he really became a water magician. The lottery ended. Xu Hao began to summarize his gains. 261 free attributes. There is also a refreshing pill. Then 100 points of strength and physique, and 61 points of spirit. A familiar warm current emerged. Xu Hao didn't care and took the refreshing pill. Suddenly, I felt a stream of clear water flowing through my mind, and my thoughts became clearer. I became more sensitive to the surroundings, and I could clearly sense the tiny fluctuations of particles in the air. Xu Hao's eyes became brighter. He glanced at the panel. A refreshing pill actually increased my mental power by more than 300. Now I can use my abilities better. Next, Xu Hao did not hesitate. He used the Grandmaster skill card directly. Hypnosis was upgraded to Grandmaster level. His eyes flashed. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, controller of Xu's group. Charm, 95, full value 100. Strength, 2865, late dungeon stage. Physique, 2471, 10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 2662, 10 for ordinary people. Skills, close combat, Grandmaster, painting, Grandmaster, calligraphy, God, piano, Grandmaster, music, master, art, God, firearms. Master, 18 martial arts, Grandmaster, assassination, Grandmaster, chess, Grandmaster, tai chi, God, medicine, Grandmaster, gambling, Grandmaster. Carving, Master, flying knife, Grandmaster, driving skills, God, Bajiquan, Grandmaster, hacker, Grandmaster, massage, God, hypnosis, Grandmaster, level, rope art. God level, various musical instruments, Master level, disguise, Master level, bartending, God level, fishing, Master level, bagwazong, God level, fashion design, Master level. Items, God killing dagger, immortal rope, Master key, 1, small whip, bad luck card X5, protective jade pendant, storage ring X14. Special, portable space, 10 cubic meters, teleportation, cheating too much, telekinesis, perspective, danger prediction, lightning control, dual cultivation of women, immunity to all poisons, hand of God, fire control, invisibility 343, soul leading dream, wood control, photographic memory, healing, mind control, water control. Emotional value 2873. Free attribute 0. Back home at night. Several daughters are chatting in the courtyard. They are 6 older daughters, including Xu Qingshan who has just returned. Xiao Wanzhe is taken care of by Su Wancho, and they finally have free time. Seeing Xu Hao coming back, Xu Huai came over immediately. Holding Xu Hao's arm, shaking him and acting like a spoiled child. Dad, did you bring me a gift? Knowing that Xu Hao often brings back good things. Every time Xu Hao comes back, he asks. Wants to be the first to try. Has asked several times. Xu Hao thought, this time, I really didn't draw anything for my daughters. Somehow, lace underwear came to mind. Is this a good gift? Not bad. I believe you can gain a lot of emotional points. But it's not suitable to give it out now. It's okay for a few daughters to conquer. Xu Qingshan, who already has a very bad impression of him, will be furious when she sees it. Give it next time. Suddenly, his mind changed. He thought of the storage ring he drew. This thing is useless to him. It can be given to his daughters. This also confirms his lie that he got the inheritance. Will be more convinced of him. The second daughter, Xu Qingshan, was also present. I believe that she would start to believe his lies after seeing the storage ring. It would be much easier to win her over. The main problem is that it cannot be known by outsiders. The daughters are all smart people and will not reveal it. Xu Qingshan is his daughter after all. When it comes to her sisters, she knows what to say and what not to say. 4 inches and 1. He thought it was okay to take out the storage ring. So Xu Hao smiled and said, Moss. Xu Huai's eyes lit up. She just asked symbolically, but she didn't expect a surprise. Is there really a gift? What is it? Where did you put it, Dad? Xu Huai searched Xu Hao eagerly. Here. Xu Hao smiled. With a flip of his wrist, a ring appeared in his hand. The ring was dazzling, mysterious and charming. In the afterglow of the setting sun, it reflected a dreamy light. The ring's setting was delicate and exquisite, with exquisite patterns carved on it, showing extraordinary craftsmanship. Xu Huai was stunned. Coming back to her senses, she blushed and said shyly. Dad, isn't this appropriate? Not far away. Xu Qingshan saw this scene and her eyebrows jumped. Even though she came back, she had seen many younger sisters getting close to Xu Hao. Every time she saw it, she still wanted to get angry. How could she be a daughter? Xu Hao didn't care. She suspected Xu Hao had impure intentions. Then she saw Xu Hao took out a ring and gave it to her younger sister. Xu Qingshan was angry. She stood up and shouted loudly. Xu Hao, what are you doing? The atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became tense. Chapter 302, Showing Love. Throwing yourself into my arms. My daughter's attitude has changed. I want. In the quiet courtyard, the setting sun shines on the ground, casting mottled light and shadows. Xu Qingshan was sitting quietly on the side. There was a little bored look on her face. Seeing Xu Hao handing a ring to Xu Huai, Xu Qingshan yelled. Suddenly, Xu Hongzhuang, Xu Qingshe and other girls were stunned. At a loss for a moment, Xu Qingshan walked over quickly. Looking at Xu Hao, her eyes seemed to be about to spit fire. Xu Hongzhuang and other girls couldn't help but be confused. I don't understand why Xu Qingshan was so angry. It's just a ring. Not all rings are shown. In fact, Xu Qingshan has been seeing her sisters getting close to Xu Hao, and she is unhappy. In addition, she suspects Xu Hao has ulterior motives. The accumulated emotions suddenly burst out at this moment. Xu Hao crossed his arms, watching the furious second daughter leisurely. Smiled. What's wrong with me? Why did you give Wei a ring? What's your intention? Xu Qingshan was furious. How can a father give his daughter a ring? Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. Said slowly. This is just a gift, representing my blessing and care for Wei. You girl, why are you so complicated? Xu Qingshan's eyes widened. Care? Is there such care as you? Aren't you afraid of gossip? Xu Hao shook his head. Qingshan, you think too much. In my heart, my love for you is pure, without the mess you think. Xu Hongzhuang also spoke at this time. Second sister, Dad must have no other intentions, don't be so excited. Xu Qingshe echoed. Yes, second sister, you misunderstood. The other girls also persuaded. Xu Qingshan looked at her sisters, and then looked at Xu Hao. Still said angrily. Anyway, I think it's abnormal. Xu Hao sighed. Qingshan, you have to try to trust your father and don't be so sensitive all the time. Xu Qingshan bit her lip and stopped talking. But the anger on her face still did not dissipate. Suddenly, Xu Huai took the ring from Xu Hao's hand. She stuck out her tongue at Xu Qingshan. This is a gift from my father. I like it very much. You can't control it, second sister. Xu Qingshan was furious. Before she could get angry, Xu Huai leaned over and gave her a Trojan horse to anger her. He looked at her proudly. Xu Qingshan became even angrier. She felt more and more that Xu Hao had bad intentions towards his sisters. At this time, Xu Hao stood up to explain. This is not an ordinary ring for Wei. There is a space inside that can store items. The girls were shocked when they heard this. Xu Feiyan widened her eyes. Space ring. I've only seen it in novels. How can it appear in reality? Xu Qingshe also looked confused and stammered. This, why does it sound so fantastic? Is it true? Unbelievable. Xu Huai's eyes were shining with excitement. Wow, if there really is a space to store items, that would be great. Xu Qingshan held her hands in front of her. She said with disdain. HMPH, don't be naive, he must have made it up to deceive you, there is no such magical thing. Xu Hao ignored her. Pick up the ring, slip it gently on Xu Huai's hand. A drop of blood dripped on the ring. The healing spell was activated, and the wound was restored to its original state. Feel it with your heart, can you feel a space? After dripping blood to recognize the master. Xu Huai felt the connection between himself and the ring. He was in doubt. Could it be true? He closed his eyes obediently to feel it. Sure enough, he felt a foggy space. It was 1 cubic meter. Xu Huai opened her eyes, looking surprised. It's true, there is really a space, I saw it, ha ha ha. The girls were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Oh my god, it's unbelievable, there is really a cubic space. How is this possible? It doesn't look like Wei is lying. Xu Qingshan pouted. Act, keep acting, let's see how long you can act. Xu Hao asked Xu Huai to try to collect the items. Xu Huai began to try. Seeing a doll on the table next to him, it belonged to Xiao Wanger. With a thought, he took it in. The girls opened their mouths wide, all in a daze. Looking at it, they really wanted to stuff something in it. Is it fake? How did it disappear? Is it a magic trick? Xu Qingshan wiped her eyes in disbelief. Xu Huai was already having a lot of fun. Put the things into the space and put them out again. The movements were extremely skillful, just like a magic trick. The girls didn't believe it at first, and they all took things to Xu Huai. Xu Huai made the things disappear in an instant. The girls checked but couldn't find it. The next moment, the things appeared in front of them again. The girls were all dumbfounded and speechless. Even Xu Qingshan had to believe it. The worldview collapsed. After coming to their senses, Xu Hongzhuang, Xu Qingshe, and Xu Feiyan didn't care about the delicate relationship with Xu Hao. And Xu Xiqing rushed to Xu Hao. Dad, I want one too. Dad, you can't be partial. My little sister has them all, I want one too. Xu Hao smiled. He took out 5 rings again. He dripped blood on them one by one. Afterwards, the girls seemed to have discovered a new world. They excitedly tried to use the space function of the rings and had a lot of fun. Great, I don't need to carry a school bag to school in the future, I can just put all the sketchbooks in it. Needles don't poke, and I don't need to carry documents everywhere, I can put them all in this ring. I like this gift so much, thank you Dad. In their joy, the girls threw themselves into Xu Hao's arms to show their gratitude. Xu Qingshan's face darkened again. Xu Hao also held a ring and gestured to Xu Qingshan. Qingshan, this is yours. Seeing the sisters having fun, Xu Qingshan felt like she was in a dream. She still had a fluke. She thought that Xu Hao had teamed up with the sisters to deceive her. It's no wonder that she didn't believe it even at this point. She has always believed in science. This kind of thing beyond the scope of science is really unacceptable. The doubt in her heart drove her to go over. After Xu Hao helped to recognize the master, she also saw that space and was completely dumbfounded. At this time, Qingshan couldn't help but think of what her sisters told her. Xu Hao got the inheritance. She didn't believe it before. At this moment, she began to believe it slowly. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the origin of the ring. But it is impossible for her to recognize Xu Hao immediately. Xu Qingshan took off the ring, handed it back to Xu Hao. This is too expensive, I can't take it. Xu Hao waved his hand. Keep it, it was originally given to you, and the ring has been living on you. Xu Qingshan was in a complicated mood. After hesitating for a moment, she said shamefully. Thank you, I'm sorry just now, I misunderstood. She is not a person who makes trouble for no reason. Admit it if you were wrong. This ring cannot be measured by money. Xu Hao gave it to her like this. No matter what, she has to thank him. Xu Hao told the girls to keep it a secret. The girls knew the seriousness of the matter and bought it seriously. The Ma group was in a gloomy mood. The employees were panicking and the office was in chaos. The documents were scattered all over the floor and no one cared. In the finance office, the accountants were busy calculating the accounts. Every cold number seemed to be announcing the end of the Ma family. In the conference room, a group of executives quarreled and blamed each other. No effective solution was available. Ever since being targeted by the Xu group, their lives have become more and more difficult. The head of the Ma family sat in the first seat, looking at the chaotic scene. His face was so gloomy that water could drip out, and his eyes were bloodshot. He had already scolded his son. It was all because of this B*****. He offended Xu Hao's secretary. He brought disaster to the family. He wanted to slap this useless son to death several times. But his hand stopped in midair. After all, he was his own son. Seeing that everyone was still arguing, the head of the Ma family stood up suddenly. He threw the documents in his hand hard on the table. He roared, "Stop arguing." However, his roar did not work. Everyone fled when disaster struck. The company was going bankrupt. Who would respect him as a boss? The head of the Ma family was discouraged. He returned to the office alone. He slumped in his chair, looking at the prosperous scene outside the window. He felt bitter. The company was about to go bankrupt. He had no way to deal with the giant Xu group. Just when he was thinking that he still had some money in his hand and was planning to flee abroad, a vice president hurried in. His face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He said with a heavy breath, "Chairman, there is a way." The head of the Ma family raised his eyelids. He did not hold out hope. What is the way? The vice president calmed down his breath. I just got the news that the Xu family and the Zhou family have a grudge. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Xu family is a top-tier family, and we can't afford to offend them. But the Zhou family is also a top-tier family. We can seek protection from the Zhou family. The head of the Ma family frowned. His face was still worried. Are you talking about the auction competition at the charity gala? The media reported it seriously, but it's actually not a big deal. Both families are top families, they won't fall out over such a small matter. The vice president approached the head of the Ma family and spoke in a low voice. Chairman, this time is different. I got accurate information. The Zhou family leader was planning to take advantage of Xu Hao's junior sister, which made Xu Hao very angry. They were ready to fight to the death. We can just take this opportunity to ask the Zhou family for help. Maybe the Zhou family will help us because we are fighting against the Xu family together. The Ma family leader listened to the vice president's words and fell into deep thought, weighing the feasibility of this method. Although it felt strange. But he couldn't care less. If there is no way out, the company will go bankrupt. He had to try it anyway. He didn't want to live a good life and was exiled everywhere. The Ma family leader immediately took out his phone. Called the Zhou family leader, that is, Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu had just returned from the hospital. The injury from Xu Hao's beating had not healed yet, and he was seriously injured by Xiaolong again. He was so angry. When he thought of the misunderstanding, his face turned red and his neck became thick. Xiaolong was not a turtle at all. He was taught a lesson by Xu Hao and became honest. He thought Xiaolong was afraid of Xu Hao. Hao's identity. He was beaten for nothing. He was even more angry at Xu Hao. The phone rang. Zhou Mu picked it up and saw that it was the head of the Ma family calling. The Ma family is not weak. Although it is not a top family, it is also worth tens of billions. They often cooperate with these big families. It is normal to have contact information. Zhou Mu frowned. Why did the head of the Ma family call him? He knew that the Ma family was being suppressed and targeted by Xu Hao. Why did he call himself? If he wanted to ask him for help to deal with Xu Hao, it would be fine. He has a system, and what he needs to do is to grow slowly. He will take action against Xu Hao when he has enough power. He is not as strong as Xu Hao in terms of strength and power. It is stupid to be an enemy of Xu Hao. However, he felt a sense of sympathy for the Ma family. They were all targeted by Xu Hao. What's the matter, Mr. Ma? Hello, Mr. Zhou, I heard that you have a grudge against Xu Hao, is that true? Zhou Mu was silent, thinking of Xu Hao snatching the heroine and getting his daughter pregnant. He was furious. His breathing gradually became rapid. The head of the Ma family heard it and was happy. He was so angry. It seems that the two people have a real grudge. This is settled. As long as enough price is paid, the Ma family can be saved. Mr. Zhou, Xiao Ma does have something to do, is it convenient to meet? The head of the Ma family was very humble. It was related to whether the company would go bankrupt or not, so he had to be humble. It was not clear on the phone. He wanted to talk to Zhou Mu privately. It was also good to talk about the price to be paid. The Zhou family was not a charity, and would not help for free. There must be a price to pay. Zhou Mu frowned when he heard the request of the head of Ma family to meet privately. He didn't want to agree. Anyway, he wouldn't help to deal with Xu Hao. But he thought it was just a meeting. It didn't necessarily mean asking him for help. Maybe there was something else. It was just right for him to find out what he knew about Xu Hao. At worst, he would ask for help. Just refuse. So, the words of refusal turned into a word. Hang up the phone. The head of Ma family tightly grasped the phone, his expression excited. The head of Zhou family couldn't be unaware of his current troubles. He was still willing to meet. It can be imagined that he wanted to help. Finally saw hope. It was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw in the dark. The deputy general manager next to him asked cautiously. Chairman, how is it? The head of Ma family patted him on the shoulder. You did a good job. As long as the head of Zhou family is willing to help, we will be saved. In the evening, the head of the Ma family met Zhou Mu in a luxury hotel. The head of the Ma family was waiting at the door early, looking forward to it. Seeing Zhou Mu appear, he ran over happily, with a big smile on his face. Mr. Zhou, you are finally here. It's Ma Zhu's honor to meet you. As she said this, she personally opened the car door for Zhou Mu. She stretched out her hand to protect the door frame. She was afraid that Zhou Mu would hit his head. Zhou Mu raised his head slightly. He really enjoyed this feeling. The two of them walked into the hotel talking and laughing. They didn't notice. The harmonious scene of the two was captured by the camera in the corner. Walked into the hotel. The head of the Ma family generously ordered a large table of delicious food. At the dinner, they talked a lot. From business to family matters. The head of the Ma family kept trying to please Zhou Mu, constantly toasting and picking up dishes. I felt it was time. The head of the Ma family finally plucked up the courage to ask for help. But Zhou Mu put down his chopsticks and said lightly, "Boss Ma, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. I have a good relationship with the Xu family. It's all rumors that I have a grudge against Xu Hao." The head of the Ma family looked dejected when he heard this. The whole person seemed to have lost his energy and spirit in an instant, and he just sat there. Just when the two were having dinner, a piece of news was like a storm, and it quickly became a hot search on all major platforms. Shock! The Zhou family has joined forces with the Ma family to compete with the Xu family. The whole network was in an uproar, and there was a lot of discussion. The Xu family is about to bring down the Ma family, but at this critical moment, the head of the Ma family and the head of the Zhou family are having a good chat. No one would believe that there is no trick. This is definitely the rhythm of the two families joining forces. It seems that there will be a business war, and the storm is coming. The Xu family is a giant. The Zhou family dares to join forces with the Ma family to fight. It's really bold. Various speculations and analyses filled the internet. The heat continued to rise. Countless eyes are watching the follow-up development. Chapter 303, Playing with the Little Fox. The little secretary fell, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. In a luxurious private room, Zhou Mu rejected the request of the head of the Ma family. The head of the Ma family collapsed on the ground like a deflated ball. He was really finished this time. Zhou Mu couldn't help but feel a little sympathy when he saw this. But he was powerless. His strength was not enough. Even if he wanted to kill Xu Hao, he couldn't put the contradiction on the surface. There was a rapid knock on the door. Zhou Mu frowned. "I wonder if they are talking about something. Come in." As the voice fell, a figure ran in a panic. It was the housekeeper of the Zhou family. ****, 17. The housekeeper eagerly told the hot search news about the alliance between the two families to deal with the Xu family. "What?" Zhou Mu's face changed drastically. He quickly took out his mobile phone. As expected, he saw the hot search news. The news attached several photos of them talking and laughing. Click on the comment area. Many comments such as "Zhou family want to help Ma family and boycott Xu family" came into view. Zhou Mu's face was extremely ugly. He just came to meet with the head of Ma family. How could he be photographed? And it was rumored that he wanted to be an enemy of Xu Hao. He didn't want to confront Xu Hao now. Zhou Mu felt something was wrong. He met with the head of Ma family on impulse. No one should know. How could he be photographed by chance? Looking at those photos again, the shooting distance was a bit far. No wonder he didn't notice it with his Dan Jin. Because of this, he was more suspicious. It was obviously arranged long ago. He was calculated. The other party wanted to tie his Zhou family and Ma family tightly on a boat to compete with Xu family. Zhou Mu's dangerous eyes fell on the head of Ma family. "You calculated me." The eyes of the head of Ma family were full of confusion. He waved his hand quickly. "Mr. Zhou, it's not me. I really didn't do that." Zhou Mu's face kept changing. He slapped the table. With a click, the garden was torn into pieces. "Don't let me find out that you are behind the scenes," he threatened. Zhou Mu waved his hand and left angrily with the housekeeper. The next day, Xu Group. President's office. Xu Hao finished his work. Leaning back on a comfortable office chair, his eyes turned to the little fox Leng Bingji beside him. The little fox's fur was snow white, like a soft cloud. It was lying lazily on the table, so cute. Xu Hao's mouth corners raised. He stretched out his finger and scratched the little fox's chin. The little fox was enjoying it at first and squinted his eyes. After reacting, he was alert instantly. Xu Hao became playful. He held the little fox in his arms. He rubbed its belly. The little fox could still bear it at first. But Xu Hao got more and more excited, and his speed gradually slowed down. The little fox's expression began to become a little uncomfortable. It twisted its body, trying to avoid Xu Hao's big hand. But Xu Hao didn't let it go. He pulled its tail from time to time. The little fox was very angry, and its limbs kept struggling. It wanted to break free from Xu Hao's claws. However, Xu Hao was too strong. The little fox's struggle was useless. Its ears drooped back, and it was bullied. Leng Bingji was so angry that her teeth itched. Xu Hao is so hateful. He only knows how to bully her. But facing Xu Hao's strength, it is helpless. It can only let him do whatever he wants. Leng Bingji opened her mouth. It seemed that she wanted to bite Xu Hao. But she finally held back. She knew that doing so, it would only cause more trouble. She just wanted to see how she dared to be angry but not speak. Xu Hao continued to tease the little fox. Sometimes it was like petting a cat, and sometimes it was facing up and tickling. The little fox was panting from being tossed around. Its hair was messy. Finally, the little fox seemed to have given up resistance. It lay on the table motionless. Tired, destroy it. But those beautiful eyes were still staring at Xu Hao hatefully. Ding Lang Bingji was extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 793. He harvested a lot of emotional value again. Xu Hao stopped his action with satisfaction. BER. The office door was knocked at this time. Come in. As Xu Hao spoke, the office door was slowly pushed open. A figure walked in. It was Ji Feishui, a secretary in a capable professional suit. She had a curvy figure. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, making her look even more sexy and charming. She had long black hair tied behind her head, looking elegant and generous. After working as a secretary of Xu's group for half a year, her temperament had already been developed. In addition, Xu Hao had to harvest the emotional value. Most of the affairs were left to her. Now, she had a kind of majesty of a superior in her every move. Xu Hao was not wrong about her. The ability of this female business heroine is beyond doubt. Handled the company affairs in an orderly manner. However, her face looked a little bad at this time. The reason was that she saw the news of the union of the Ma family and the Zhou family when she woke up early in the morning. What does the Zhou family mean? It is one of the top families in Shanghai with a market value of hundreds of billions. Although not as powerful as the Xu family, it is also very powerful. Recently, she has been attacking the Ma family and vowed to avenge her parents. Now the Ma family and the Zhou family are mixed together. Xu Hao asked her to deal with the Ma family, involving a top family. She didn't know whether Xu Hao was still willing to support her. Ji Feishui was uneasy, decided to come over and ask. It's Feishui, come over for tea. Xu Hao had just made tea. Seeing Ji Feishui coming over, he called out. Poured her a cup of tea. Ji Feishui came over. She knew that this trillionaire was not arrogant. She sat down in front of the coffee table, picked up the teacup and took a sip. It tasted sweet and mellow. Every time she drank Xu Hao's tea, she had an endless aftertaste. Feishui, you don't look very good, did you encounter something? Xu Hao asked with concern. Ji Feishui opened her mouth and hesitated again and again. In the end, she told the story about the Ma family climbing up the Zhou family's thighs and trying to escape suppression. After speaking, she looked at Xu Hao. She was in a state of confusion. I wonder if Xu Hao will let her withdraw her suppression of the Ma family. She returned to China to seek revenge. She wanted to start a company on her own and let the Ma family get the punishment they deserved. She accidentally joined the Xu group. Half a year passed quickly. She had gotten used to the days in the Xu group, especially the subtle relationship between her and Xu Hao. Every time she got along with Xu Hao, there would always be unexpected little accidents. At first, she had no good feelings for Xu Hao. As time went by, different feelings quietly sprouted. If Xu Hao didn't let her take action against the Ma family, in order to seek revenge, she had no choice but to leave the Xu group. She couldn't help but feel reluctant. To her surprise, Xu Hao just said, "Oh." His expression was calm. Ji Feishui was surprised. She didn't understand what Xu Hao meant. She could only watch Xu Hao drinking tea leisurely. Time passed by. Ji Feishui couldn't hold back after all. She asked tentatively, Mr. Xu, then I will take back the plan against the Ma family. Xu Hao looked at her in surprise. Why do you want to take it back? Ji Feishui pursed her lips. She was confused and didn't know how to start. Xu Hao suddenly smiled. Are you worried that the Ma family will get close to the Zhou family? So I will be concerned about the Zhou family and give up suppressing the Ma family. Ji Feishui was stunned for a moment. The Zhou family is also a top family. Although the Xu family is stronger than the Zhou family. But it is currently in rapid development. Stable development is important, and it is not advisable to have any complications. Xu Hao continued, no matter who helps the Ma family, they are all enemies of my Xu family. Just solve them. Don't say the Zhou family, even if all the top families in the Magic City unite, it will be useless. At this moment, Xu Hao's domineering aura is fully revealed. Ji Feishui realized that she was wrong. She shouldn't have doubted Xu Hao. thinking that Xu Hao was willing to be an enemy of a top family because of her, and to fight to the end. She was slightly touched. The Ma family harmed your parents, so they should be punished accordingly. I will let everyone know that you are my person, and no one can bully you. Xu Hao's words were sonorous and powerful. Ji Feishui was moved. Especially the 5 words, "You are my person." It made her heart ripple. At this moment, she could no longer suppress her inner emotions. Said sincerely, "Mr. Xu, thank you." The little fox lying on the table rolled her eyes. Another woman who was fooled. She often stayed with Xu Hao. Naturally knew that the Ma family's visit to the Zhou family was a play directed and performed by Xu Hao. I thought he just wanted to use this to start a war with the Zhou family. I didn't expect that he was still fooling the ignorant girl here. The longer she got along with Xu Hao, the more she felt the horror of Xu Hao. She couldn't guess how many bad thoughts were in his mind. Of course, she became more honest because of this. If Xu Hao was annoyed, he would really kill him. Xu Hao's eyes flashed with a smile. He originally just wanted to find an opportunity to attack the Zhou family. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. As long as the Ma family and the Zhou family are dealt with, this female protagonist will not be able to escape from the palm of his hand. Collect some benefits first. He grabbed Ji Feishui's hand. Said affectionately, "With our relationship, do you still need to say thank you?" Facing those deep eyes, Ji Feishui trembled. When she came to her senses, she was already in Xu Hao's arms. Found that his face was close at hand. Her eyes widened. Gradually, she was addicted to it. She had no idea why she threw herself into his arms. Could it be that she couldn't suppress her feelings for Xu Hao? For a moment, she was confused. Of course, Ji Feishui didn't know. Xu Hao just hypnotized her a little. Ding. Ji Feishui was flustered, emotional value +876. The news on the internet about the Ma family and the Zhou family joining forces to deal with the Xu family is getting more and more intense. The fishing boat was surging like a tide. Xu's group has not said anything. Everything was calm. It was like the calm before the storm. Zhou Mu paced back and forth in the company. His forehead was covered with sweat. If Xu Hao believed these rumors, just deal with him together. He didn't want to confront Xu Hao right now. Zhou Mu told his secretary, "Hold a press conference." The secretary didn't dare to neglect it. At the press conference, Zhou Mu looked sincere. He tried to keep his voice calm. Those on the internet are all rumors. Our Zhou family has nothing to do with the Ma family, and Zhou has always been on good terms with Mr. Xu. The people in the audience didn't buy it. They whispered to each other and talked a lot. Haha, it's easy to say. Who doesn't know that the Xu family is suppressing the Ma family? At the critical moment when the situation is tense, you are chatting happily with the head of the Ma family in a high-end restaurant. Now you say it's okay, do you believe it? Are we all blind? Do you think we are 3-year-old children who are so easy to fool? That's right, the fight between the Xu family and the Ma family has been going on for more than 1 or 2 days. Everyone is watching. Your Zhou family jumped out and said it's okay. Do you think that we, the bystanders, are brainless and can't distinguish right from wrong? Do you think you can cover up the matter with just a few words? You said you have always been on good terms with the Xu family, so why didn't your Zhou family stand up and support the Xu family when the Xu family attacked the Ma family? Instead, you have frequent contact with the head of the Ma family. What secrets are there? Not long after, Xu Group also held a press conference. The one who appeared was Secretary Ji Feishui. She stood on the stage elegantly with a calm look. We, the Xu Group, will investigate this matter thoroughly and will not fear any enemy. The voice was clear and firm. The flashlights in the audience kept flashing. Zhou Mu watched Ji Feishui's performance at the press conference in his office, and he felt more and more uneasy. The unpleasant premonition became stronger and stronger. This misunderstanding must be resolved. He didn't want to be destroyed before he developed. It was Xu Hao's intention not to take action against Zhou Mu immediately. If he couldn't wait to take action, it would arouse suspicion. It's better to produce some evidence after a while. I believe no one will say anything more. It's also easy to get evidence. Just let someone secretly help the Ma family. Everyone will think of the Zhou family. However, Xu Hao temporarily put aside his calculations. At this time, he was at the home of Zhou Mu's daughter, Fang Anruo. Fang Anruo was pregnant. After the initial confusion, she had recovered. Seeing that Xu Hao cared more about her, He was also very concerned about the baby in her belly. She felt warm in her heart. 0.0 Afterwards, the two of them snuggled together in bed and watched TV. Xu Hao deliberately switched to the news channel. It happened to be broadcasting the news that the Zhou family and the Ma family joined forces to deal with the Xu family. Fang Anruo knew about this. Now seeing the relevant reports again, he couldn't help but ask nervously. Uncle Xu, is this true? Are they going to unite to deal with you? Xu Hao pretended to hesitate. Sighed. After preliminary investigation, the Zhou family is indeed close to the Ma family. Ah, what should I do? Will Uncle Xu be in trouble? Fang Anruo was very worried. She felt that the Zhou family was involved for her reasons. She couldn't help but feel guilty. Afterwards, she gritted her teeth and said, Uncle Xu, why don't I go find that Zhou Mu and ask him not to interfere? Maybe she was a little surprised that she would say that. He just wanted to test her attitude towards Zhou Mu as a father. After all, Fang Anruo was pregnant. Her attitude determined the way to attack Zhou Mu. Xu Hao scratched her nose. The tone was gentle. I'm not afraid of their alliance, I'm just worried that I'll go too far with the Zhou family and make you unhappy. Fang Anruo was touched. I didn't expect Uncle Xu to care about her feelings so much. She said firmly, Uncle Xu, don't worry about me. I have nothing to do with the Zhou family. I hope that unfaithful man will go bankrupt. Thinking of the hardships her mother had raised her alone, she was deeply touched. She gritted her teeth at Zhou Mu. Anruo, do you really think so? Fang Anruo nodded heavily. Xu Hao couldn't help but smile when he saw that she was not lying. Unexpectedly, this plan against the Zhou family had unexpected gains. First, a breakthrough was found against the Zhou family. Second, Ji Feishui was moved. Third, Fang Anruo was thanked. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 304, Daughter's Instinctive Reaction. Too Shameful. Playing. Action. A technology company affiliated to Xu Group. It was established by Xu Hao in the past 6 months. It is responsible for the research and development of cutting-edge achievements. Virtual technology is one of them. However, because the technology is too advanced, a group of researchers have tried their best. But they still can't break through the bottleneck. Until Xu Hao personally pointed out that the research was pushed to the final stage. In fact, after looking at the technology, there is no need to go to great lengths. All this is a trap set for the second daughter. Even if the daughters are very smart, they can't think of the problem. This day, Xu Hao came to the company for inspection. In the research room, Xu Qingshan frowned. She was thinking hard about the research plan. After Xu Hao's teaching in dreams many times, she has already established herself in the R&D team and led everyone. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Xu Qingshan wants to make a bigger breakthrough. Just at this time, Xu Hao slowly walked into the research room. Xu Qingshan was slightly startled when she saw Xu Hao coming in. It overlapped with her dream in a trance, because she often dreamed that she was taught by Xu Hao in this research room. Since Xu Hao gave her a storage ring beyond her cognition, Xu Qingshan has begun to believe what the sisters said, and tried to accept Xu Hao. Not like before. As soon as she saw Xu Hao, she felt disgusted. It's a good sign, Xu Hao said with a smile. You are busy, I will come to see. Then he paced around the research room and observed. Xu Qingshan hesitated for a moment, but still said, I will accompany you. So he was led by his daughter to visit. Walked to a laboratory table. Xu Hao picked up a record book and flipped through it. There was a movement of raising his hand. Xu Qingshan suddenly covered her head and shrank her neck unconsciously. In the dream, Xu Hao checked her homework. Often hit her head for failing. Although it didn't hurt, but she was too old to be hit. She tried to avoid it but couldn't. Familiar environment, and seeing this familiar scene, Xu Qingshan instinctively thought Xu Hao was going to play her finger again. However, she didn't feel the finger as she imagined. Then she realized that this was not a dream. She was extremely embarrassed. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ding. Xu Qingshan picked her feet awkwardly, emotional value plus 456. Xu Hao looked at her in surprise. A barely perceptible smile flashed in his eyes. Yes, he did it on purpose. I came to inspect the company today. I came to see and harvest my daughter. Xu Hao didn't stop. After reading the research records, he went to the next project. After a while, Xu Hao stopped in front of a model and reached out to take it. Xu Qingshan quickly reached out to take it. He handed it to Xu Hao. His attitude was extremely respectful. After doing this, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. The memory in the dream was playing tricks on her again. Otherwise, how could she be so obedient, like a good daughter? In the dream, Xu Hao emphasized the importance of respecting teachers. I am your teacher. How can you, a student, ask me to do it myself? At first, Xu Qingshan disagreed. After being beaten up by Xu Hao for a few times, she became obedient. Xu Hao nodded. Seeing this, Xu Qingshan felt more like the teacher Xu Hao in the dream. She almost couldn't help but run away. At this time, Xu Hao picked up the pointer beside him and observed. Xu Qingshan saw this, subconsciously covering her back, with a frightened expression on her face. Xu Hao asked in confusion. What's wrong? Xu Qingshan felt extremely ashamed. Her cheeks flushed, and she stammered. She was very upset. How could she do such a thing? And Xu Hao saw it. Xu Hao had a particularly deep memory of holding a teaching stick. He had been beaten many times. It had become subconscious. Xu Hao smiled. Are you too tired recently? Xu Qingshan shook her head. She didn't dare to say it was because of those strange dreams. Let me see. Xu Hao grabbed her hand and felt her pulse. Xu Qingshan was horrified. She wanted to break free. But knowing that Xu Hao knew medical skills, she didn't say anything. It just felt a little strange. After checking, Xu Hao let go. You're a little overworked. I know you want to develop it as soon as possible, but you don't have to relax often. R&D is important, but the body is the capital of the revolution. Xu Hao said seriously. I know. Xu Qingshan tried to calm herself down. But her thoughts always drifted to those strange dreams. And the embarrassing reaction just now. Seeing her absent-minded, Xu Hao sighed and said. Qingshan, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You can tell me if you have any difficulties. Xu Qingshan was slightly startled. Looking up at Xu Hao, there was a hint of complexity in her eyes. The words came to her lips, but she didn't know how to start. Xu Hao patted her shoulder. Okay, you continue to be busy, I'm leaving first. Remember, take care of yourself. Xu Qingshan looked at Xu Hao's departing back, feeling mixed emotions. The scenes in the dream kept appearing in her mind. They were completely different people from the Xu Hao in reality. Xu Hao in the dream was strict and often bullied her. But Xu Hao in reality was so gentle. Xu Qingshan calmed down. Put aside these distracting thoughts and return to work. Ding. Xu Qingshan was flustered, emotional value +654. Left the company. Xu Hao got in the car and prepared to go home. Hong Qiangwei said, Master, everything has been arranged. Are we going to start now? Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. The storm of the Zhou family and the Ma family's alliance is still sweeping. Xu Hao asked Hong Qiangwei to find the company and prepare to secretly help the Ma family. Zhou Mu had to take the blame for this. In the evening, the Ma group was gloomy. Compared with a few days ago, the atmosphere was more depressing. As the suppression of the Xu group intensified, many employees resigned. Shareholders also sold their shares in a panic. It was only a matter of 1 or 2 days before bankruptcy. The head of the Ma family had not left yet. In fact, he had compromised. Without help, what right did his Ma family have to fight the Xu family? The head of the Ma family was ready to run away. The reason why he hadn't left yet was to try his best to cash out more. In just a few days, his hair was mostly white and he looked haggard. Suddenly, the vice president ran into the office excitedly. His voice was trembling, Boss Ma, we are saved. Someone has helped us. The head of the Ma family frowned and asked in confusion, what's going on? The vice president panted, someone has reached a cooperation with us. We can give our products to him to handle and guarantee that they can be sold. The head of the Ma family was refreshed and asked, who is it? Who is willing to help us at this time? The vice president smiled mysteriously. The other party deliberately concealed his identity, but after my investigation, it was an inconspicuous company of the Zhou family. The head of the Ma family's eyes lit up. Then he looked puzzled. Isn't the Zhou family unwilling to help us? The deputy general manager said. It is not appropriate for the Zhou family to be an enemy of the Xu family in public, but they will still provide help in secret. Okay, with the help of the Zhou family, we can survive. The head of the Ma family was overjoyed. He quickly called Zhou Mu to thank him. The call was connected. The head of the Ma family said excitedly. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much for helping me at this critical moment. This kindness will be remembered in my Ma family. Zhou Mu was confused on the other end of the phone. He heard the head of the Ma family continue to speak. When my Ma family survives this, there will be a big reward. He hung up the phone. The head of the Ma family became excited and began to prepare. What he didn't know was that the conversation between the two just now had been recorded. He answered the phone in a daze. Zhou Mu was at a loss. He sat on the sofa with a frown. I just felt that the bad premonition in my heart was getting stronger. He said to the secretary beside him. Go and investigate for me, what's going on? The secretary replied. Yes, Mr. Zhou, I'll check it now. After a while, the secretary came back in a hurry. He said nervously. Mr. Zhou, the specific situation has not been found out yet, but it seems that an inconspicuous company under our Zhou family has reached a cooperation with the Ma family. Zhou Mu slapped the table and stood up. How come I don't know anything? Keep checking for me. The secretary nodded timidly. Zhou Mu paced back and forth in the room, feeling irritable. It must not be the Ma family that he helped. Who is it? Is it the person who planned to expose his meeting with the head of the Ma family before? Forced him to join forces with the Ma family to deal with the Xu family. He investigated after he came back, but got no results. It shouldn't be the Ma family. Zhou Mu's eyes flashed. If this matter is exposed, he said he had no connection with the Ma family, would others believe him? Although it was done in a covert way. But it was found that it was his company. In this way, the fact that he had joined forces with the Ma family to deal with the Xu family was confirmed. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Zhou's scalp tingled. At night, a piece of news was like a bombshell, quickly becoming a hot search. It's confirmed, the Zhou family and the Ma family are in alliance, and the Zhou family secretly helps the Ma family. The news was accompanied by recordings and detailed evidence of the Zhou family helping the Ma family. How can Zhou Mu explain this now? The whole network was talking about it. I knew that the two families had been in collusion for a long time, but the head of the Zhou family was too hypocritical. He helped the Ma family. What's wrong with admitting it? On the surface, he said that he was on good terms with the Xu family and would not help the Ma family, but secretly provided sales channels, playing the game of one thing on the surface and another on the back to the extreme. I have seen the true face of the head of the Zhou family, a hypocritical hypocrite with a sanctimonious appearance. Looking at the overwhelming comments on the internet that he and the Ma family were in league. Zhou Mu's face was terribly gloomy. Who is behind this? It has been confirmed that it is not the Ma family. There is no need to expose the Ma family. It will only speed up the Xu family's actions and offend himself. No fool would do that. Exclude the Ma family. Someone is forcing him to be an enemy of the Xu family. But who could it be? Competitors flashed through his mind. Anyone is a possibility. The secretary beside him said tremblingly. Head, the fishing reel is very unfavorable to us now. Everyone thinks we are in league with the Ma family. Zhou Mu gritted his teeth. Haven't you figured out what happened yet? Who bribed the branch manager? The secretary shook his head, looking anxious. The most urgent thing now is to explain it to the Xu family. If we are misunderstood as an enemy, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhou Mu's face kept changing. The public opinion was so strong. It was useless for him to hold a press conference to explain. He could only go to Xu Hao in person to explain it. He felt very uncomfortable when he thought that Xu Hao had made his daughter pregnant. In fact, he was not afraid of competing with Xu Hao in business. Xu Hao was indeed very powerful. The Zhou family is not weak either. The two sides fought. There is only a lose-lose ending. But if they fought, it would cost him his great crystal strength. How could he change the plot and get the system reward? So he had to grow up in a sneaky way now. He had to explain it clearly to Xu Hao. Zhou Mu wanted to meet Xu Hao, but he didn't have any contact information. He could only call Xu Hao's company. Xu Hao received the message, and a sly look flashed in his eyes. Then let's meet, the location is at Panlong Hotel. When Zhou Mu heard the location, his face changed slightly. This is where Xu Hao took down the heroine Zhang Wei. He was humiliated by Xu Hao here. But who made him be calculated now? The situation is stronger than people. He endured it. Zhou Mu prepared the dinner. He waited at the door early to greet him. The agreed time passed by minute by minute. It was not until an hour overtime that Xu Hao was late. He did it on purpose. Mr. Zhou, there was a traffic jam on the road. Do you mind if I'm late? Xu Hao said casually. Zhou Mu was furious, but he had to suppress his anger. He forced an ugly smile on his face. No, I just arrived a short time ago. Please come in. The two walked into the hotel. Zhou Mu's hands were clenched tightly at his side, and his veins were bulging. The lights in the hotel lobby were bright, but they couldn't illuminate Zhou Mu's gloomy face. Ding Zhou Mu was furious, emotional value plus 999. In the box. Zhou Mu didn't want to stay with Xu Hao for a moment. He couldn't wait to say. However, before he finished speaking, he was stopped by Xu Hao. Xu Hao tasted the food by himself. Zhou Mu frowned. Good Li Jiao. But he had to wait for Xu Hao to finish eating. After eating, Xu Hao took a tissue and wiped his mouth. Elegant manners. Xu Hao, I invited you here because I want to tell you something. I didn't join forces with the Ma family. Someone was plotting behind the scenes to make us fight on purpose. Xu Hao leaned back in his chair. He looked unconvinced. You said it was a plot, but do you have any evidence? Maybe you secretly helped the Ma family and were discovered. Zhou Mu raised his hand. I, Zhou Mu, swear that if I tell a lie, I will be struck by lightning. I haven't found the evidence yet, but can't you see something fishy? Xu Hao shook his head. Why should I believe your one-sided statement? Without evidence, I don't believe it. Zhou Mu was silent. He clenched his fists, furious. Xu Hao didn't believe him at all. If they hadn't been unable to be enemies for the time being, he would have left long ago. Xu Hao's voice rang out. It's said outside that you want to deal with me. If I don't do something, where will the Xu family's face be? Zhou Mu's face was extremely ugly. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. Finally understood. Xu Hao had no intention of talking to him. He had been playing tricks on him. He was immediately angry. Threatened. Does the Xu family and my Zhou family have to go to war? My Zhou family is not made of clay. If we really fight, the end result will only be a lose-lose situation. Xu Hao looked disdainful. Hey, both sides will suffer. Are your Zhou family worthy of this? Zhou Mu laughed in anger. Xu Hao, don't be so arrogant. If you push me too far, the worst that can happen is that both sides will be destroyed. Xu Hao laughed. Both sides will be destroyed. Who gave you the confidence? The atmosphere in the box froze instantly. Zhou Mu was furious. His chest rose and fell violently, and his eyes almost spit fire. But Xu Hao ignored him and turned around and left the team. Looking at Xu Hao's back, Zhou Mu wanted to kill him several times. He raised his hands and slowly put them down, thinking of the gap between the two of them. In the end, he suppressed his impulse. But Xu Hao returned home and started to take action against the Zhou family. Chapter 305, Bullying the sister-in-law in person. Hugging her left and right. Winning the mahjong game. After returning home, Xu Hao called his secretary Ji Feishui. The plan against the Zhou family can begin. In fact, Zhou Mu should be thankful. Xu Hao wanted to harvest more waves, so he didn't die earlier. After this period of research, Xu Hao found that Zhou Mu's system was related to making trouble. As long as he distracted his energy and didn't let him make trouble, the system would not work. Zhou Mu couldn't become stronger, so Xu Hao didn't have to be afraid. Otherwise, if it was a fast-growing system, he killed it as soon as he saw it. Strangled in the cradle, the ashes were scattered. The earthworms at home stood upright. The next day, Xu Group announced the news of taking action against the Zhou family. For a time, the whole network was in an uproar. Oh my god, the Xu Group actually took action against the Zhou family. This is really a big earthquake in the business world. Who would have thought that these two giants would develop into a head-on confrontation? I wonder how long this war will last. The fight between the Xu family and the Zhou family will probably rewrite the entire business landscape of the Magic City. What will the future market trend be like? The Xu Group has always been vigorous and resolute. Its trillion-dollar assets are confidence. The Zhou family is not a pushover. I wonder who will have the last laugh. It must be the Xu family. All parties have different views on the outcome of the fight between the two families. Most people think that the Xu family will win. Just when the Xu family and the Zhou family were fighting each other, the men Xiaolong found also arrived. On a rooftop, Xiaolong met his brothers who had not seen each other for a long time and worked hard together. 4 men and 1 woman. They are his 5 great generals. representing gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Jin Shin's voice trembled slightly. Brother, we have been looking for you for a long time. During these days when you were away, the brothers felt empty in their hearts. Yu Sen's eyes were red, and he said excitedly. Brother, for more than 2 years, without you in charge of the Dragon King Palace, we always feel that we are missing a backbone, and we look forward to your return every day. Shui Miao said with admiration in his eyes. Brother, come back with us, we all miss you. Huo Yan and Tu Yao also spoke. Several people spoke one after another, full of thoughts and expectations for Xiaolong. Xiaolong looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. A face full of melancholy. Speaking of which, I have been away for 2.5 years, and it is indeed time to go back. But not now, the 3-year period has not yet arrived. Jin Shin asked. 3-year period? What's the point? Can't I go back early? Xiaolong shook his head. This is an agreement between Wei Wei and I. Let's wait a little longer. The time is not right. Everyone was helpless, knowing that Xiaolong's decision is difficult to change. Then Dragon King, we will follow you during this period and wait for the day when you return. Know you have other things to do. Xiaolong's face gradually became serious. The few people remembered that Xiaolong asked them to come over because he had something to tell them. Brother, what do you say? We promise to complete it. Several people spoke up. The tone was light and they didn't take it to heart at all. In fact, it was true. They were all Dan Jin masters, and each of them could fight. Seeing that they were full of confidence, Xiaolong said in a deep voice. Don't underestimate the enemy, this matter is not that simple. Then the few people restrained their contempt a little, waiting for Xiaolong's further instructions. Then, Xiaolong talked about Xu Hao's strength. He was not his opponent. Of course, his subordinates were not either. Xiaolong did not let them deal with Xu Hao. He only asked them to investigate Xu Hao. Understand Xu Hao's various companies to facilitate future threats. If Xu Hao dares to mess around, he will attack those companies. No matter how strong Xu Hao is, it's useless. One person can't handle it. After hearing this, the few people were shocked. There is actually someone stronger than the eldest brother. You are a Gangjin master. The other party is also Gangjin. Is there such a strong man in the country? Don't worry, big brother, we will definitely complete the task. The faces of several people became solemn, knowing the difficulty of this task. In a tea house, Su Wancho, Yu Yun, and Mo Bingyan were drinking afternoon tea. Su Wancho is Xu Hao's wife. Before, it was because of pregnancy. Now that the child is born, there is time. As the wife, of course she has to talk to these women of Xu Hao. Tell them not to worry, she won't mind. During this period, she has met many women. The relationship is also good. Among them, she gets along very well with Yu Yun and Mo Bingyan, and often drinks tea together. Su Wancho took a sip of tea, looking at the two women with a smile. Sisters, it is a rare fate for us to sit together like this. Yu Yun stroked the hair by her ears and responded. Sister Wancho is right. I was originally in a state of anxiety, but I didn't expect that sister is so friendly. Mo Bingyan nodded. Yes, Sister Wancho, I am really grateful for your tolerance. Su Wancho waved her hand. Since we have all chosen Brother Hao, we are a family. Let's not talk about these extraneous things. The two girls nodded. Brother Hao has been very busy recently and has not had much time to accompany us. Yu Yun said with a hint of anger. Mo Bingyan asked, the news has been hot recently. Will Brother Hao and the Zhou family be in conflict? Yu Yun couldn't help but get nervous when she heard this. Su Wancho said with a smile, don't worry, it's just the Zhou family. Brother Hao doesn't take it to heart. The two girls breathed a sigh of relief. Su Wancho smiled. In the future, we will take care of each other and accompany each other, so that Brother Hao has no worries. The three girls smiled at each other, warm and harmonious. Originally, Mo Bingyan knew the relationship between his good friend Yu Yun and Xu Hao. Yu Yun was still kept in the dark. It was one day 3 months ago. The sun was softly shining on the earth. Yu Yun went on a date with Xu Hao as usual. That day, she arrived at the agreed place in advance. She was looking forward to Xu Hao's arrival. But she unexpectedly saw Mo Bingyan and Xu Hao being intimate and close. Yu Yun was struck by lightning. She never expected that. Xu Hao actually had a special relationship with his best friend behind her back. Anger, sadness, disappointment, all kinds of emotions surged in her heart. Yu Yun rushed up to question. Xu Hao, what's going on between you and Mo Bingyan? Xu Hao acted guilty. Yu Yun, listen to me. Yu Yun had tears in her eyes. I won't listen, you've been lying to me. After saying that, he turned and ran away. In the days that followed, Yu Yun fell into pain. Unable to accept the facts, she wanted to leave Xu Hao completely. But every time when it was late at night, she recalled every bit of being with Xu Hao. Those sweet moments, those warm company. She found that she couldn't leave Xu Hao. Mo Bingyan found Yu Yun and said sincerely, Xiao Yun, we hurt you, but Xu Hao's feelings for you are real, and we don't want to lose you. Under Mo Bingyan's efforts, Xu Hao fell in love with her over time. Yu Yun's heart gradually wavered. She began to think. What was there to be angry about? Xu Hao had a family, and she was originally the third party. In the end, Yu Yun chose to forgive. Accepted Xu Hao and his bestie together. Later Xu Hao is happy. He experienced the different styles of the two women at the same time. Aftertaste was more shy. Mo Bingyan was much bolder and corrected many of his friends' knowledge errors. He unlocked many tricks. Just when the three women were drinking tea, they didn't notice that several people were staring at them in a corner not far away. If not the 5 guardians of the Dragon King Palace, who else could it be? Huo Yan said with an unhappy look on his face. This is the 10th one, right? They are all stunning beauties. Xu Hao really deserves to die. He clenched his fists tightly, veins popping out on his forehead. How can Xu Hao have so many beauties around him and live in peace? Mu Sen widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. As the wife of the first wife, Xu Wanqiu can actually tolerate Xu Hao having other women and live in harmony with him. What is the charm of this guy Xu Hao? Shui Miao snorted coldly. He said indignantly, I don't understand why are these women willing to follow Xu Hao. Could it be that he knows some kind of magic to fascinate people? The eyes of several people were full of envy and jealousy towards Xu Hao. At the same time, they also felt sorry for their eldest brother Xiao Long. At Xiao Long's request, they launched an investigation into Xu Hao. To investigate Xu Hao, naturally, he couldn't escape these women who were closely related to him. 10 women have been found to be related to Xu Hao. The anger in his heart became stronger. Mu Sen gnashed his teeth. I'll go grab these women right now. How dare they grab our sister-in-law? I'll make him regret it. He was about to rush out. Jin Shin quickly stopped him and shouted in a low voice. Didn't you hear the order from the eldest brother? Don't act rashly. Can you afford to ruin the eldest brother's plan? Shui Miao said in a cold tone. Xu Hao is stronger than the eldest brother. If you want to die, you can go and try. Tu Yao said in a muffled voice. But that Xu Hao went too far. Not only did he rob the eldest sister-in-law, he also severely injured the eldest brother. I want to kill him. Several people were silent. When they were investigating Xu Hao's woman, they naturally investigated Zhang Wei, the eldest brother's wife. After a detailed investigation, they knew what the eldest brother had experienced in the past 2 years. He was actually a son-in-law. He was bullied like a dog by his mother-in-law every day. And there was Xu Hao. He robbed the eldest sister-in-law and beat the eldest brother badly. He bullied the eldest sister-in-law in front of the eldest brother. They angrily found Xiao Long to get back at him. The Dragon King cannot be insulted. But Xiao Long refused. It was his private matter. Several people were helpless, and they were all angry. I wish I could get Xu Hao was torn into pieces. The obedient ones did not act rashly. It was a good thing that they did not do it. Otherwise, they would have died ugly. Because, when they were staring at Xu Wanqiu and the other 2 women, someone was also staring at them. These people were cold and expressionless. They were the death warriors that Xu Hao arranged to protect the women. As the strength of the death warriors was getting stronger and stronger, the strength of the bodyguards was also getting stronger and stronger. At least they were all in the middle stage of Danjin. Once a few people chose to take action, they would die ugly. The people in the Dragon King Hall did not know. They were frantically testing on the edge of death. They planned to stare at Xu Hao's wife Xu Wanqiu. Hope to get some information. It would be best to know Xu Hao's weaknesses. The 3 women finished their afternoon tea. Xu Wanqiu invited Yu Yun and Mo Bingyan to the beauty salon she opened for beauty treatments. The relationship between the 3 women became closer and closer. It was time for dinner. They came to a luxurious restaurant. They did not go in, but waited at the door. Not long after, a luxury car drove up. Xu Hao slowly got out of the car. He was tall and handsome. The three women hurried forward to greet him. Talking to the women, Xu Hao glanced at a corner seemingly inadvertently. Character, Shui Miao. Identity, one of the 5 guardians of the Dragon King Palace, the heroine of Dragon King's Husband. Charm, 94, full value 100. Strength, 1159, early Dan Jin. Physique, 892, ordinary people 10. Spirit, 731, ordinary people 10. Favorability, -50. The people from the Dragon King Hall hiding in the corner quickly retreated. My heart was shocked. Huo Yan lowered his voice. Were we discovered just now? Jin Shin was also unbelievable. How is it possible? We hid so secretly. Shui Miao felt a little palpitated. She felt that Xu Hao was looking at her. Her eyes met with Xu Hao's just now. Xu Hao showed a smile in his eyes. He retracted his gaze and walked into the restaurant with the girls. In the restaurant, the lights were soft and warm. The table was full of delicious food. Let's eat. In order to please Xu Hao, the girls diligently served Hao Qing dishes. They laughed and talked, and their eyes were full of tenderness. The girls toasted each other. Su Wancho picked up the wine glass and poured a glass of wine for Xu Hao. Xu Hao suddenly grabbed her hand and said with a bit of joking. Su Wancho said coquettishly, "I'll feed it." As she said that, she brought the wine glass to Xu Hao's mouth. But Xu Hao grabbed her hand. He touched her lips with his finger. Here's how to feed her. Although everything had happened with Xu Hao. But in front of the two sisters, Su Wancho was a little shy and said with a red face. The sisters are still here. Xu Hao smiled. Then come one by one. Since it was Xu Hao's request, there was nothing I could do. Su Wancho drank the wine first, and then moved closer. Yu Yun and Mo Bingyan blushed. However, Xu Hao had no intention of letting them go. Next, neither Yu Yun nor Mo Bingyan could escape. The atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. The charming atmosphere filled the air. This meal, it was full of spring scenery, making people intoxicated. The dinner was over. The women were a little drunk. Su Wancho's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were blurred. Took the two women, whispered in their ears, meaning to go to a nearby couple hotel together. Mo Bingyan lowered her head and said nothing. But her face became even more flushed. Yu Yun was so shy that she said in a panic. You guys go, I won't go, I don't want to go home to see Zhao King. Xu Hao raised the corners of his mouth and interrupted. Don't worry about Xiaoshan, I've brought her home, she's probably having fun with Xiaohuanger now. Mo Bingyan looked up in surprise. Wu Zhe had planned this long ago. Su Wancho invited again. Sister, come on, we can take care of each other. Yu Yun hesitated for a moment. Finally, she shyly agreed. Mo Bingyan nodded gently. Outside, the people from the Dragon King Hall who had been staring at the couple. Seeing Xu Hao bring the three girls into the couple hotel, they were all furious. Xu Hao is going too far, hugging left and right, and three at once. He really deserves to die. Ding Shui Miao feels disgusted, emotional value +567. The next day, Xu Hao feels refreshed. He won a lot of money playing mahjong last night. There is no one who can beat him. Thinking about the heroine who appeared again yesterday. I had to deal with three women last night, so I ignored her. I was planning to meet her. A message came. It was from Zhang Wei's mother. Invited him to visit her home. Chapter 306. Go to the Dragon King's house for excitement. Spend the night. Shame and anger. Play. Xu Hao's phone screen lit up. A message came into view. It was sent by Yang's mother. She sincerely invited him to her home. Since the last time Xu Hao was with her daughter, there was no expression. Yang's mother was a little uneasy. I don't know if Xu Hao is satisfied. Xu Hao looked at the message and his mind changed. He thought of the protagonist. He had a bad taste. Then let's do it at night. After receiving Xu Hao's response, Yang's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Hao responded to her. At least it means he is not angry. Then, Yang's mother sent another message. She said she would make arrangements. She was happily preparing for the evening gathering. Who knew that she would meet Xiao Long when she turned around? Yang's mother's face instantly became extremely ugly. Her eyes were full of disgust and disgust. She scolded mercilessly. You are a lazy person who doesn't do your job. I am so unlucky to have such a waste like you. In fact, Xiao Long found a job moving bricks. There is no way. Even if he just stays at home. It will make this mother-in-law unhappy. No day he was scolded all night. Fortunately, Xiaolong was strong. Moving bricks was easy for him. He could complete the target soon. He could spare time to protect Zhang Wei. Unexpectedly, even so, his mother-in-law still wouldn't let him go. Xiaolong faced Yang's mother's scolding. He just lowered his head silently, and didn't say a word. What are you doing? Why don't you get out of here? Yang's mother glared. Xiaolong turned around and prepared to go out. Wait! Yang's mother called him again. Xiaolong's footsteps paused. A feeling of helplessness surged in his heart. Yang's mother continued. Come back early to cook in the evening. Although she looked down on Xiaolong, who was born a beggar. But he was good at cooking. Better than those so-called chefs. Tonight, we will entertain Xu Hao, his cooking skills can be used. Did you hear me? Xiaolong could only agree to his mother-in-law's request. He took a deep breath. He walked out of the house with heavy steps. His back looked particularly lonely under the sunlight. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaolong really returned home early. As soon as he entered the house, Yang's mother ordered him to buy a lot of expensive dishes. Xiaolong noticed something was wrong. The quantity and quality of these dishes did not seem to be for a family. But he did not ask much. After all, in this family, his position has always been humble. Yang's mother saw it and warned fiercely. Cook it carefully. If it doesn't taste good, I won't let you enter the house for 3 days. Xiaolong agreed. Then he turned and walked into the kitchen. He showed his unique cooking skills. It's ironic. He was the master of the Dragon King Hall. He once called the wind and rain in the dark world and was extremely powerful. Now he has become a cook. Time passed slowly. Yang's mother looked at her watch from time to time in the living room. It was almost time for the appointment. Xu Hao was coming soon, but his daughter hadn't come back yet. She couldn't help but get anxious. She knew it well. Xu Hao agreed to come because of his daughter Zhang Wei. How could he come without his daughter? At noon, she even called to ask. Zhang Wei said she would come back. With this thought in mind, Yang's mother picked up her phone. She planned to urge her. At this moment, the door of the house opened with a click. Zhang Wei walked in slightly tired. The mother and daughter looked at each other. She still had some resentment towards this mother. How could a mother betray her daughter? And sold it so thoroughly. Directly drugged and sent to bed. However, after all, she is her own child. She can't completely sever ties with her mother. In addition, she knows in her heart. Most likely, Xu Hao instigated her mother to do it behind her back. Seeing her daughter come back, Yang's mother's eyes lit up instantly. Wei Wei, you're back just in time, come with us to pick someone up. Before Zhang Wei could react, she was pulled out of the door by Yang's mother. Yang's father also followed, and the family of 3 came outside. At the door, the 3 of them waited quietly. Zhang Wei soon noticed the problem. Looking at the posture of her parents, their attitude was respectful. A figure involuntarily emerged in her mind. Xu Hao. Her delicate body trembled, thinking of Xu Hao's torture of her that night. She never wanted to see Xu Hao again. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Wei mustered up the courage to ask. Are you waiting for Xu Hao? Yang's mother was slightly startled and nodded. Yes, I invited Mr. Xu to our home. Then, Yang's mother scolded with an unhappy face, don't be disrespectful, treat Mr. Xu with respect, and call him Xu. Zhang Wei's heart sank to the bottom. She didn't want to meet Xu Hao. She had seen Xu Hao's shamelessness and insidiousness. She was afraid that Xu Hao would mess around at home. She said immediately, Mom, there are still some things waiting for me to deal with in the company, I have to go. Mother Zhang felt something was wrong. Why did the company get into trouble when she heard Xu Hao was coming? She didn't want to see Xu Hao. So she held her tightly and refused to let her go. After all, she was able to get in touch with Xu Hao because of her daughter. How could she let her daughter leave at this critical moment? Don't say it was an excuse made by her daughter. Even if the company went bankrupt, she had to wait until Xu Hao came. Just as the mother and daughter were arguing, a luxury car slowly drove in. When she saw the familiar car, Zhang Wei stopped. She froze in place. Xu Hao was already here. If she still insisted on leaving at this time, who knows what other means Xu Hao would use to deal with her. Xu Hao got out of the car. The whole family came forward to greet her and expressed their warm welcome. Father Yang's face was full of flattery. Mr. Xu, your presence really makes my humble home glorious. Mother Zhang also hurriedly agreed. Mr. Xu, please come in quickly. You've worked hard all the way. Zhang Wei stood aside, looking very reluctant. Xu Hao smiled in response. He glanced at Zhang Wei with interest. Then, Xu Hao, surrounded by the Zhang family, walked into the Zhang family villa. As soon as they entered the house, Xiao Long, who was wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen. Seeing this scene, the whole person was struck by lightning. Xu Hao, why did this guy come to the house? Then he immediately became angry. No wonder I was asked to cook so many dishes. It turned out to entertain Xu Hao. What did Xu Hao do at the Zhang family? Not only did he sleep with his wife, he even came to the house in a swagger. Does he still want to bully Zhang Wei at home? It's not impossible. Xu Hao is cruel and ruthless, what can't he do? It's too much. Xiao Long clenched his fists, and the veins on the back of his hands popped up. But he knew he couldn't be impulsive. He tried to calm himself down. But his eyes were fixed on Xu Hao, trying to force him to leave. Ding Xiao Long is furious, emotional value plus 999. Mr. Xu, please sit here. Mother Zhang smiled and greeted Hao warmly. Old Zhang, quickly take out your treasured Da Hong Pao. Father Zhang nodded quickly. He hurried to get some tea leaves. Mother Zhang turned around and said to her daughter. Wei Wei, prepare tea for Mr. Xu. After a while, Xu Hao was playing chess with Yang's father leisurely. After arranging everything, Yang's mother was satisfied. When she turned around, she saw Xiao Long still standing at the kitchen door. She was immediately furious. She cursed, you useless thing, what are you doing standing there like a fool? Didn't you see that there are guests at home? Hurry up and make the food. If you delay things, you will be in trouble. What a coward, you have no sense at all. Xiao Long slowly came back to his senses. He looked up and saw Xu Hao and Yang's father playing chess. His wife Zhang Wei was quietly making tea. The atmosphere was so harmonious. It seemed that they were a real family. He was just a lowly servant and a cook. He glared at Xu Hao angrily. He gritted his teeth and turned back to the kitchen. Yang's father and Xu Hao was playing chess on the board. While chatting enthusiastically, Father Yang's tone was flattering. Mr. Xu, your chess skills are superb. I am an old man in front of you. I am ashamed of myself. Xu Hao smiled lightly. You are polite. I just play in my spare time and know a little bit. Father Zhang continued to flatter. Mr. Xu, you are too modest. With your level, you can be called a master. After a pause, he continued to sell. Mr. Xu, thank you for your attention to our Wei Wei. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. Responded slowly. Mr. Zhang, don't speak too early. It depends on whether Zhang Wei is to my liking. Father Zhang nodded repeatedly and responded. Mr. Xu, don't worry, I will let Wei Wei perform well and will never let you down. Zhang Wei next to him was making tea. He was full of resistance. She is a CEO. When did you serve others so humbly? But, Xu Hao glanced at her. Zhang Wei gave in at once. I'm really afraid that Xu Hao will take her to the garden to appreciate chrysanthemums again. Seeing this harmonious scene, Yang's mother was deeply relieved. With a smile on her face, she looked at the time and hurried to the kitchen. Asked Xiao Long in a cold voice. Is the food ready? It's not ready so late, what's the use of you? Xiao Long happened to be cleaning the pot at this time. It's ready. Yang's mother glared at him and continued to scold. It's ready, but why don't you take it out? Waste stuff. Xiao Long suppressed his anger. He began to take out the dishes one by one. Soon, the round table was full of Jiasheng's dishes. Yang's mother flattered Xu Hao. Mr. Xu, try the food we prepared. As he said that, he led Xu Hao to the dining table. The Zhang family members also sat down one by one. Yang's mother intended to arrange her daughter to Xu Hao's side. Although Zhang Wei was reluctant, she had to cooperate. Xu Hao saw Xiao Long standing aside. An interesting look flashed in his eyes. He had already investigated. This Dragon King protagonist lived like a dog as a son-in-law. Not only was he beaten and scolded every day, he couldn't even sit at the table for meals. Today he saw it, but he still pretended to be puzzled and asked, what's the matter with this person? He is just a servant, Mr. Xu, please don't bother with him. After Yang's mother finished speaking, she looked at Xu Hao with some trepidation. She didn't know if Xu would have any objection to her actions. Xu Hao just nodded slightly and said nothing. Yang's mother secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Yang's mother took out her treasured wine to entertain Xu Hao. After pouring a glass for Yang's father and herself, Yang's mother handed the wine to her daughter. She motioned her to pour the wine for Xu Hao. Xu Hao smiled. Thank you, I can do it myself. Jiang Wei really wanted to stuff the bottle directly into his hand. But she knew that this was just Xu Hao's disguise. If he dared to do that, he would definitely suffer the consequences. Yang's mother warmly invited Xu Hao to eat. Seeing that his daughter was still sitting still, he pushed his arm and whispered. Wei Wei, what are you doing? Pick up some food for Mr. Xu. For a moment, everyone was happy. Xiaolong watched from the side, roaring in his heart. Xu Hao ate the food he made, enjoyed his wife's service. And he could only stand by and watch like a slave. This was a great shame. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was mad with desire. Ding Xiaolong is uneasy, emotional value plus 1000. Suddenly, Xu Hao looked at Xiaolong and ordered. Hey, who, help me get a spoon. Xu Hao looked over. Xiaolong was stunned for a moment, then looked around. Found that there was no one else. Only then was he sure that he was calling him. Let him get a spoon. Are you kidding me? Are you really treating him like a servant? And he saw that there was clearly a spoon next to Xu Hao. How could he not understand that Xu Hao did it on purpose? I was immediately furious. He wanted to threaten Xu Hao. If you do this again, I will have your company destroyed. But he had no chance to contact Xu Hao. He had to find a gap. He must not say it in front of the Zhang family. He could only bear it temporarily. Yang's father and mother looked over with unfriendly expressions. Yang's mother glared at Xiaolong and said, Didn't you hear what Mr. Xu said? Why don't you go get it? You're like a fool. Xiaolong looked at Xu Hao hatefully. He suppressed his anger and turned to the kitchen. Yang's mother said to Xu Hao apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Xu, this guy's brain is a little abnormal, I hope you don't mind. Xu Hao waved his hand with a smiling look in his eyes. Sure enough, professional matters should be left to professionals. The protagonists were all subdued. Not long after, Xiaolong went back. He held the spoon tightly in his hand. His face was terribly gloomy. Xu Hao said lightly, Put it down. That look, there was no intention to use it at all. Xiaolong was so angry that he trembled all over. The anger almost burned out his reason. Next, Xu Hao ate leisurely. Enjoyed Jiang Wei's service. At the same time, he kept ordering Xiaolong to run around. Sometimes he asked him to get a tissue, sometimes he asked him to pour a glass of water. He completely treated Xiaolong as a servant to be sent at will. Continuously harvesting emotional points. The meal was finally over. Yang's mother scolded Xiaolong. Hurry up and clean up the dishes, move quickly. Then, Yang's mother called Xu Xuan with a face full of danger. Xiaolong could only silently clean up the mess on the table, feeling extremely aggrieved. Time passed little by little. Xu Hao looked at his watch and pretended to leave. It's getting late, I have to go back too, thank you for your hospitality today. When Yang's mother heard this, she hurried forward and greeted him. Mr. Xu, it's getting late, you should stay here and rest. Jiang Wei felt nervous when she heard this. She always felt that if Xu Hao stayed, something bad would happen. Xu Hao pretended to hesitate. After thinking for a moment, he said, Sorry to bother you. Mother Zhang was overjoyed and said quickly. Wei Wei, go and prepare toiletries for Mr. Xu. Afterwards, Mother Zhang took the initiative to arrange the room next to her daughter's bedroom. Xiaolong's face was so gloomy that it seemed like ink could drip out. Jiang Wei just felt that the situation was not good. And he was very sure in his heart what Xu Hao was going to do by staying. He was definitely going to attack his wife Jiang Wei. Damn it! Xiaolong roared in his heart. This B**** ate the food he cooked. Enjoyed his wife's service. Now he has to stay at home and spend the night with his wife. Xiaolong felt that his head was already green and glowing. His teeth were about to break. Hands were clenched tightly, and nails were deeply embedded in the palms. Chapter 307, The Dragon King's Wife's Service. Don't mess around. You don't want to. Xu Hao's ability to stay here shows his closeness to the Zhang family. Yang's father and mother were filled with joy. Go and prepare in person. Jiang Wei was called to accompany Xu Hao. When her eyes touched Xu Hao's half-smiley expression, she couldn't help but feel a chill. She felt that tonight would not be peaceful. Xu Hao sat leisurely on the sofa. Seeing Jiang Wei, he waved. Jiang Wei hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Why are you so reserved in your own home? Sit down. Xu Hao picked up the teacup and took a sip. Jiang Wei stood aside awkwardly. She mustered up the courage to ask. Xu Hao, what do you want? Xu Hao raised his eyelids. What do you mean? Your mother invited me to stay for one night because it was getting late. Why do you have any objections? Jiang Wei tried to calm herself down. Don't mess around, I'm at home. Xu Hao didn't care. He suddenly reached out and pulled Jiang Wei to sit beside him. Jiang Wei was caught off guard and her body trembled. She wanted to get up, but was held down by Xu Hao. Xu Hao lowered his voice. Don't forget, you promised me to come to my room tonight to fulfill our agreement. Jiang Wei widened her eyes and trembled. Xu Hao sealed it. He actually asked her to go to him at night, although she had nothing to do with Xiaolong. But she was still a married woman, sneaking into a man's room in the middle of the night. Jiang Wei blushed and was ashamed and angry. She refused without hesitation. No. Xu Hao glanced at her. You want to cheat? Do you know the consequences of lying to me? You don't want to. Hearing these words, Jiang Wei's scalp numbed. It was as if an invisible pressure was strangling her throat. In the end, she could only agree to Xu Hao's request. Xiaolong was arranged by Yang's mother to stay in a remote corner. He could not participate in the conversation of the Zhang family. But he had extraordinary hearing. Xu Hao's threat to Jiang Wei was clearly heard by him. Instantly, a raging fire burned. He knew that Xu Hao had no good intentions. How dare he threaten Jiang Wei like this? We can't let Xu Hao succeed. Xiaolong's teeth were clacking. You are the only one who can threaten people, right? I will threaten you too. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, looking for an opportunity to get close. Xiaolong stared at Xu Hao without blinking. Finally found the opportunity. There was not much fruit on the table. Jiang Wei got up and went to the kitchen to prepare. Xiaolong hurried to Xu Hao. There was anger burning in his eyes. 923 I wished I could put Xu Hao as eating him alive. But he still suppressed it and said coldly. Let's talk. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. What can we talk about? Xiaolong gritted his teeth. Leave the Zhang family immediately. Xu Hao laughed and said with a hint of anger. What if I don't leave? Xiaolong resisted the urge to punch. I admit that I am not as strong as you, but my identity is not what you can imagine. My men have already investigated your companies, big and small. If you don't want anything to happen, just do what I say. Xu Hao chuckled. Are you threatening me? This is not like your style. Shouldn't you be very decent? Xiaolong couldn't control his emotions. Almost crazy. You have threatened my wife, and you still want me to be decent. Xu Hao seemed to have heard nothing. He was sipping tea by himself. His leisurely posture made Xiaolong even more furious. If you don't want your company to get into trouble, get out of here. Xu Hao sneered. Hey, don't take your men too seriously, the world is bigger than you think. Xiaolong's face was gloomy. The voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. So, you don't plan to leave? Xu Hao didn't even look at him. At this time, Xiaolong heard footsteps and his face changed. He gritted his teeth and whispered. Okay, I'll let you know the consequences. The footsteps were getting closer. Xiaolong took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his expression. Pretending to be calm, Xu Hao still looked calm. Mother Zhang came down from upstairs at this time. When she saw Xiaolong standing in front of Xu Hao, her face changed immediately. Instinctively thought that Xiaolong was going to make trouble for Xu Hao. Her brows were furrowed and her eyes were wide open. She pointed at Xiaolong and started to rant. Xiaolong, what are you doing? Mr. Xu is a distinguished guest of our family, you uneducated thing. Mother Yang's voice was sharp. Xiaolong's face was ugly. He was full of grievances and anger but had nowhere to vent. In the end, he could only swallow all the bitterness. He turned around and left silently. Seeing this, Mother Zhang put on a smile. She said apologetically to Xu Hao. Mr. Xu, I'm so sorry to have embarrassed you. That B** starred is just like that. Don't take it personally. I'll teach him a lesson later. Xu Hao smiled slightly, his tone calm. It's okay. Mother Zhang felt relieved. She thought to herself that it was the beggar who was causing trouble. She decided to teach Xu Hao a lesson after he left tomorrow. Ding Xiaolong is furious, emotional value plus 999. After chatting for a while, it was time to go to bed. They went back to their rooms. Jiang Wei took Xu Hao to visit the room prepared for him. The room was next to Jiang Wei's bedroom. Xu Hao looked around the room. All the decorations were new. He reached out and tapped the wall gently. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Wei had been silent and uneasy. She felt nervous when she saw Xu Hao's smile. Although she didn't want to, she asked. Mr. Xu, are you dissatisfied? Xu Hao smiled and shook his head. I am very satisfied. Actually. Xu Hao felt the sound insulation effect of the wall. The effect is very good. As long as there is no too much noise, it will not alarm Yang's father and mother. Jiang Wei naturally did not know Xu Hao's thoughts. Then Mr. Xu, you should go to bed early. After Jiang Wei finished speaking, she turned around and left in a hurry. It seemed that staying for one more second would be dangerous. Looking at her leaving back, Xu Hao's eyes were deep. In Jiang Wei's bedroom, time passed slowly in Jiang Wei's anxiety. Midnight came. She felt heavier, pacing back and forth in her room, struggling in her heart. I don't know whether I should go to the appointment. When Jiang Wei thought of Xu Hao's threatening words, she felt a chill. In the end, she gritted her teeth. Decided to do as Xu Hao asked. Jiang Wei opened the door carefully. Like a frightened kitten. She walked towards Xu Hao's room next door lightly. The heartbeat sounded particularly clear in the silent corridor. Just as Jiang Wei was about to approach Xu Hao's bedroom, a figure blocked her way. Jiang Wei was startled. She was afraid of being discovered by her parents and was nervous. A person suddenly appeared in the dark. She almost died on the spot. Xiaolong saw that Jiang Wei was frightened and said quickly, Wei Wei, it's me. Hearing that it was Xiaolong's voice, Jiang Wei didn't turn around and run. She frowned and said unhappily, Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you doing here? Don't you know that scaring people will kill people? Xiaolong was very sad. Wei Wei, I heard Xu Hao's threats to you. Do you really want to deliver yourself to him? Jiang Wei's face changed after her purpose was discovered. After a while, she recovered. She and Xiaolong were husband and wife, but it was just an agreement. He had no control over what she did. Besides, the relationship between her and Xu Hao had long been known to the other party. She was not afraid of being discovered by the other party. Jiang Wei asked back coldly. What else? You also know him, can I refuse? Yes. Xiaolong blurted out. All 5 of his generals came. They also brought hundreds of loyal subordinates. It's not difficult to destroy the Xu family. Xu Hao is strong, but he is just a lonely man after all. Jiang Wei was annoyed after hearing this. She has known that this guy is mentally ill for a long time. What right do you have as a beggar? Xiaolong saw Jiang Wei's suspicion. He wanted to tell her his identity, the master of the Dragon King Palace in the Dark World. But he was afraid that this identity would scare her. He could only say, in fact, I still have an identity. I'm not afraid of Xu Hao. Wei Wei, believe me. Jiang Wei still didn't believe it. If Xiaolong had an identity comparable to Xu Hao, would he be willing to be a son-in-law? Being bullied by his father-in-law and mother-in-law every day. Anyone with a little ability can't stand it. Only beggars can stand it. Jiang Wei began to get impatient. My business is none of your business. Get out of the way. Xiaolong refused and advised earnestly. Wei Wei, you can't go. Click, the door opened. Xu Hao's figure appeared at the door. The tone was playful. Why don't you sleep so late? Xiaolong turned to look at Xu Hao, his face was ugly. Swish. A sense of pressure enveloped him. It seemed that if he moved again, he would fight. Xiaolong was furious. Xu Hao was too much. I really wanted to kill Xu Hao. He still held back. This place is not okay, if the 2 of them fight. The whole house will be demolished. And his injury is not healed yet, he is no match for Xu Hao. Xiaolong couldn't help but take 2 steps back. There is a way. Jiang Wei walked straight forward and entered Xu Hao's bedroom. Xu Hao closed the door with a snap. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Xiaolong fell silent. He clenched his fists. His knuckles turned white because of the force. His anger was immediately on the verge of eruption. Ding Xiaolong was furious, emotional value plus 1000. Jiang Wei walked into Xu Hao's room, her heart pounding. Uneasy emotions filled her heart. The light in the room was a little dim, making her even more nervous. Xu Hao sat lazily on the sofa. Looking at Jiang Wei, there was a bit of teasing in his eyes. Come here. Xu Hao's voice broke the silence. Jiang Wei approached cautiously, not daring to look up at him. Massage me, Xu Hao ordered. Jiang Wei hesitated. Reached out and gently placed her hand on Xu Chao's shoulder. Pretended to massage. Xu Hao seemed dissatisfied. Be harder, haven't you eaten? Zhang Wei increased the strength. Xu Hao said again, you are so clumsy. Zhang Wei didn't know what to do. Swish. Xu Hao grabbed her hand. Pulled it into his arms. You don't know how to serve people, let me teach you. Ding. Zhang Wei couldn't help herself, emotional value plus 765. Hearing some movement in the room, Xiaolong was furious. Roaring in his heart, rage burned in his chest. Clenched his fists, veins on his arms popped. Xiaolong couldn't stand it anymore. Took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling. Jin Xin and others on the side received the call. Jin Xin shouted excitedly. Brother. They accepted Xiaolong's task. Investigate Xu Hao. With their status as guardians of the Dragon King Palace. Investigating this kind of intelligence is really a sledgehammer. After the investigation, everything was fine, and the few people were bored. Because it was Xiaolong's order. They had to obey orders. No other actions were taken. Even though they saw Xu Hao with so many beauties, they were so angry that their teeth itched. They wanted to retaliate but didn't do it. Finally received another call from Xiaolong. They were looking forward to a new mission. Xiaolong suppressed his anger and spoke. I asked you to investigate Xu Hao. Have you done it? How sharp the few people were. They immediately noticed that Xiaolong's breath was wrong. Was he bullied by Xu Hao again? Jin Xin responded. Brother, everything has been investigated. Xiaolong said hatefully. Go and burn down a branch for me immediately. He must teach Xu Hao a lesson. But he couldn't go too far. He didn't know Xu Hao's ability to bear it. It would be bad if he took action against the Zhang family. Try it first. Fearing that they might mess up, Xiaolong also reminded them. Don't hurt anyone, just burn the company. Xu Hao is a big family. One branch is nothing. As long as no one is hurt, there is still room for easing. After all, he has so many branches. After hanging up the phone, Jin Xin looked at the few people. He said Xiaolong's order. Who will do it? Burn a branch. For them with Dan Jin, it's not too easy. It's not necessary for all 5 people to go. One person is enough. Shui Miao's eyes were cold, and he was about to stand up. But Huo Yan got there first. He had been unhappy with Xu Hao for a long time. Seeing Xu Hao harm so many beautiful women, he was envious and jealous. He had wanted to cause some trouble for Xu Hao. How could he miss this opportunity? Jin Xin nodded. Then Huo Yan will go, hurry up, and be careful. Huo Yan laughed. Don't worry, this little thing can be done in minutes. After saying that, Huo Yan left the temporary base alone. He went straight to the real estate company that was already under the Xu group. His figure flashed. He entered the company like a ghost. After Huo Yan entered the company. The moment he landed. Before he had time to observe the surroundings. Several black shadows appeared like ghosts. A figure rushed up quickly. Her steps were flexible, like a gust of wind. She came to Huo Yan's right side in an instant, swung a swift hook, and went straight to her jaw. Huo Yan was shocked. He hurriedly leaned back to avoid it and raised his right arm to block it. He barely took the blow. Huo Yan was shocked. The strength of these people was not worse than his. Even stronger. How could it be possible? It was just a branch company, and there were so many masters stationed there. Before he could think about it, a fist of a man in front of him was like a heavy hammer, and he hit Huo Yan's chest fiercely. Huo Yan gritted his teeth and took the punch. He felt a huge force coming and could not help but retreat several steps. Then, another person approached quickly from behind. He was extremely agile and swept his leg to attack Huo Yan's lower body. Huo Yan wanted to jump up to avoid it. But he found that another person above him threw both fists at the same time. Blocked his way. Huo Yan was immediately caught in the dilemma of being attacked from both sides and could only try his best to parry. But these people cooperated perfectly and it was hard to defend against them. Seeing this, the others stepped up their attacks. Fists and kicks fell on Huo Yan like a rainstorm. One of them found the right time and used a strong side kick. It hit Huo Yan's waist. Huo Yan screamed and spit out a mouthful of blood. His body could no longer support him and he collapsed to the ground. Several people stepped forward and firmly controlled the seriously injured Huo Yan and easily took him down. Chapter 308. I will never forget my good daughter. Thank you, Dad. I need to clean up. In the temporary base, Jin Xin, Mu Sen and others were anxiously waiting for Huo Yan to return. For Huo Yan to complete the task. At first, they had no doubts. It was just a fire. In their opinion, it was too simple. However, as time passed by, but they still hadn't received any news from Huo Yan. The faces of several people began to become solemn. An hour passed. According to common sense, Huo Yan should have completed the task and returned long ago. But why is there no news from him? Mu Sen tried to excuse himself. Si Huo should have set the fire and ran out to hang out. Let's wait a little longer. Several people nodded. During this period, Xiaolong asked them to keep a low profile. It really made Huo Yan feel suffocated. 2 more hours passed. Several people could no longer sit still. Someone tried to call, but couldn't get through. They had to prepare for the worst. Huo Yan was in trouble. How is it possible? Huo Yan is a Dan Jin. Some people couldn't believe it. Who in the Magic City can take him down? Could it be that Xu Hao is there? Jin Xin said in a deep voice, let's go and take a look. So, several people followed Huo Yan's breath. They came all the way to the outside of the company. The breath disappeared when it entered the company. It is certain that Huo Yan did not go anywhere else. In other words, Huo Yan went straight to the company and then there was no movement. He was taken down in the company. He didn't even have the power to resist. It was so late, Xu Hao couldn't be in a branch company. It is very likely that there are other masters in the company. Either they are stronger than Huo Yan, or they have more people. No matter which possibility is possible, it means that there are Dan Jin masters. Several people were in a heavy mood. The dark company gate was in their eyes. It was like the 277 fangs of a giant beast, ready to choose someone to bite. FCK, I'll go see what the hell is in there. Tu Yao said with a serious face. Jin Xin stopped him immediately. His battle-hardened instinct told him that it was dangerous inside. Let's get closer together. Jin Xin took the lead. Together with a few brothers, they slowly approached the company. When they got close, Jin Xin's face changed drastically. He said quickly, run. Bu. Several people turned around and ran out at the same time. Just at that moment, he felt 5 or 6 Dan Jin auras that were not weaker than theirs. He was extremely shocked. Damn it. 5 or 6 Dan Jin guarding a branch. Is it really that outrageous? What about the head office? How powerful is Xu Hao? I dare not imagine. Several people fled in panic. Strangely, they were discovered, and the people inside did not chase them. The 4 people from the Dragon King Hall fled in a panic. They found a safe place to stop and rest. Their faces were full of disbelief. They were shocked by Xu Hao's huge power. After taking a breath, Xin took out his mobile phone. I called Xiaolong. In the Zhang family villa. Xiaolong was sitting on a stone chair in the courtyard, looking up at the moon. He looked melancholy. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Thinking of what Xu Hao did to Zhang Wei, anger burned in his heart. Xu Hao, wait. This is just the beginning. If you dare to mess around again, I don't mind letting you be a commander without troops. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling. Xiaolong picked up the phone. I saw that it was Jin Xin calling. I thought the mission was completed. Brother, it's not good. After answering the phone, before he could ask how the mission was completed. Then he heard the panicked voices of his subordinates. Xiaolong's face, which had eased a little, froze. He frowned. What happened? Immediately, Jin Xin told the story again. Huo Yan's life or death was unknown. A branch company was actually guarded by 5 or 6 Dan Jin. Xiaolong's head was buzzing. What the hell? Is Huo Yan dead? Xu Hao is not a lone commander, he has a huge force under him. Much bigger than the Dragon King Palace. How is this possible? Xiaolong was in a mess. After a long while, he barely digested the news. Like an eggplant hit by frost. He sat there blankly, his eyes empty. Xu Hao is not only stronger than him. His subordinates are also so powerful. What can he use to fight him? How can he take revenge? How can he take back his wife Zhang Wei from Xu Hao? Xiaolong was full of bitterness. It was as if he was in an endless abyss, without a glimmer of hope. The confidence and determination I once had were shattered by reality at this moment. Am I just going to watch Zhang Wei being bullied by Xu Hao, and I can't do anything about it? I'm not willing to accept this, I really am. Xiaolong held his head with both hands. His fingers were inserted into his hair, and his body was trembling slightly. Ding! Xiaolong's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001C. The next day, it was just dawn. Zhang Wei tiptoed to open the door. Like a kitten, she looked around. After confirming that there was no movement around, then she stepped out of the door carefully. After leaving the room, she gently closed the door. Then she walked towards her bedroom next door. Her steps looked awkward. Every step was a little difficult. This was the result of Xu Hao's restraint last night. Otherwise, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to get out of bed. After resting for a few hours, she decided to go back to her bedroom after dawn. Although her parents knew about her and Xu Hao's affairs, but she still didn't want to be seen coming out of Xu Hao's bedroom early in the morning. As soon as she went out, Zhang Wei saw Xiaolong sitting in the corner that belonged to Xiaolong. Xiaolong looked haggard and sluggish. His eyes were full of bloodshot. The whole person seemed to have lost his soul. Zhang Wei was startled and a little panic surged in her heart. But at this time she was afraid of being discovered by her parents. She didn't care about Xiaolong and hurried back to the bedroom. Xiaolong saw Zhang Wei coming out. His heart felt like being hit by a heavy hammer, and it hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. His eyes followed Zhang Wei's back until the door closed. His eyes were full of pain and helplessness. Not long after, Yang's father and mother got up. When they went downstairs, they saw Xiaolong sitting in the corner, lost in his soul. Yang's father and mother looked at each other. Afraid of waking Xu Hao, they cursed in a low voice. "What are you doing sitting here? Like a ghost, a useless thing." Yang's father also had a face full of disgust. "It's so unlucky to see you look so horrible so early in the morning." Yang's mother echoed, "I don't know what sins I committed in my previous life to have such a useless thing come into my house." Xiaolong seemed not to hear their curses. He was still immersed in pain and motionless. Yang's mother was furious when she saw this. She pointed at Xiaolong and cursed, "What are you doing? Why don't you go and make breakfast? If you delay Mr. Xu's breakfast, I will beat you to death." Xiaolong slowly came back to his senses. He dragged his heavy steps into the kitchen. A wave of sadness surged in his heart. His wife ran to someone else's room and stayed all night. He had to make breakfast for him in the morning. He was really a waste. Time passed slowly in Xiaolong's torment. An hour later, Xu Hao got up and went downstairs. Yang's mother saw Xu Hao. She immediately stepped forward nervously and asked, "Mr. Xu, did you sleep well last night? I'm sorry that the house is a bit simple." Xu Hao smiled slightly, "I slept soundly." When Yang's mother heard this, she immediately smiled. She said hurriedly, "That's good. If Mr. Xu likes it, you can come often in the future." Xu Hao looked strange. "Arrange his room next to Zhang Wei. I believe they can guess what happened last night." They actually let him come. Not long after, Xiaolong came out with a blank expression on his face, carrying the prepared breakfast. Breakfast was ready. Several people enjoyed breakfast together. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. But Zhang Wei's expression was a little unnatural. After dinner, Xu Hao stood up and said goodbye. Yang's father and mother hurriedly escorted him out. Before Xu Hao got in the car, he paused. He smiled at the two. "Thank you for the hospitality. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can contact me." Yang's father and mother could hardly hide the smile on their faces. They nodded and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, Mr. Xu, thank you, Mr. Xu, take care." Watching Xu Hao's car go away, Yang's father and mother turned around and went home happily. Zhang Wei went to the company. Xiaolong's eyes flickered. Pretending to go to work. Actually, he chased in the direction where Xu Hao's car drove away. Whether it was Xu Hao's strength or power, he was no match. He could not provoke him for the time being. But his subordinate Huo Yan was in Xu Hao's hands. He must see him alive or dead. He must find Xu Hao to get him back. Xiaolong was very fast. He quickly caught up with the car and stopped it. Seeing Xu Hao, Xiaolong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. But he suppressed it. He took a deep breath and asked, "Where is my brother?" This time Xu Hao did not get out of the car. He just opened the window and said playfully, "How do I know your brother?" In fact, of course he knew. Hong Qiangwei told him the news in the car just now. Thinking that he was caught for making trouble in his territory. "Xu Hao, stop pretending and hand over my brother." Xiaolong gritted his teeth. "Sorry, I don't know who your brother is." Xu Hao smiled, wanted to make trouble for him and fell into his hands. Asking him to release the person is a joke. Xiao Long's face was gloomy. Xu Hao, as long as you release my brother, we will not interfere with each other and will no longer care about you and Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei has been targeted by Xu Hao. Xu Hao's strength is so strong that he can't stop it. Xu Hao laughed disdainfully. You talk as if you have any say in it. Swish. A momentum burst out from Xiao Long. It was the anger he could not suppress. But he quickly took it back. Xiao Long's tone also changed from strong to requesting. I beg you, let him go. Although several people are his subordinates, they are also his brothers. They have been through life and death together for many years. He can't help but save his brothers. Xu Hao shook his head. There is no room for negotiation. Since you dare to come to me for trouble, you must be prepared to die. After Xu Hao finished speaking, he asked Hong Qiangwei to drive. Xiao Long was furious. He rushed to the front of the car and tried to block it. Xu Hao released his momentum. His tone was playful. Don't force me to kill you. Xiao Long's body trembled. His face was full of entanglement. In the end, he had no choice but to step back. He watched the car drive away. He just stood there. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Voices rang in his mind. He was a waste. Not only could he not protect his wife, he couldn't even save his brother. Xiao Long punched the ground angrily. Boom. In an instant, the ground seemed to shake, and a big hole appeared in front of him. Such destructive power is terrifying. It's a pity that it's useless. Ding Xiao Long is furious, emotion value plus 1001. In the car, Hong Qiangwei asked Xu Hao. This guy hates the master to the core, why don't you just kill him? Soon, Xu Hao replied. Wait until Xiao Long's luck is harvested and then kill him. Hong Qiangwei nodded as if she understood. She hid her doubts in her heart and didn't ask more questions. Xu Hao thought of something and asked. Do you know the location of the people who asked you to keep an eye on Xiao Long? Hong Qiangwei nodded. I know. One is the temporary base. The other is where the 4 guardians are now. After being exposed last night, a few people were afraid of being caught up, so they didn't return to the base. Xu Hao thought about it. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Take care of them one by one, let Xiao Long feel the torture of his brothers dying tragically in front of him. So he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. The call was connected. A joyful voice came from the other side. Dad, you finally called me. I thought you had forgotten me. Xu Hao smiled. How could I forget my dear daughter? I don't believe it. How long have you not come to see me? It seems to be only 10 days. That was with my senior sister, so it doesn't count. My uncle was with me alone. The person on the other end of the phone was not giving in. Dad, uncle. The only person who called Xu Hao these 2 names. Only the policewoman Lu Yiren in the police station. Xu Hao chuckled and teased. You think of me so much, do you want to be punished? Lu Yiren snorted. It's not certain who will win or lose. I see that you are soft all over, but you are hard on the mouth. Lu Yiren was dissatisfied for a while. Okay, I called you to give you credit. Xu Hao stated the purpose. Lu Yiren asked doubtfully. What credit? There is a group of terrorists hiding in the Magic City. What? Lu Yiren was shocked. Then Xu Hao stated the address. Lu Yiren did not delay and immediately called for help. In a tavern. No one knew. When did hundreds of men move in? They were all burly and muscular. Their bronze skin glowed with a tough luster under the light 4.1. They were as tall as pine trees, and every move was full of a natural killing aura. Some people had scars on their faces, which were medals of battle. They exuded a terrifying pressure. They were elites who had experienced countless battles. This was the temporary base of the Dragon King Hall. Lu Yiren found this place according to the address given by Xu Hao. Her face was solemn. They arranged people to surround the tavern in an orderly manner. Lu Yiren held a megaphone and shouted. Listen, people inside, you have been surrounded, surrender immediately. However, after hearing the shouting, the people of the Dragon King Hall did not mean to surrender. Instead, his eyes were fierce, and he moved quickly. Prepared to fight back, Lu Yiren realized that something was wrong. The aura emanating from these people was no weaker than that of her, a master of dark energy. There were even more powerful masters of transformation energy. She knew that she couldn't let these people go, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Lu Yiren made a prompt decision and gave the order. Fire. In an instant, gunshots rang out. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. The other side's firepower was fierce. Lu Yiren's side was a little difficult to suppress for a while. At this moment, one of the two female police officers who followed Lu Yiren rushed in without hesitation. She was seen moving like lightning, and the knife in her hand was wielded tightly. Every move was accurate and deadly. Between the rise and fall of the knife, a group of Dragon King Hall members were quickly eliminated. Only a few were left alive. Lu Yiren looked at the heroic figure of the female police officer, and her heart was full of gratitude. This was the bodyguard arranged by Xu Hao beside her. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Killing so many terrorists is definitely a great achievement. I can get promoted again. Now the question is, how can I thank my father? Chapter 309, The Beauty Trap for Xu Hao. There is no return. Role play. Outside the tavern, a car slowly drove in the slightly deserted street. In the car were Jin Shin and others from the Dragon King Hall. They looked tired and solemn. Last night's test was thrilling. When they found that there were 5 or 6 strong men who were as strong as them, they chose to escape on the spot without hesitation. Because they were worried about being tracked, they didn't dare to return to the base and hid outside. Until now, they felt that the storm had passed, and they came back. This time they came back mainly to discuss the strategy against Xu Hao. A company arranged so many strong men. How terrifying is Xu Hao's power? Compared with him, the men they brought were not enough. However, they saw from a distance that the tavern was cordoned off. Several people felt nervous and alert. After their eyes met, Mu Sen, who was driving, slowly stopped the car. He rolled down the window and asked a passerby, "Can I ask what happened up ahead?" The passerby said with his hands and feet gesticulating, "It is said that they are encircling a group of terrorists. Dozens of police cars have arrived. There was also a fierce gunfight just now." After saying that, the passerby hurriedly said, "I have to go and see the excitement." The faces of several people from the Dragon King Hall changed drastically after hearing this. Jin Shin frowned. This base is extremely hidden. How is it discovered? Now, they dare not drive forward. They all got off the car to find out the situation. Not long after, they finally figured out the whole story. Somehow, they were also discovered. A large group of police officers surrounded the base. After a fierce gunfight, the members of their Dragon King Hall were almost wiped out. The few survivors left were just for subsequent interrogation. Are the police officers so powerful now? Jin Shin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The men they brought this time are all elites among elites. Most of them are masters of dark energy. Some have reached the level of transformation energy. They were easily solved like this. How can they believe it? Leave first, we have a special identity and should not contact the police. Tell the eldest brother first. The leader Jin Shin suppressed the anger of the crowd. Although the crowd was unwilling. But they also knew that they could not act impulsively and followed Jin Shin back to the car. Jin Shin took a deep breath, took out his mobile phone and dialed Xiaolong's number. On the other end of the phone, a ringing sounded in his hand. Xiaolong saw that it was Jin Shin calling. Click to connect. Brother, it's bad. Our tavern has been discovered. A group of people just came and took it all away. Jin Shin's anxious voice came from the other side. Xiaolong heard the words, his face turned livid instantly. His men exerted force violently. Almost crushed the special pager. What happened? The voice was full of confusion and rage. Jin Shin quickly told the details. Xiaolong's face was uncertain. Xu Hao's figure appeared involuntarily in his mind. I always feel that this matter is related to him. Otherwise, the base is fine. We just took action against Xu Hao yesterday, and the base was exposed today. How could it be such a coincidence? Xiaolong frowned, his mind was full of thoughts. Thinking of Xu Hao's terrorist forces. He felt that the base should have been targeted by Xu Hao for a long time. But no measures have been taken. This is a lesson for himself. Xiaolong gritted his teeth. Thinking of those loyal subordinates who followed him. They were killed by Xu Hao in such an unclear way. Xiaolong's heart was bleeding. No, we can't lose our composure. Xiaolong forced himself to calm down. Anger can't solve any problems. We must find a way to deal with it. Jin Shin, you find a hidden place, I'll be there soon. In a quiet park, Xiaolong met a few brothers again. Since knowing Xu Hao's huge power, even their secret base can be found. No longer dare to pretend to run to the rooftop to discuss matters. Seeing Xiaolong coming, several people started to greet him. Xiao Long looked around. He didn't see Huo Yan. His face was not looking good. Several people reported the results of the investigation on Xu Hao to Xiao Long. Then, Jin Xin asked in confusion. Brother, I heard your tone was wrong on the phone last night, what's going on? Xiao Long did not hide it. Anyway, these brothers already knew it. So he said, Xu Hao came to Yang's house as a guest last night and stayed at home. What? This Xu Hao is too much. Jin Xin was furious. It's too much. Brother, you must not let him go, he deserves to die. Mu Sen and others stomped their feet in anger. Xiao Long said with a gloomy face. Of course, I came here this time to find a way to deal with him. Several people nodded. They were all FC King mad. If you can still endure it, you are not a man. Next, they began to think of ways. How about we find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack? Tu Yao suggested, no. Xu Hao must be heavily guarded, and the possibility of a successful sneak attack is too low. Jin Xin shook his head and denied, then let's set a trap for him. With Xu Hao's cleverness, it's probably difficult for him to take the bait. Everyone was talking and discussing it heatedly. However, after discussing it, all kinds of methods didn't work. They were at a loss. Xu Hao's power was too huge. His own strength was stronger than Xiao Long. There was no way. Xiao Long sighed, full of helplessness and unwillingness. At this time, Mu Sen suddenly spoke, Xu Hao is lustful, and there are so many beauties around him. Can we start from this aspect? Hearing this, Jin Xin and Tu Yao's eyes lit up. Xiao Long was also slightly moved. Yes, the beauty trap, wait for Xu Hao to relax his vigilance and then launch a sneak attack. Tu Yao looked excited, Xu Hao is strong, so sneak attacks may not work. I think we can poison him first. Jin Xin stroked his chin, thinking. This is a good idea. Let's poison him to make him lose his ability to resist, and then we can attack him. Mu Sen's eyes lit up, and he continued. However, the poison must be strong, and he must not be able to detect it. Then we have to plan carefully, how to send the poison to him. Jin Xin frowned and said. Yes, we have to find a suitable beauty. Jin Xin agreed. It's feasible, but who should we find? It's not easy to find beauties who are as beautiful as Xu Hao's women. Xiao Long raised a key question. Several people fell silent again. Just then, Shui Miao stepped forward. I'll go. One by one, they looked over. Seeing that it was Shui Miao, several people were shocked. Sister Shui, how can you go? It's too dangerous. If Xu Hao finds out, the consequences will be disastrous. Absolutely not, Sister Shui, Xu Hao is a ruthless guy, it's too risky for you to go. Sister Shui, you must not go. Shui Miao smiled and said. Apart from me, are there any other suitable candidates? Several people were stunned. They all looked at Shui Miao. Shui Miao had a graceful figure, but also a heroic spirit. Her delicate face was as perfect as a sculpture, her eyebrows were as dark as distant ink, and her eyes were like autumn water. Under the high nose bridge, cherry lips are slightly upturned, and the skin is as white as snow. A long black hair casually behind the head, adding a bit of free and easy. Shui Miao continued, I am not weak. Even if I can't poison, I can take advantage of Xu Hao's unpreparedness and attack him by surprise. Of course, it is safest to find an opportunity to poison. Hearing her explanation, several people looked at each other and understood that Shui Miao was right. Shui Miao is indeed the best candidate to carry out this mission. But they don't want Shui Miao to take risks. Jin Xin said worriedly. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of one. What if Xu Hao finds out? Sister Shui, you have to think clearly. Shui Miao looked determined. No need to say, this matter is settled. She looked at Xiao Long. There was an inexplicable meaning in her eyes. They often walked on the edge of death. Xiao Long was powerful, and they escaped death again and again under his leadership. Shui Miao couldn't help but have a good impression. But she knew that Xiao Long always had someone in his heart. I think it was the current sister-in-law. Even if he was bullied like a dog by Xu Hao, he still didn't leave. She always buried this good impression in her heart. Xiao Long naturally knew her feelings. But he always cared about Zhang Wei. He had no feelings for other women. He only regarded Shui Miao as a sister. Shui Miao was not discouraged. If Xiao Long had someone he liked, she would silently bless him. But now, she learned that Xiao Long was hurt so badly by Xu Hao. He was beaten seriously and robbed the sister-in-law. He also went to the sister-in-law's house to harass her. She was furious and vowed to avenge Xiaolong. So, when she heard that there was a way to get Xu Hao's opportunity, Shui Miao stood up without hesitation. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Xiaolong felt sorry for her. But he didn't say much. Just as several people racked their brains to discuss using the beauty trap to deal with Xu Hao, Xu Hao had already arrived at a base of Wushang. This is a manor, located in the prosperous area of the city center. The tall carved iron gate was closed. Surrounded by lush green plants, the manor was completely isolated from the noise of the outside world. Pavilions and towers were distributed in the courtyard. Every detail showed the ultimate luxury. No one knew. In this prosperous and noisy city center, there would be such a dangerous stronghold hidden. At this time, Xu Hao was in the garden, enjoying the beautiful scenery of flowers in full bloom. Suddenly, Xu Hao's heart moved. He thought of the Kai Shao sword that he bought at the auction that day. He has been busy all this time. He forgot about this thing. Swish! An exquisite box was taken out from the portable space. Xu Hao opened the box. There was only an ordinary rusty iron sword inside. Xu Hao took it in his hand and gently exerted force on his hand. A miracle happened. The rust on the surface of the iron sword fell off like fragile scales. After removing a layer of the outer shell, the true appearance of the Qishao sword was revealed. The sword body was slender and straight, and the blade flashed with cold light, as if it could cut people's eyes. The whole sword had smooth lines and exquisite craftsmanship. It seemed like a perfect work of art. Noticing a huge rock beside him, Chen Hao picked up his hand and waved it. The blade passed by. It was as easy as cutting tofu. The huge rock was cut in half, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. Seeing this effect, Xu Hao smiled with satisfaction. It was worthy of being the thing that the two protagonists were fighting for. It was indeed a magic weapon. Don't say that the 20 billion was used for donations. Even if it was really bought, it would be a big bargain. This is a priceless treasure. Master, it's all arranged. A clear voice came. Hong Qiangwei came to his side. Xu Hao came this time. He wanted to see the guy who broke into his company last night. Hong Qiangwei went to arrange related matters just now. Xu Hao put the sword into the space. Under the guidance of Red Rose, they came to a dark basement. In the basement, Xu Hao saw Huo Yan, who was tied up. Kill me if you dare. Do you want to know any news from me? Huo Yan's eyes were wide open. Although he was tied up, he was still shouting. Xu Hao took a look. He immediately knew that Xiaolong's younger brother was very loyal. Although there were always betrayers around the protagonist to promote the plot. But there were also some loyal younger brothers. They could go through fire and water for the protagonist and sacrifice themselves. Obviously, Huo Yan was such a person. Xu Hao wanted to subdue him. After all, he was a Dan Jin. Subduing him could make him a strong subordinate. He was also the guardian of the Dragon King Palace. It would help him control the Dragon King Palace. Moreover, he was also the confidant of the protagonist Xiaolong. If he could be subdued, stab Xiaolong in the back at a critical moment, it would definitely harvest a lot of emotional points. But it depends on Huo Yan's loyalty to Xiaolong. It is almost impossible to subdue him. Even if he is subdued, what if he turns against us? Xu Hao also has a way to deal with it. He has obtained the ability of mind control, but he has never had the opportunity to use it. He can turn the other party into a loyal subordinate. He can really do whatever he is told to do. He will not frown even if he dies. However, there are conditions for activating this skill. Although his mental strength is sufficient now, but he cannot force the other party to serve him. He must find the opportunity when the other party loses his mind. Seeing Xu Hao, Huo Yan's pupils shrank. They have investigated Xu Hao, how could they not recognize him? Deng Hao Jiao cursed angrily. Xu Hao, you despicable villain. Hong Qiangwei immediately took action. The figure flashed in front of him. He kicked Huo Yan hard. Huo Yan was instantly knocked away, collapsed to the ground, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Pack. Xu Hao walked over step by step. He stepped on him with increasing force. His bones could not bear it and made a series of crisp sounds. Huo Yan gritted his teeth and refused to give in. Xu Hao frowned. He is indeed the loyal younger brother of the protagonist, and he will not waver even if he dies. Mind control cannot be used for the time being. Xu Hao retracted his foot. He did not kill him. He planned to teach him a lesson for a while. He gradually wore down his spirit. After instructing his men to treat him well, Xu Hao left. Come back in a few days. If he is still determined, he will be killed directly. In the evening, Xu Hao and the policewoman Lu Yiren had dinner in a restaurant. Under the soft light, Lu Yiren's smile was particularly charming. Dad, I have solved so many terrorists this time, and I will be promoted again. It's all your credit. Thank you, Dad. Lu Yiren said coquettishly. Xu Hao smiled. Thank me, and I'll show you some real action. I look forward to your performance later. Lu Yiren's face flushed slightly. Her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. But she was not afraid. They were an old couple, what had they not done? Dinner was over. The two of them strolled on the street. While there was no one around, Lu Yiren approached Xu Hao and took his arm. Unknowingly, they came to a hotel. Xu Hao looked at Lu Yiren. Lu Yiren blushed and nodded, and the two walked into the hotel. Entered the room that had been opened. Lu Yiren took the initiative to handcuff herself, pretending to be terrified, and kept backing away. What are you going to do? Don't come over, I'm. Tisk. It turns out that he was prepared in advance. Role play, right. Chapter 310. The maternal brilliance of the daughter. The clown is herself. The father is kind and the son is filial. 10 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Zhou Emu's life can be said to be extremely difficult. Ever since the Xu family announced a series of measures against the Zhou family. Troubles have come one after another. He has no time to spare. Unable to change the plot to get system rewards. Mr. Zhou, the Li family has terminated its cooperation with us. The secretary came to report in a hurry. Zhou Mu frowned. As if shrouded in a layer of haze. In the past 10 days of being enemies with the Xu family. The Zhou family was able to cope at first. However, as time went on, it gradually showed a decline. Now it has fallen into a disadvantage. Many former partners have terminated their cooperation. They are afraid of being retaliated by the Xu family and choose to withdraw. This is still good. Some even turned against the Xu family and joined the Xu family in suppressing the Zhou family. If this continues, it won't take long. The Zhou family might repeat the Ma family's mistakes and end up in a tragic way. Damn it, who is behind this? Don't let me catch him. Thinking of the mastermind behind the Zhou family and the Xu family fighting each other. Zhou Emu's chest was heaving with anger, but he couldn't stop it. 22 plus 2. This can't go on. Zhou Emu's eyes flickered. He knew in his heart. He couldn't beat Xu Hao at all. If he didn't make a change. The final result was only bankruptcy. The only way to reverse the situation was through the system. While it's not bankrupt yet, the Zhou family's influence is still there, and it's not difficult to change the plot. Zhou Mu secretly made up his mind. That day, there were a few lazy clouds floating in the sky, and the breeze was blowing the green trees on the street. Zhou Mu was in a nervous mood. He waited at the school gate of his daughter Fang Anruo early. Yes, he also planned to try to let his daughter go home. Change this big plot. You will definitely get a generous reward. The school bell rang. Students poured out of the school gate like a tide. Zhou Mu saw the familiar yet strange figure at a glance. Fang Anruo was graceful and elegant. There was a stubbornness in her eyes. Zhou Mu stepped forward. Anruo, come home with Dad. Dad knows he was wrong and shouldn't have abandoned you and your daughter. Fang Anruo stopped. She glanced at him coldly. Go home. Do you think you still have that home? Where have you been for so many years? Her voice was full of anger. Zhou Mu said anxiously. Anruo, Dad really knows he was wrong. Give Dad a chance to make up for it. Fang Anruo refused without hesitation. Make up for it? How can you make up for the suffering we have suffered for so many years? I am living a good life now and don't need you. Seeing his daughter's firm attitude, Zhou Mu felt powerless. No matter how nice he said it, his daughter just didn't want to go home with him. The reward was going to be lost again. Zhou Mu was furious when he thought of Xu Hao. Did Xu Hao instigate you to disown me? Fang Anruo's expression was cold. Don't slander him. Uncle Xu is very good to me. He gave me warmth and love that I have never had before. Fang Anruo said. She touched her belly unconsciously. Her face was full of maternal radiance. I have my own family now, Uncle Xu who loves me, and a baby who is about to be born. I am very satisfied with my current life. Don't come to me again. Seeing his daughter's happy appearance, Zhou Mu felt mixed emotions. Anruo, Dad just hopes that you can come back to me so that I can have the opportunity to take care of you. There was a hint of pleading in his voice. Fang Anruo was unmoved. What's the point of saying this now? You were not here when we needed you the most. Do you know how much hardship and fatigue my mother went through to raise me? Zhou Mu gritted his teeth. Dad is sorry for you, but Dad really wants to start over. Fang Anruo took a deep breath. Start over. Once some damage is done, it cannot be repaired. I won't let my children experience the pain I once had. After saying that, Fang Anruo turned and left, leaving Zhou Mu standing there in a daze. Come back to his senses. His chest rose and fell violently, and his eyes were bloodshot. The anger was burning. It's all Xu Hao, that B** starred. Zhou Mu was furious, emotional value plus 1000. He did not get his daughter's forgiveness. He could not change his fate to get the system reward. Zhou Mu was anxious and frowned. He began to think of other ways. His tired eyes stared at the computer screen. He tried to find a glimmer of hope from the massive amount of information. In fact, he had been paying attention to it for the past 10 days. But the plot he knew had changed, and it was completely different from the novel, Nima. The plot has changed, how can I change the plot? Zhou Mu punched the table. Veins on his forehead bulged. Fortunately, at this time, Zhou Mu suddenly got a message. Several influential clothing companies in the industry, for some reason, united and began to suppress the Zhang family. Zhou Mu was happy. In his memory, this was a key plot. According to the original trend, several companies jointly suppress the heroine's company. The heroine is powerless, and the protagonist will stand up to save the situation and pretend to be awesome, thus changing the heroine's impression of him. As long as I destroy this plot, Zhou Mu secretly calculated, this is a great opportunity. If the plot is successfully changed, maybe it can change the current predicament. Without hesitation, Zhou Mu immediately went to the Zhang family. In the Zhang family villa, Yang's father and mother heard that someone was visiting and came out to receive them in person. When they saw that the visitor was Zhou Mu, they first showed a hint of surprise on their faces, and then they regained their calm. After some politeness, Zhou Mu said, I heard that several clothing companies have joined forces to deal with your Zhang family. Yang's father and mother were stunned when they heard this. Yang's father frowned and said, the company is in trouble. Why don't we know? It must be Wei Wei who is carrying it on her own again. Zhou Mu smiled and said, Xiao Wei didn't tell you because she was afraid you would worry. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will help you solve it. Father Zhang and Mother Zhang looked at each other. Mother Zhang shook her head. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your kindness, but no need. They knew that the Zhou family was in a business war with the Xu family. They had already given their daughter to Xu Hao. They were tied to the Xu family. If they accepted Zhou Mu's help at this time, wouldn't Xu Hao think they were fence-sitters? Zhou Mu was confused. I thought the Zhang family would be grateful for his proposal. I could gain a wave of goodwill. I didn't expect to be rejected. I didn't react for a while. Seeing the firm attitude of Yang's father and mother, Zhou Mu didn't know what to say. I offered my help but was rejected. This is unheard of. Just give up like this? Definitely not. Even if the Zhang family refused to help, he would still take action. It was about changing the plot to get rewards. Zhou Mu didn't say much. Directly call a company targeting Yang's clothing. He said in a tough tone. I am the head of the Zhou family. Give up targeting the Zhang family immediately. As a top family in the Magic City, he has the confidence to say this. Who knows, there was a sneer from the other end of the phone. The Zhou family's face. It's worthless now. Mr. Zhou should think about himself. Your Zhou family is about to lose itself, and you still want to take care of other people's affairs. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhou Mu was stunned. He continued to call several other companies without giving up. All the replies he got were rejections. Zhou Mu's face was extremely ugly. A sense of frustration rose in his heart. The once powerful Zhou family. Now it has fallen to this point. Even a few small clothing companies are not taken seriously. As the Zhou family was suppressed by the Xu family, the influence of the Zhou family is gradually disappearing. Yang's father and mother were watching from the side. There was disdain and contempt in their eyes. Yang's mother picked up the phone. He called Xu Hao and said flatteringly, Mr. Xu, it's like this, someone is targeting the Zhang family and wants to ask for your help. Xu Hao on the other end of the phone was thoughtful. This protagonist is still in the mood to make trouble, it seems that he needs to find more things to do. Xu Hao just said hello. Several companies immediately gave up targeting the Zhang family. Mother Zhang thanked him profusely on the phone. After hanging up the phone, she did not forget to look at Zhou Mu with a mocking look. Zhou Mu stood there, feeling like a clown, leaving the Zhang family with heavy steps. The sunlight outside was particularly dazzling, but it could not shine into his gloomy heart. Back home, Zhou Mu collapsed on the sofa. Looking at the ceiling, his eyes were empty. Thinking of his daughter's cold eyes, Yang's father and mother looked down on him and felt numb. FCK, how could it become like this? Isn't he the protagonist? With the help of the time travel and the system, he is worth 100 billion at the beginning. Shouldn't he be invincible? Why is everything going wrong and he is suppressed to bankruptcy? Ding Zhou Mu's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 1001. A noisy corner of the city. The first hospital is bustling with people as usual. However today, an uninvited guest was welcomed. Xu Hao stepped into the hospital gate. In the luxurious ward of the hospital, Zhou Haoran was lying on the hospital bed. His legs were broken, bandaged several times, unable to move. He could only be trapped in this ward. Zhou Mu had no intention of taking him home at all. Fortunately, Zhou Mu still had a little conscience. He did not move this cheap son out of the luxurious ward. Nurses take care of his daily life every day. Zhou Haoran has been holding back his anger. It was all caused by Zhou Mu breaking his legs. But he had no choice, Zhou Mu was his father. Even if he was full of anger, he dared not to attack. At this moment, Zhou Haoran was losing his temper in the ward. His face flushed red because of anger, his eyes were full of anger, and he cursed. You are all trash. You can't even cure this leg injury. Didn't that old thing let you cure it? B*****. The angry voice echoed in the ward. He cursed. He punched the bed hard with his fists. B.B. The nurse who was supposed to take care of him in the ward disappeared. Zhou Haoran's anger was ignited again. Where is he? Where did he go? He was not here when he was supposed to be. What are you doing? Do you think I'm easy to bully? No one takes me seriously. Zhou Haoran panted and frowned. He was very angry with Zhou Mu. The ward was filled with resentment. The air became heavy and oppressive. At this moment, the door of the ward was opened. Zhou Haoran looked over subconsciously. The curse on his lips, the moment he saw the person clearly, his breathing stagnated. I saw a stunning beauty pushing the door open. Standing outside the door, it turned out to be Xu Hao. He swallowed the dirty words. Scold Xu Hao. That's asking for death. Xu Hao smiled slightly. His eyes swept over Zhou Haoran, who had a gloomy face, and he spoke slowly. Mr. Zhou, you look so miserable, it seems that you are not doing well. He was touched by the pain point. Zhou Haoran clenched his teeth and remained silent. Only his clenched fist showed his inner anger. Xu Hao walked into the ward by himself and said slowly. Young Master Zhou, I can't bear to see people suffer. I can heal your legs. Zhou Haoran's eyes widened. Then, he was uncontrollably excited. He asked with a trembling voice. Really? Uncle Xu, can you really heal my legs? Xu Hao nodded, looking calm. Of course, you should have heard of Shenong Hall, right? My daughter is a miracle doctor in Shenong Hall. Cancer can be cured, let alone your fracture. To be honest, with the current medical level, your leg injury should be healed in this hospital, but your father doesn't want you to be well. Zhou Haoran's body shook violently. It was just a guess that his father didn't want him to be cured. It was confirmed by Xu Hao. His eyes were red and his face was hideous and twisted. His teeth were clattering. His resentment towards Zhou Mu was like a surging river. After a long while, Zhou Haoran barely calmed down. His eyes were full of pleading and desire. The voice was choked with sobs. Uncle Xu, please be merciful and help me. I will be grateful. Xu Hao looked at him with a smile. I can help you, but there is no free lunch in the world. What can you give me in return? Zhou Haoran was speechless. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But he found that he was in such a miserable state now, abandoned by his father, and had nothing. He couldn't take out anything valuable. Seeing his thoughts, Xu Hao continued. I will help you heal your legs, but I need you to do me a small favor. This favor is very simple for you. Zhou Haoran seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and said anxiously. What help? Uncle Xu, just tell me, even if I have to go through fire and water, I will definitely help you. You should know that Zhou Mu and the Ma family have joined forces to deal with my Xu family. My request is very simple, as long as you say a few words. Zhou Haoran's face showed a struggle. The fight between the Zhou family and the Xu family. If I agree to Xu Hao, it means I stand against the Zhou family. I was caught in a dilemma for a while. Xu Hao raised a mocking smile. Zhou Mu broke your leg so heartlessly, and didn't care about you at all. He didn't treat you as his son at all. You are still hesitating here, thinking about him. It's really a fatherly and filial son. In that case, forget it, just pretend I didn't come today. Zhou Haoran panicked immediately. He said quickly. Wait, Uncle Xu, I agree. Xu Hao was right. It was Zhou Mu who was ruthless first. Break his legs. Zhou Mu is unkind, so don't blame him for being unjust. Xu Hao snapped his fingers in the face. A wise decision. Mr. Zhou, there is one thing you may not know yet, the daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Wei, whom you have always thought of. During this period, your father has been frequently in and out of the Zhang family. Not only did he have a good chat with Yang's father and mother, but he also had dinner with them. It seems that he has taken a fancy to Zhang Wei. What? Zhou Haoran was shocked, as if struck by lightning. How is this possible? Zhang Wei is the woman he has been pursuing for several years. Zhou Mu is his father. What does he want to do? Chapter 311, Beauty Trap. Falling into a trap. Seeking the skin of a tiger. The daughter's thoughts. Xu Hao winked at Hong Qiangwei. Hong Qiangwei understood and threw out a handful of photos. The photos clearly showed the scene of Zhou Mu going to Yang's house. There were pictures of him, Yang's father, Yang's mother, and Zhang Wei chatting and laughing together. There were also scenes of them sitting around eating together. Xu Hao was actually there that day. It's just that these photos were taken before he arrived, and Xu Hao's figure was erased later. Seeing these photos, Zhou Haoran's heart was completely twisted. He was already gritting his teeth at his father Zhou Mu. Xu Hao's mouth corners slightly raised. Next, the Zhou family will have fun. There is suppression from his Xu family outside, and the rebellious son is making trouble. Under internal and external troubles. Let's see if Zhou Mu still has time to make trouble. After Zhou Haoran agreed to help deal with his father Zhou Mu, he looked at Xu Hao expectantly. Uncle Xu, how are you going to cure me? Xu Hao waved his hand. Don't worry about the treatment, you have to do an interview first. Zhou Haoran heard it. Know what to do. A look of fear appeared on his face. The body couldn't help but tremble. The interview would definitely be known by his father Zhou Mu. With Zhou Mu's temper, he might cripple him again. Xu Hao seemed to see through his mind. Don't be afraid, I'm here, he can't hurt you. Zhou Haoran hesitated for a moment. Finally, he nodded in agreement. He wanted to stand up again and get rid of his current life. Xu Hao continued. Next, you have to turn against your father and take the family property from him. Ah! Zhou Haoran was stunned. His face was full of astonishment and disbelief. Let him fight with his father for the family property. You should know what will happen if your Zhou family becomes my enemy. Bankruptcy is a matter of time. You took the family property from him for the good of the Zhou family, so as not to ruin your last identity. Zhou Haoran shuddered. He thought quickly about Xu Hao's words in his mind. Xu Hao was right. Father was an enemy of the Xu family. With the strength of the Xu family, the Zhou family would suffer sooner or later. He did this for the Zhou family and for his own future. Thinking of this, Zhou Haoran gritted his teeth. Okay, Uncle Xu, I promise. Very good, then you prepare well, I'll wait for your good news. After saying that, Xu turned and left the hospital. Zhou Haoran had mixed feelings. He was worried about the upcoming falling out with his father. But for his own future. In order not to spend the rest of his life in the hospital, he had no way out. In the afternoon, a group of reporters rushed into the first hospital. Zhou Haoran's ward. Long guns and short guns were almost about to hit Zhou Haoran's mouth. Oh my God, the famous Zhou family's eldest son has been living in the hospital all the time. Mr. Zhou, how long have you been in the hospital? Who did this? This is too heavy, isn't it? A reporter asked impatiently. Mr. Zhou, have you been in the hospital for so long to avoid the confrontation with the Xu family in the business world? Another reporter asked a sharp question. Facing many reporters, Zhou Haoran's eyes flashed with determination. The reason why I'm lying in the hospital is that my father beat me up. He broke my legs. Zhou Haoran's words were like a heavy bomb. Instantly caused a commotion in the crowd. What? How is this possible? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. How could the head of the Zhou family kill his own son? The reporters widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. Are you kidding? This is too unbelievable. A reporter asked with a face full of suspicion. Mr. Zhou, can you tell us in detail what happened at that time? Why did your father do this? Mr. Zhou, does your father have any unspeakable secrets? One question after another came. The reporters' eyes were full of news hot spots. Zhou Haoran's face was painful, and he cried. That day, without any warning, he was furious with me just because of some trivial disagreements, completely disregarding the father-son relationship. He was like a beast who had lost his mind, punching and kicking me, and I was completely powerless to resist. In the end, he broke my legs. Zhou Haoran's voice began to tremble. Tears rolled in his eyes. I lay on the ground, begging him to let me go, but he didn't show any mercy. At that moment I couldn't see a trace of fatherly love in his eyes, only cold anger and ruthless determination. He left me in this ward and ignored me, as if I was not his son, but his enemy. I don't understand what I did wrong to suffer such torture. My life has just begun, but because of his brutality, it has become dark. I tried to understand him, thinking that he was just impulsive, but day after day, all I waited for was loneliness and despair. Zhou Haoran successfully portrayed himself as a pitiful image. The reporters were all moved. After the interview, several news quickly became hot searches. Shocking. Even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. The head of the Zhou family broke his son's legs. He even killed his own son and did not allow the hospital to treat him after breaking his legs. The head of the Zhou family is so cold-blooded. The fishing boat exploded. Accusations and abuses against Zhou Mu were endless. Zhou Mu was still dealing with company affairs in a panic. The piles of documents and the continuous calls made him overwhelmed. Just then, the secretary ran in a panic. Not good. Hearing these three words, Zhou Mu's heart tightened. He asked with a sullen face. What's the matter? Don't panic. The secretary hurriedly brought the phone to Zhou Mu. The voice was urgent. Mr. Zhou, please read the news. Zhou Mu took the phone. When he saw the news about his son being interviewed, his face turned livid instantly. The news was full of slander against him. Zhou Mu was so angry that he trembled all over and cursed with gritted teeth. Rebellious son, this ungrateful thing. Put down the phone. He paced back and forth in the office. After venting for a while, he gradually calmed down. I immediately thought that someone was behind it. Who gave the rebellious son the confidence to slander him? A figure appeared in his mind. Xu Hao. It must be Xu Hao who is playing tricks. It's too despicable to want to destroy his reputation through his son. The more Zhou Mu thought about it, the angrier he became. At the same time, he also thought of more. If his son does something weird again, it will be even more difficult to deal with. After thinking about it, Zhou decided to hold a press conference first to try to save the situation. At the press conference, Zhou Mu expressed his sincere feelings. My son Zhou Haoran is idle all day long, not doing his job, and often bullies men and women. I am killing my own son for the greater good, and let him reflect on himself in the hospital. However, no one believed his words. Because in everyone's impression, Zhou Haoran has a good reputation except for licking Zhang Wei. It is not as bad as Zhou Mu described. Seeing everyone's suspicious and disdainful eyes, Zhou Mu was furious but helpless. Ding. Zhou Mu is unstable, emotional value plus 999 inches. Prepare the car, go to the hospital. Zhou Mu ordered his secretary. Sitting in the car, he frowned. The anger in his heart burned more and more. Arrived at the hospital. Zhou Mu went straight to Zhou Haoran's ward. He attracted the attention of others along the way. The door of the ward was pushed open. Zhou Haoran saw the aggressive Zhou Mu. He showed a trace of panic on his face, but soon pretended to be calm. You rebellious son, how dare you slander me? Zhou Mu was furious. Zhou Haoran gritted his teeth and retorted. You were the first to attack me. What qualifications do you have to say anything about me? I worked so hard to build my family business, how could you support an ungrateful person like you? Zhou Mu stepped forward and pointed at Zhou Haoran's nose and cursed. Family business. In your eyes, I'm just a dispensable tool. Zhou Haoran fought back. Zhou Mu was so angry that he raised his hand and was about to hit him. Zhou Haoran stiffened his neck. Go ahead and hit me. You've already broken my leg, so this slap won't hurt you. Zhou Mu's hand stopped in midair and didn't fall in the end. He was panting. glazing at Zhou Haoran. From now on, I don't have a son like you. Zhou Haoran sneered. No, no, I don't want a father like you. Father and son glared at each other. They became enemies. Xu Group. In the office, Xu Hao was sitting on the sofa leisurely, watching the news of the Zhou family's father and son's feud with interest. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the afternoon, Chen Hao left the company. The car drove smoothly on the avenue. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a chain car accident happened in front without any warning. Hong Qiangwei easily avoided the oncoming collision with her excellent driving skills. However, other cars around were in trouble. One after another, they collided with each other, making a loud noise. The scene was in chaos. There were also pedestrians nearby, screaming and running around. Especially a stunning beauty holding a parasol on the side. She was directly hit and flew out by the out-of-control vehicle. It happened to fly to the side of Xu Hao's car. Just in time for Xu Hao to see it. The stunning beauty was hit horribly. Her body was covered with blood. Her face was pale and bloodless. Xu Hao looked strange. This car accident happened suddenly. It seemed to be an accident, but it was actually intentional. But the design was really clever. Even Hong Qiangwei, the top killer, did not notice the problem. But this was not difficult for Xu Hao. Xu Hao had god-level killer skills. He could see the trick at a glance. Even if he could not see the design, he knew it was a trap. Because he knew who it was after taking a look at the stunning beauty. Shui Miao, one of the 5 guardians of the Dragon King Palace. Also one of the heroines. Her face was different from what he had seen before, and even more beautiful. Shui Miao has always been cautious, and her face shown to the outside world has always been disguised. This time, in order to deal with Xu Hao, in order to gain trust, she had to reveal her true face. Unfortunately, Xu Hao saw through it at a glance. Master, should I find a car to come? Hong Qiangwei turned around and looked at Xu Hao. This chain car accident was too big. Their car was stuck in the middle. If they wanted to leave here, they had to find another car. This was the elaborate plan set by Xiaolong and his men. It happened to be in this one-way section. This car accident was created to completely block the road. It forced Xu Hao to get off the car. Of course, what they hoped most was that Xu Hao got off the car because he saw Shui Miao's appearance. This would have the best effect. Xu Hao smiled slightly. If someone comes to your door, it would be too disrespectful if you don't go and see it. Hong Qiangwei was puzzled. But she didn't ask any more questions. She got off the car and opened the door for Xu Hao. At this time, Shui Miao was not far away. Because of the car accident, her breath was weak and her face was as pale as paper. This was not pretending, she was really injured. The game was real. After all, Xu Hao was powerful. It was almost impossible to pretend and deceive. Shui Miao's eyes had been looking at Xu Hao's car intentionally or unintentionally. She was uneasy. Seeing Xu Hao getting off the car, she pursed her lips, hugged her injured leg, and pretended to be in pain and pitiful. Her eyes were filled with tears, looking pitiful. Thinking that Xu Hao noticed her and came to find her. He didn't let her down. After getting off the car, Xu Hao looked around the chaotic scene. His eyes fell on her. Shui Miao's appearance at this time was indeed pitiful. Her long hair like a waterfall was a little messy and scattered on her shoulders, and there was a little blood on her delicate face. But it couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Her beautiful eyes were full of pain and helplessness, but her eyes revealed a hint of stubbornness. Xu Hao walked 277 steps over. Every step seemed to step on Shui Miao's heart. She was nervous. It was impossible not to be nervous. Xu Hao's strength was stronger than Xiaolong. Once discovered, all plans would fail. She was not afraid of being killed after being discovered. She came to kill Xu Hao and was ready to die. But if she was exposed before she took action, that would be too miserable to die. Xu Hao walked up to Shui Miao and asked gently, "How are you? Are you seriously injured?" Seeing the spring breeze smile on his face, Shui couldn't help but be stunned. But she reacted quickly. If she hadn't investigated Xu Hao in advance, she would have almost thought that Xu Hao was a good person. Shui Miao said while holding back the pain. Her voice was weak and trembling. "I feel like I can't hold on any longer." With god-level medical skills, Xu Hao knew her injuries at a glance. In addition to the external injuries, her leg was broken. For this kind of injury, he could heal it immediately with 10 healing spells. But he didn't do that. "You want to play, right? Then play slowly." Xu Hao gently placed one hand on her thigh. Shui Miao was stunned. Her eyes were wide open, even though she was accepting the mission and using the beauty timer. I was prepared to be taken advantage of. I was still shocked by Xu Hao's sudden move. Brother, I know you are lustful. But my life is hanging by a thread, and there is blood everywhere. You don't have to be so crazy, right? Shui Miao misunderstood. She was covered in blood, but her thigh was relatively clean. Xu Hao applied force gently. With a click, the broken leg was connected. Shui Miao didn't react for a while. He groaned, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Xu Hao spoke slowly. Your leg was broken, I give it to you. Shui Miao cursed in his heart. How can you treat it like this? It's too rough. But he had to endure the pain and thank you. Thank you, you are such a good person. You're welcome, it's nothing serious, wait for the ambulance to come, go to the hospital to bandage it and it will be fine. Xu Hao stood up and smiled. Shui Miao was stunned. No, why is it different from what I thought? Seeing how pretty I am, shouldn't I be taken away? To the hospital, that's not what she wants to see. So, Shui Miao started to make friends. Looking at Xu Hao in doubt. Why do you look familiar? You are Mr. Xu from Xu Group. Xu Hao was surprised. Do you know me? Shui Miao was excited and her face flushed. There was a gleam of admiration in her eyes. Mr. Xu, you are my idol, you are a business legend. Every decision you make is so wise, and you have led Xu Group to brilliant success. I am so lucky to meet you here. Chapter 312, My Daughter's Progress. Breakthrough. Stay by my side to teach foreign languages. Xu Hao smiled slightly. You're too kind, I'm just lucky. Shui Miao continued while the iron was hot. Mr. Xu, you're too modest. I think you're not only a business legend, but also a very kind person. If I hadn't met you today, I wouldn't know what to do. I can't ignore you when I meet you. After a pause, Xu Hao's eyes stayed on Shui Miao for a moment. As if he cared about this fan very much, he spoke slowly. I wanted you to wait for the ambulance here. Since you know me, why don't you come with me? In fact, I also know some first aid measures. Hearing this, Shui Miao's face showed excitement. His voice trembled with excitement. Really? But he had another plan in his mind. Being able to be with Xu Hao. Wouldn't it be more opportunities to attack him? He is indeed a lustful person. Although he was disdainful in his heart, Shui Miao looked grateful on the surface. He expressed his gratitude sincerely. Mr. Xu, thank you so much. Xu Hao smiled, not knowing whether it was okay or not. He could tell that she was pretending. But he didn't care. Instead, he was more interested. Xu Hao said to Hong Qiangwei. Contact someone and drive a car over. Hong Qiangwei hurriedly agreed. He helped the weak Shui Miao up and walked out of the accident area. Not long after, a car drove over. Hong Qiangwei put the bloody Shui Miao in the back seat. Then she sat in the driver's seat. Started the car and sped away. In the distance, see Xu Hao take Shui Miao away. Hiding in the shadows, several people from the Dragon King Hall observed everything. Let go of the tense nerves and feel relieved. Mu Sen lowered his voice and said excitedly. However, there was no joy on Xiaolong's face. Instead, he frowned. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Looking at the car shadow going away. Xiaolong's eyes were deep. I hope I think too much. Xu Hao knew Shui Miao's strength. He didn't bring her close to his woman. The car drove to an empty villa nearby. Along the way, Xu Hao saw Shui Miao's embarrassed appearance and temporarily lost the intention to play tricks on her. They just chatted casually. Suddenly, Shui Miao forgot to introduce herself. He spoke. My name is Shui Ji, a Chinese, who came to Zhou a few days ago. I am a foreigner at Magic City University. Xu Hao knew it in his heart. This is just the identity prepared for Shui Miao by the Dragon King Hall. Foreign teacher. 123 inches. Xu Hao pondered for a moment and asked. When will you start teaching? Shui Miao wanted to find an opportunity to kill Xu Hao. Want to stay with Xu Hao? She answered with a wry smile. I just came here, and I will be arranged to teach after understanding the situation. I don't know how long it will take to delay in this situation. Xu Hao continued to ask. Then you don't have a job now. Shui Miao's heart moved slightly. What does Xu Hao mean by asking this? She nodded, looking lonely. Xu Hao showed a look of emotion. In fact, I have never been good at foreign languages. It won't be long before I expand my business abroad. If I need to translate at that time, I will be laughed at by others. I am planning to learn foreign languages recently. Since you are here to teach, why don't you teach me? Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly in terms of treatment. Shui Miao was stunned for a moment. Her goal was to find ways to stay with Xu Hao. Find an opportunity to poison and then assassinate. She hasn't racked her brains to plan yet. The opportunity fell from the sky. Teach Xu Hao foreign languages, so he must be by his side every day. Wouldn't there be more opportunities to take action? But Shui Miao always felt that Xu Hao's purpose was not pure. How can you ask someone to teach you right after meeting? Oh, Xu Hao is lustful. That's fine. Xu Hao must have taken a fancy to her and wanted to stay by her side to help her. What did he say about asking her to teach him foreign languages? However, this was exactly what she wanted. High-end hunters often appear as prey. Shui Miao did not agree immediately. Instead, she said ashamedly, "Mr. Xu, I also want to tutor you in foreign languages, but I am in this state now. The implication is that I am injured and it is not convenient." Shui Miao was afraid that this opportunity would slip away. After a pause, she continued, "Mr. Xu, how about waiting for me to recover? I will definitely teach you with all my heart." Xu Hao smiled slightly. "Don't worry, you will recover soon. My medical skills are not bad." Shui Miao was surprised. Isn't Xu Hao a business legend? He also knows medical skills. I really want to ask. But considering that the two just met, too much talk will lead to mistakes, so she finally held back. This is a luxury villa. Xu Hao is a real estate developer himself. Don't develop too many houses. There are houses of his everywhere in Shanghai. The three of them stepped into it together. Xu Hao asked Hong Qiangwei to take Shui Miao to wash the blood. Then bring her here for treatment. Hong Qiangwei obeyed the order and took Shui Miao to the bathroom. To be clear in front of another woman. Shui Miao was nervous. Gritted her teeth. She was responsible for the assassination and had to endure everything. After washing, she was brought to Xu Hao by Hong Qiangwei. Xu Hao looked at her. A barely noticeable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Lie on the bed over there, I will treat you." Shui Miao lay down as he said. "Be alert secretly." Xu Hao took action, reached out his hand and began to look for the wound. "Feel the delicate skin." Shui Miao's eyes widened, ashamed and angry. She knew it. What kind of medical skills does Xu Hao have? He just wants to take advantage. Her feeling just now was not wrong. Xu Hao did not even let her go even though she was seriously injured. How can someone be so shameless? Shui Miao felt uncomfortable when she noticed the hand on her leg. This was the first time a man had touched her. She had a crush on Xiao Long. Because Xiao Long had someone in his heart, he had always kept his distance. Now, Xu Hao, the evil devil, got the advantage. Ding Shui Miao gritted her teeth, emotional value plus 789. "Mr. Xu, are you sure this is a treatment?" Shui Miao finally couldn't help asking. The voice was trembling. Xu Hao replied seriously. "Of course, I have a hand at treating such minor injuries." As he spoke, his hand continued to move. More unscrupulous. When the finger passed the waist, Shui Miao trembled involuntarily. Xu Hao seemed not to notice, and muttered to himself. "Don't move, the injury here is not light." Shui Miao tightly grasped the bed sheet. She kept telling herself in her heart. She must endure it. As long as she could find a chance to kill Xu Hao. What's this humiliation? Xu Hao's hand did not stop, but kept moving up. Shui Miao took a breath. "Mr. Xu, this are you injured?" His voice rose several decibels. Xu Hao said calmly. "Internal injuries, how can you find them without careful inspection?" Shui Miao's face flushed. I don't know if it was because of shame or anger. Both. But it was mostly anger. So angry. But she could do nothing. Her eyes were full of anger and grievance. She almost couldn't help but explode. Shui Miao kept reminding herself to stay calm. Just when she was feeling ashamed and angry. She felt that Xu Hao was taking advantage of her. Xu Hao was indeed treating her. He activated the healing technique. He was repairing her damaged meridians and tissues. However, Xu Hao deliberately reduced the effect of the healing technique. To make the treatment look less obvious. Finally, Xu Hao stopped. "Okay, the treatment is over. You should have a good rest during this time. Your injury has healed, but not completely. We will continue next time." Shui Miao felt relieved. She quickly put her clothes in order. She lowered her head. She didn't want Xu Hao to see her murderous eyes. But, she lowered her head and looked at herself. She was shocked to find that her injuries had actually improved a little. How could this be possible? Xu Hao was clearly taking advantage of her just now. Now her injuries have improved. She was a little confused. Could it be that Xu Hao really had a unique treatment method? At this time, Xu Hao suddenly approached her. The distance between the two of them shortened. Shui Miao could even feel Xu Hao's breathing. Remember, stay here well these days and don't run around. Shui Miao looked nervous. Okay, thank you, Mr. Xu. Her heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. She nodded in panic. Xu Hao raised the corner of his mouth. With a meaningful smile, he left. Xu Hao left the room. Shui Miao was left alone there. Her heart was heaving, full of hatred and determination. Xu Hao actually bullied her like this. She swore. She would not let Xu Hao die so easily at that time. Ding Shui Miao was ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 777. Night fell. Xu Hao returned home. As soon as he entered the door, his little daughter Xu Wei came running over. Holding his hand tightly, shaking and acting coquettishly. Dad, my sisters and I are going to the water park tomorrow. Can you accompany us? Xu Hao smiled and knocked her head. Do you know your charm? Can you play normally in the water park? It is true. The sisters are already beautiful. After taking Xu Hao's marrow cleansing pill, she became more beautiful. Not to mention going to crowded places to play. Even if she was walking on the street, that would block the whole street. Not to mention that several sisters were traveling together. After hearing what Xu Hao said, Xu Wei was not in a hurry at all. It was obvious that she had expected it. She blinked her beautiful eyes. It depends on you, Dad. There are so many of us. You might as well book the water park. Xu Hao thought about it. He thought this method was feasible. After Xu Wei's soft and hard persuasion, he finally nodded in agreement. Xu Wei was full of joy. He immediately ran to report the good news to several sisters. You go, I still have research to do, so I won't go. Xu Qingshan shook her head and didn't want to go. Xu Wei was unwilling to let her go. He kept buzzing around her like a little bee. Second sister, everyone is going, why don't you go too? We are all good sisters. My good second sister. Xu Qingshan was pestered by her and had no choice. Finally, she said helplessly. Okay, I'll go, okay. I really can't do anything to you. The next day, the sun was shining. The Xu family came to the largest water park in Shanghai. In the past, there were always people coming and going here, and it was very lively. But today it seemed empty and quiet. Because it was reserved by Xu Hao. In order to avoid being disturbed, even the staff were replaced by Xu Hao's, Wushang, female death warriors. As soon as they entered the park, the first thing that caught their eyes was the tall and winding water slide, like a giant dragon winding around. Xu Wei danced with joy. The first to climb to the top of the slide. Haha, here I come. She sat down without hesitation. She slid down quickly with a whoosh. She splashed a lot of water with her cheerful shout. It means the beginning of today's play. Xu Xiqing was relatively cautious. She sat carefully on the edge of the slide. She took a deep breath and slid down slowly. She looked nervous and excited. Xu Qingshan was very calm. She slid down the slide gracefully, like a light butterfly. Xu Qingshe and Xu Feiyan held hands. Xu Hongzhuang stood at the top of the slide. Looking down, she felt a little timid. She has always been afraid of heights. Hongzhuang, don't be afraid, I'll pick you up below. Hearing Xu Hao's encouragement, Xu Hongzhuang plucked up her courage, closed her eyes and slid down. The moment she entered the water, she felt a cool breeze, and the fear in her heart disappeared. Played on the water slide for a while. Then, they came to the surfing pool. Waves rolled in one after another. Like the breath of the sea. Xu Hongzhuang slowly walked into the pool, feeling the impact of the waves. A larger wave hit. She swayed and almost fell. Just then, Xu Hao quickly reached out his hand. He grabbed her. Be careful. Xu Hongzhuang leaned in his arms, her heartbeat accelerated. Thank you, Dad. The voice was as small as a mosquito. Xu Hao smiled, holding her shoulders. In this wave, you follow me closely. Xu Hongzhuang nodded gently. There was a flicker of dependence in her eyes. As the waves rose and fell, the two of them collided from time to time. Xu Hao would block the bigger waves for Xu Hongzhuang. And Xu Hongzhuang gradually relaxed under Xu Hao's protection. enjoying the fun of surfing. Dad, the waves are too big. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Xu Hao's voice remained firm amid the sound of the waves. Xu Hongzhuang felt safe. Suddenly, a particularly large wave came. Xu Hao helped to stabilize her body. This time, they were even closer. Xu Hongzhuang turned into an apple. She could clearly feel Xu Hao's heartbeat. After the wave passed, Xu didn't let go immediately. Xu Hongzhuang didn't break free either. She just stood quietly in the water. It seemed as if time had stopped. Xu Hongzhuang was in a state of confusion, emotional value plus 888. Xu Hao looked at her shy look and couldn't help laughing. After playing surfing for a while, everyone went ashore to rest. Xu Hongzhuang sat on the beach chair. The scene of being in the water with Xu Hao just now kept appearing in her mind. Xu Hao came over and handed her a bottle of water. Drink some water, take a rest. Xu Hongzhuang took the water and took a sip. She secretly glanced at Xu Hao. Found that Xu Hao was also looking at her, their eyes met. They looked away in an instant. After the break, everyone went to play other games. After what happened just now, Xu Hongzhuang did not participate. She sat alone on the beach to rest. Feeling a little sleepy, she took a nap on the lounge chair. She fell asleep soon. She and Xu Hao came to a beautiful beach. The sun was setting. The golden afterglow was sprinkled on the sea. The two walked on the beach. Xu Hao suddenly stopped and looked at her. Xu Hongzhuang woke up from her dream. She found her cheeks burning. She was annoyed that she had such a dream. Third sister, what are you doing here alone? Let's go play on the water swing. Xu Shiqing's voice came. Xu Hongzhuang felt guilty and responded quickly. Chapter 313. Everyone is starting to change. Hot springs. Various ways to play. The girls came to the area of water swings. Xu Hongzhuang was in a complicated mood because she was with Xu Hao in the surfing pool. She deliberately kept a little distance. Walked aside alone. Xu Qingxie saw Xu Hao alone and came over. Dad, don't think about work today, relax a little. Originally, she thought she was so grown up. It seemed childish to come to the amusement park to play. But under the leadership of her sisters, she slowly let go. Xu Hao smiled. She sat on the adjacent water swing with Xu Qingxie. The swing swayed gently on the water, splashing water. Dad, I'm so happy today. Xu Qingxie said sincerely. From childhood to adulthood, this is the first time for them sisters to come to the amusement park to play. And Xu Hao was with them. At this moment, her hair was wet by the water and stuck to her fair cheeks. It looked particularly moving. Xu Hao responded with a smile. Yes, as long as everyone has fun. As the swing swayed, their hands accidentally touched each other. Xu Qingshui's heart tightened. She was at a loss for a moment. It would definitely not be good to take it away. What if he misunderstood that she disliked him? So she simply didn't move her hand away. A gust of wind blew. Xu Qingxie couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this, Xu Hao took off his coat and put it on her. Don't catch a cold. Xu Hao's voice was gentle and concerned. Xu Qingxie was moved. Thank you, Dad. The two of them were on the water swing. On the other side, Xu Hongzhuang looked at Xu Hao and Xu Qingxie from a distance. A sense of inexplicable loss surged in her heart. She bit her lip. Try not to care, but her eyes always drifted towards them unconsciously. Xu Shiqing noticed Xu Hongzhuang's 2, 3, 7 strangeness and came over to ask. Third sister, what's wrong with you? You don't look very happy. Xu Hongzhuang hurriedly covered up. No, I'm just a little tired. Xu Shiqing nodded without thinking much. Xu Hao and Xu Qingxie got off the water swing. Xu Hao accidentally met Xu Hongzhuang's eyes. Xu Hongzhuang quickly turned her head and pretended not to see it. Xu Hao smiled. A lot of emotional points were harvested again. Everyone continued to play. Xu Hao came to Xu Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, are you angry with me? Xu Hongzhuang was stunned, then shook her head. No. Xu Hao frowned. Then why do you keep hiding from me? Xu Hongzhuang hesitated and couldn't say it. How to say this? Shouldn't she be like this? Or is she jealous? Dad, third sister, what are you doing? We should go to the rafting river. Xu Wei came over in confusion. Xu Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief. Saying okay. Xu Hao secretly thought it was a pity. I still want to force it. Several people came to the rafting river together again. Two groups got on the raft. Xu Wei wanted to charge alone. After the division, Xu Feiyan and Xu Hao were added. Feiyan, let's go together. Xu Feiyan hesitated a little, but still didn't refuse. Get on the raft together. As soon as they sat down, the raft shook slightly. Xu Feiyan subconsciously grabbed Xu Hao's arm. Xu Hao comforted. Don't worry, it's very stable. His voice was steady. But it didn't make Xu Feiyan feel relaxed. Instead, her heart beat faster. But it's not because of fear. The raft moved slowly along the current. The river water gently hit the edge of the raft, making a crisp sound. Xu Feiyan raised her head slightly. The breeze brushed across her face, very comfortable. Feiyan, look over there. Xu Hao pointed to the flowers blooming on the shore. Xu Feiyan looked in the direction of his finger, her eyes full of surprise. It's so beautiful, Xu Feiyan exclaimed. Xu Hao inadvertently put his hand on her shoulder. Xu Feiyan froze and didn't dodge. Xu Hao felt her nervousness. He patted her shoulder. Relax, it's rare to come out to play, you have to enjoy it well. The raft went to a section where the water flow was a little faster. It bumped a few times. Xu Feiyan was unstable and almost fell. Xu Hao held her waist. At this moment, time stopped. It seemed that there were only the two of them in the world. Xu Feiyan was confused. Even in dreams, they are closer. But this is reality, and the feeling is completely different. After a while, the water flow returned to normal. Xu Feiyan slowly sat up. There is a petal in your hair. Xu Hao said, reaching out to pick the petal. His fingers touched his cheek inadvertently. Xu Feiyan felt a current running through her body. She lowered her head. She didn't dare to look into Xu Hao's eyes. The raft continued to drift forward. The river water flashed golden light under the sunlight. It reflected the figures of the two people relying on each other. It was like a painting, drifting all the way to the end. Several sisters had been waiting below. The rafting river journey ended. Xu Hao, Xu Feiyan and others got off the raft. After a morning of playing on the water, several people were a little tired. Time quietly came to noon. Dragging a slightly heavy step into the rest area. And there, a sumptuous meal had been prepared. The long table was filled with a dazzling array of food. Xu Wei's eyes lit up when she saw it. Wow, so many delicious foods. She walked to the table impatiently, picked up a piece of fruit and put it in her mouth. She looked intoxicated. So sweet, so delicious. Xu Xiqing was also attracted by the food in front of her. Gently brushed the hair on her forehead. It's so rich, it looks delicious. Xu Feiyan picked up a glass of juice. She drank it strategically. As if hiding something, several women sat down and enjoyed the food. On this hot summer afternoon, the family sat around the table, so happy. Laughter and laughter echoed in the air. After lunch, the sun shone through the leaves. It made people feel lazy and comfortable. Everyone felt a little sleepy. Open the parasol and lie on the beach chair. Find a comfortable place to take a nap. Time passed quietly. When the sun was no longer so hot, everyone woke up one after another. Xu Wei was very active. She was full of energy and ready to continue other projects. They came to the water climbing area. This was a very challenging project. Xu Feiyan was a strong person in Huajin. Facing this challenge, she seemed relaxed. She walked steadily and quickly climbed to a high place. Then she landed lightly at the finish line. This caused a round of cheers from the crowd. Isn't the fifth sister's skill too amazing? She looks like she is playing house when she walks in the garden. That's right, among our sisters, Sister Feiyan has the best skill, so amazing. I really hope I can be as good as Feiyan. Xu Feiyan passed the test easily. The other girls were not afraid either. Their bodies had been strengthened. They had also received teachings from Xu Hao in their dreams. It was not too difficult to deal with. She completed the climbing one by one. She felt a sense of accomplishment. However, Xu Qing was in trouble. She usually devoted herself to scientific research. She lacked exercise. She had never taken Xu Hao's marrow cleansing pill. Looking at the high climbing wall, she backed out. I'll just forget it, Xu Qingshan said hesitantly. Xu Hao came to her and encouraged her. Qingshan, don't be afraid, try it. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? I'll help you by the side. Looking at Xu Hao's encouraging eyes, Xu Qingshan gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. She began to climb carefully. Every step seemed so difficult. Xu Hao stared at her, giving guidance and encouragement from time to time. Move your left foot a little higher, yes, that's it. Xu Qingshan followed Xu Hao's instructions and tried to climb up. However, due to lack of strength, Her hand suddenly slipped and her body began to fall down. Xu Hao was quick and reached out his hand. He caught her steadily. Xu Qingshan fell into his arms, her heart pounding. It was too thrilling just now. It's okay. Xu Qingshan raised her head. Looking at Xu Hao's face close at hand, she showed concern. Her heart skipped a beat. Although she didn't spend much time with Xu Hao. But they were very close in her dreams. He often taught her all kinds of research and development knowledge. Xu Hao had always been strict. He often beat her. It was in sharp contrast to his current concern. There was a moment of heartbeat. Fearing that she would be discovered by her sisters, Xu Qingshan's eyes evaded. Xu Hao put her down and said with a smile. Try again, I believe you can do it. Xu Qingshan took a deep breath. She mustered up her courage and started climbing again. This time, with the help of Xu Hao, she finally completed the water climbing. Great, you succeeded, second sister. Well done, second sister. The sisters cheered. Xu Qingshan also showed a happy smile on her face. However, her eyes unconsciously looked at Xu Hao. They bumped into each other. She hurriedly dodged. All the sisters were happy that Xu Qingshan successfully completed the water climbing. But at this moment, a water sword suddenly flew over. It hit Xu Qingshui's face accurately. Xu Qingshui was stunned by this sudden attack. Water drops slid down her cheeks. Looking in the direction of the water sword, it turned out that Xu Huai was holding an oversized water gun, smiling and attacking indiscriminately. Huai, you little naughty. Xu Hongzhuang pretended to be angry. Xu Qingshui, who was hit by the water sword, reacted. Wiped the water off her face and gritted her teeth. You dare to sneak attack me. Xu Huai was complacent. Continue to shoot. Several sisters were instantly soaked. They were not willing to be outdone and began to fight back. Xu Feiyan quickly picked up the water gun beside her and shot at Huai. Let me show you how powerful I am. Xu Xiqing followed suit. While dodging the water sword shot by Xu Huai, she found the right opportunity to fight back. Xu Qingshan was a little tired at first. Seeing the lively scene, she also became energetic. Joined the water battle. Xu Hao watched from the side with a smile on his face. Xu Huai dodged left and right with her flexible body. She laughed triumphantly from time to time. Haha, you can't hit me. However, her pride did not last long. The sisters formed a tacit encirclement and trapped her in the middle. Now let's see where you can run. Faced with the siege of the sisters, Xu Huai began to beg for mercy. Sisters, I was wrong, please forgive me. However, the sisters would never let her go so easily. The water sword kept hitting her. We played for a long time. Everyone was a little tired, so they put down the water guns. Oh, we had so much fun today. Xu Huai said panting. Only you, a little naughty boy, can come up with this kind of play. Xu Hongzhuang tapped Xu Huai's nose. Although their clothes were soaked. But their faces were full of smiles. It was the first time for them to experience this kind of carefree play, and they all felt novel. Next, they played other water projects together. Laughter and joy echoed. Night fell, and the stars were twinkling. After dinner. After a rest, everyone came to the hot spring. After a tiring day, how can we not soak in the hot spring? The hot spring was steaming and smoky. The girls slowly stepped into the water. Feeling the warm and comfortable water flow. When Xu Hao appeared, the perfect figure was fully revealed in the moonlight. The 8 abdominal muscles were strong and powerful, with clear lines and full of masculinity. Xu Hongzhuang, Xu Xiqing and Xu Huai were relatively calm. After all, they had swam together before. Having seen Xu Hao's figure, Xu Qingshui, Xu Feiyan and Xu Qingshan saw it so closely for the first time. They couldn't help but blush. Their eyes showed surprise. After they recovered, they started to talk about everything. They talked about each other's dreams unconsciously. Xu Hongzhuang leaned gently on the edge of the hot spring pool. She looked at the starry sky and said with emotion, "My dream of becoming a star can be realized thanks to my father." She looked at Xu Hao with gratitude in her eyes. I still remember that she was a little star a year ago. She was bound by the contract company. In Xu, with the help of Hao, he first taught her piano and then wrote songs for her. Her fame is getting bigger and bigger. Now she is a world-famous superstar. She also controls Hongzhuang Media, which has a market value of hundreds of billions. Another half a year has passed. Hongzhuang Media has risen from tens of billions to hundreds of billions. Xu Qingshui also smiled. Yes, my wish to promote Chinese medicine has also been fulfilled. Now everyone calls me a miracle doctor, which is inseparable from my father's help. To be honest, at the beginning, I made up my mind to study medicine. I wanted to promote Chinese medicine. She herself didn't think it would come true. Xu Hao helped her do it. Xu Feiyan sighed slightly. The sisters all realized their dreams. Her desire to be a queen faded a lot. Although she was strong enough. But the underground queen now was her recognized sister. She couldn't replace her, could she? There was no regret. Xu Shiqing raised her hand. Ye and I can achieve today's achievements in painting and calligraphy, which is much better than those so-called masters. We all have to thank Dad for his guidance. Xu Yi nodded repeatedly. That's right, Dad is the best. Xu Qingshan, who had been silent all the time, trembled with brows. There were thousands of thoughts in her mind. Seeing that her sisters had realized their dreams with the help of Xu Hao. She couldn't help but think of being taught by Xu Hao in her dreams. Wasn't she also accepting Xu Hao's help? She recognized Xu Hao more and more in her heart. Xu Hao looked at the girls and said, "As long as you are happy, everything I do is worth it." The girls were all moved. Then, they began to imagine the future again. Today is the happiest day of my life. We should get together like this more often in the future. Xu Yi said happily, "Of course, we will always be together." Xu Shiqing echoed, "We will also see more scenery together and experience more beauty." The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. I don't know how long it took. Everyone got up and left the hot spring to go home. Everyone went home after taking a hot spring bath. Su Wancho was still awake and waiting for them at home. She had to take care of Xiao Wanzher at home and didn't go with them. Xu Yi threw herself into his arms. Talking about the joy of the day. Su Wancho was happy to see that the girls were becoming more and more dependent on Xu Hao. Xu Hao picked up the little fox beside him. Even if no one was watching, the little fox didn't dare to run away, and now it is becoming more and more obedient. It's time to confront her. Chapter 314, The Heroine's Suffering Day. Authentic foreign language learning. Erotic teaching. The next day, the sun shines through the mottled leaves and sprinkles on the entrance of the villa. Xu Hao stepped into it. Shui Miao stayed in the house, looking out from time to time. Her heart was in turmoil. Xu Hao said he would come to find her. But he was nowhere to be seen yesterday. Could he have forgotten her? She didn't care about Xu Hao's treatment of his injuries. The injury looked serious. But for her Dan Jin, it was nothing. The key is, Xu Hao didn't come. How could she find a chance to kill him? Just when she was worried about gains and losses. With a click, the door opened. Xu Hao's figure appeared at the door. Shui Miao's eyes flashed with joy. Quickly adjust the state. Pretend to be weak and injured. Xu Hao came over and said in a teasing tone. I was pestered by several daughters yesterday and played with them all day. Did Miss Shui miss me? Shui Miao was speechless. Who misses you? Yes, I want to kill you. His face showed a hint of shyness. Mr. Xu is joking. Xu Hao smiled slightly. Miss Shui, aren't you afraid that I won't come? Shui Miao pursed her lips. Mr. Xu is my idol, I believe in him. Xu Hao didn't comment. No nonsense, just straight to the point. Let's start the next treatment. You are seriously injured. One treatment is not enough. When Shui Miao heard that she needed treatment, she panicked. The first thought was, Xu Hao was going to take advantage of her again. But what puzzled her was, Xu Hao's flirting actually had an effect on her injuries. It was strange. Shui Miao wanted to refuse. But she was afraid of causing Xu Hao's disgust. Helpless, Shui Miao could only accept. Since she couldn't avoid it. Then let's see what's special about Xu Hao's treatment. Will it hinder her next plan of poisoning and assassination? The atmosphere in the room was subtle. Shui Miao lay quietly on the bed. Xu Hao sat beside the bed with a righteous face. His eyes swept over her. The treatment began. A hand slowly raised and gently fell on her shoulder. Shui Miao trembled. There was no injury here at all. Xu Hao really had bad intentions. As time went by, she was surprised. This so-called treatment. Why didn't I feel anything? Except Xu Hao's dishonest hand made her feel ashamed and angry. She really didn't notice any signs of benefiting the injury. Xu Hao's fingers slid across the collarbone. Shui Miao paused and grasped the bedsheet tightly. She tried to control the urge to resist. She kept telling herself in her heart. She must endure it. As long as she could kill Xu Hao. What was the humiliation of the moment? Miss Shui, don't be nervous, this is treatment. This is the only way to achieve better treatment results. I'm a doctor, and doctors don't distinguish between genders. Xu Hao's voice rang out in the quiet room. It sounded so hypocritical. Shui Miao was furious. Don't be nervous. How could you not be nervous in this situation? There is no gender distinction. Don't you blush when you say this. Xu Hao once again refreshed her definition of shamelessness. But she still tried to adjust her breathing, trying to make her body less stiff. At this moment, time seemed to become extremely long. Every second was torture for Shui Miao. She didn't know how long she could endure. I just hope this damn treatment can end soon. When Xu Hao's hand came to the waist, Shui Miao clenched her teeth. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. At the right time, Xu launched a divine move. It felt so sour and refreshing. Xu Hao, what are you doing? Shui Miao almost shouted this sentence. But reason still made her swallow the words on the tip of her tongue. She was so angry that her teeth itched. Ding. Shui Miao gritted her teeth, emotional value plus 789. Finally, Xu Hao stopped, smiled and said, today's treatment ends here. Shui Miao breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had been freed from a nightmare. Xu Hao adjusted his sleeves and prepared to leave. Suddenly turned back to look at Shui Miao. I wonder if Miss Shui is used to living here. Thinking that Xu Hao was going to drive her away, Shui Miao said aggrievedly. I just arrived in Kyushu not long ago, and I lived in a hotel before. Xu Hao frowned. Miss Shui, if you don't mind, how about living here? The house is empty anyway. Shui Miao was delighted. Living in Xu Hao's villa, wouldn't it give her more opportunities to meet him? She wanted to agree immediately. But she showed hesitation on her face. How can I feel embarrassed? Mr. Xu not only helped me treat my injuries, but now he also gave me such a nice villa to live in. Xu Hao chuckled. It's fate that we meet, and the house is not for you to live in for free. It's the reward for you teaching me foreign languages. Shui Miao thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. Thank you again and again. Thank you, Mr. Xu. Shui Ji is very grateful to Mr. Xu for taking such good care of me. Xu Hao's eyes showed a triumphant smile. Soon he pretended to hesitate again. Miss Shui, it's a cover-up. I'm going to go abroad soon. How about Miss Shui start teaching tomorrow? Shui Miao was stunned. She is grateful for what she has received. She has been given the villa to live in. It's not right not to do anything. It's not easy to shirk responsibility because of the injury. She could only nod in agreement. But she had a bad feeling in her heart. After Xu Hao left, Shui Miao sat on the bed with mixed feelings. She looked at the scenery outside the window, her thoughts flying. She wanted to get close to Xu Hao so as to find a chance to kill him. She didn't expect to fall into such a situation. Now she agreed to teach him foreign languages. I don't know what kind of trouble will arise. The next day, Xu Hao came to Shui Miao again. Shui Miao had been waiting in the house. There were foreign language books neatly arranged in front of her. She prepared them carefully. She looked a little nervous. Seeing Xu Hao came in, she stood up to greet him. Served tea and water. Then asked tentatively, Mr. Xu, when will the teaching start? Xu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. The teaching can't be delayed, but your injury is more important, let's do it together. I'll treat you, and you teach me foreign languages, there's no delay. Shui Miao was stunned after hearing this. There is such a thing. She soon figured out the reason. This guy clearly wanted to take advantage of her. And laugh at her. Damn it. She was angry in her heart. She didn't dare to show too much on her face, but just hesitated. This be bad? I feel that the teaching effect will not be good. Xu said with a serious face. It's okay. I can't let your teaching delay your recovery. Come, lie here, and we'll start treatment. Shui Miao bit her lip. Although she was extremely reluctant, she couldn't find a suitable reason to refuse. She lay down slowly. When Xu Hao's hand touched her skin again. Even though she had experienced it many times, Shui was not frightened. Xu Hao's hands seemed to have magic. She suppressed her strangeness. She began to teach Xu Hao foreign languages. But her voice was slightly trembling. Mr. Xu, today we start with basic phonetic symbols. Following Xu Hao's movements, Shui Miao's body was stiff. She tried to calm down, but her voice was still interrupted several times. The pronunciation of this phonetic symbol is. Xu Hao continued to move. Shui Miao felt a heat rushing to her forehead, and her cheeks flushed. Her eyes were full of shame and anger. She had to continue explaining. Mr. Xu, please listen carefully, this pronunciation is very important. Well, Shui Du will continue. Xu nodded, pretending to be serious. She said so, but she didn't restrain herself at all. Shui Miao's heart was full of humiliation and anger. She endured Xu Hao's advantage. She tried hard to explain foreign language knowledge. Sweat oozed from her forehead. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and shouted. Xu Hao said calmly, "Teacher Shui, don't get excited, this is for treatment." Shui Miao was so angry that she trembled. But she had no choice. Then let's continue. In the following time, Shui Miao endured the torment in her heart. Continued teaching. And Xu Hao still took advantage from time to time. Shui Miao felt like she was going to collapse. She cursed Xu Hao in her heart. I don't know how much time has passed. The strange teaching and treatment is over. Shui Miao stared at the ceiling like a lost soul. The next few days, Shui Miao spent all her time in agony. Not only did she have to endure Xu Hao's harassment, she also had to force herself to teach him a foreign language. It almost drove her crazy. Finally, after a few days of painful torture, her injuries finally healed. Now she just needs to teach Xu Hao. Finally, she can breathe a sigh of relief. When teaching, you have to drink some tea when you are thirsty, right? You have to be very close, right? That's the best time for her to assassinate. Who knew that when Shui Miao was preparing to teach, Xu Hao started to act up again. Xu Hao frowned and spoke. Teacher Shui, I find that I can't listen to anything if I do this. I always feel empty inside without something in my hand. Then, he looked at Shui Jun. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. How about this? Teacher Shui, help me. You don't want me to be embarrassed when I go abroad without learning a foreign language, right? Shui Miao was stunned. Nothing in her hand. She couldn't help but look down. Her face flushed instantly. She was angry. He cursed her shameless in his heart. She had never seen such a lustful person. She wanted to kill Xu Hao as soon as possible. But now she couldn't do it. In order to assassinate Xu Hao, she still had to continue to endure. Shui Miao showed an angry look that echoed the current situation. Mr. Xu, I regard you as an idol and admire you from the bottom of my heart. How can you treat me as a fool? This is not something she pretended to do. Really. Hated Xu Hao, all the things that happened before could barely be considered as treatment, but now you have to find such a poor excuse. Xu Hao sighed and pretended to be sad. Teacher Shui, I didn't expect you to think of me like this. I said it from the heart. My foreign language aptitude is very poor, otherwise how could I never learn it? It was Shui'er who gave me the inspiration to learn quickly. I apologize for my impoliteness just now. Since Teacher Shui doesn't agree, I can only find other teachers. I thought Teacher Shui understood me, but I was wrong after all. When he spoke, his expression was low. His eyes were full of disappointment of being wronged. Shui Miao's breathing stagnated. Xu Hao found another teacher. Wouldn't that mean he would be separated from her? Then how could he find a chance to kill him? Shui Miao felt that she was being controlled. Seeing Xu Hao was about to leave, after some entanglement, she gritted her teeth and said, President Xu, please wait, I'm sorry that I lost my temper just now, I didn't expect President Xu to have such difficulties. I can understand Mr. Xu's situation. I have taught students. Some students have poor grades, but they just lack the state. Once they find the state, they will learn very quickly. There is no way, she compromised. Even if she knew that this was just an excuse for Xu Hao to take advantage of her. As long as she still wants to kill Xu Hao, she has to give in. Xu Hao is very powerful. If you want to kill him, you can only get close to him and look for an opportunity to attack him. Xu Hao's face was full of joy. Really, Teacher Shui, you can understand me. I really didn't find the wrong person. Shui Miao smiled with a forced smile. But she was cursing in her heart. Xu Hao, you are so proud. Sooner or later, I will make you live a life worse than death. Then she started teaching. Shui Miao sat next to Xu Hao. But she still tried to keep her distance. Xu Hao deliberately moved closer to Shui Miao. His hand seemed to be casually placed on her waist, and he was still talking. Teacher Shui, please come closer so that I can hear clearly. Shui Miao's body was up and down. Mr. Xu, please concentrate on your studies. The pronunciation of this word is please read it after me. Xu Hao was absent-minded. His hands began to be restless again. Shui Miao was helpless. Mr. Xu, please concentrate. Xu Hao still did his own thing and said, Teacher Shui, this dress is a little inconvenient and affects my concentration on studying. Shui Miao was stunned. Her nails dug into her palms. Anger and humiliation almost overwhelmed her. But she thought of the assassination plan. She thought of the long-term patience and waiting. She gritted her teeth and unbuttoned a few buttons of her dress. Mr. Xu, is this okay? Xu Hao smiled. Teacher Shui, you've worked hard. Shui Miao's heart was full of humiliation. She continued to teach Xu Hao foreign languages with a calm face. Her voice was a little hoarse. Mr. Xu, the grammatical structure of this sentence is like this, you have to remember it. Xu Hao pretended to read along. Time passed by minute. Shui Miao's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. But she was still insisting. She taught Xu Hao word by word. Suddenly, Xu Hao's hand tried to move further. Shui Miao couldn't stand it anymore and stood up suddenly. Wang Qian's Xu Hao pretended to be innocent. Teacher Shui, don't get excited, I just want to study hard. How can you study like this? Okay, Mr. Shui, I will pay attention, let's continue. Shui Miao sat down again, swearing to kill Xu Hao as soon as possible and put an end to everything. Finally, the teaching was over. Xu Hao stood up and prepared to leave. Shui Miao was anxious. She had been harassed by Xu Hao just now, and she couldn't do it at all. She didn't even have a chance to use the prepared poison. How could she be willing for Xu Hao to leave like this? She shouted hurriedly. Mr. Xu, please wait a moment. Xu Hao turned around, seeing Shui Miao busy tidying up his clothes. Asked in surprise, Mr. Shui, what's the matter? Shui Miao gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Xu, since you are going abroad soon, I want to follow you, so that I can teach you at any time by your side, so that you can master foreign languages faster. Xu Hao frowned. That's the best, but don't you recuperate? You just got well. Shui Miao looked sincere. I'm fine now. Mr. Xu has helped me so much. I also want to teach Mr. Xu as soon as possible. Xu Hao's eyes were filled with emotion. That's great, Mr. Shui. You are so dedicated. As long as you teach me foreign languages, I will never treat you unfairly. Then he thought of something and pretended to hesitate. I may have some things to deal with when I go out. If you follow me, you will inevitably be busy and toiled. Shui Miao replied righteously. It's okay, Mr. Xu. These are nothing. Xu Hao looked playful. Okay, you will stay by my side and be responsible for teaching in the future. Xu Hao turned and left. Shui Miao followed behind him with determination in his eyes. This time he must find a chance to kill him. All the way to the valley. She was thinking about how to deal with Xu Hao. The two finally came to a manor. It was where Huo Yan was imprisoned. After a period of torture, Huo Yan had compromised. No matter how strong the will is, it can't stand being destroyed all the time. It's time to harvest. Chapter 315. The bedroom in the office. Subverted 3 views. Successful recognition of the master. Following Xu Hao into the manor. A strange feeling surged in Shui Miao's heart. But where was the strangeness, she couldn't tell. Hong Qiangwei led the way in front, walking all the way to the basement. Gradually, Shui Miao smelled a faint smell of blood. She was startled and alert. Looking around again. Why does it look like a base? Why did Xu Hao bring her to such a place? Has he seen through her identity? Shui Miao couldn't help thinking about it. Finally the 3 of them stopped at the door of the basement. As the door opened, Shui Miao's eyes widened. What came into view was a bloody figure. Looking closely, she recognized the other party instantly. Huo Yan. Huo Yan was imprisoned here and had been tortured beyond recognition. Luckily, she had undergone professional training, otherwise she would have lost her composure long ago. Huo Yan was so miserable at this time. He was determined. Even if he died, he would never betray his elder brother Xiaolong. But under the cruel means of Wu Shang, he finally had a little bit of looseness. And this was enough for Xu Hao. Seeing Xu Hao and the other 2 slowly approaching, especially when he saw Shui Miao among them, his pupils suddenly shrank. But he quickly recovered as usual. His first reaction was that Shui Miao betrayed his elder brother Dragon King. He then denied this idea. He knew what Shui Miao was thinking. Any of the 5 of them could betray. Only Shui Miao would not. Then why did Shui Miao appear here? Thinking of Xu Hao's lustful nature, Huo Yan guessed in his heart. Could it be that Shui Miao fed the demon with his body? He couldn't expose Shui Miao. In order to attract Xu Hao's attention, Huo Yan gritted his teeth. Is this all you have? Kill me if you dare. If I frown. Although his tone was still tough, compared to the fearlessness he showed when facing Xu Hao before, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The torture he had endured these days was not in vain. Xu Hao just smiled. He stepped forward. In an instant, an unparalleled aura swept out from him and enveloped Huo Yan. He blinked slightly. The master-level hypnotic skill was activated. Huo Yan was almost suffocated by this aura. A deep fear arose from the bottom of his heart. At the critical moment, he happened to meet Xu Hao's eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, and his mind was lost. Taking advantage of this gap, Xu Hao activated the mind control. Like an invisible sharp arrow, it shot straight into the depths of Huo Yan's mind. Huo Yan screamed miserably. Even though he had reached Danjin, he could not bear the pain that hit his soul. Shui Miao, who was standing by, saw it. Her anger was burning. She saw her companions being tortured with her own eyes. She wanted to kill Xu Hao immediately. But she thought of the breath that Xu Hao had just released. It was not something she could resist at all. She could only suppress her anger and give up. She loosened her fist and gradually regained her sanity. What did Xu Hao mean? He brought her here and let her see Huo Yan with her own eyes. Did he want to deliberately provoke her to attack? Thinking of this, Shui Miao's back was covered with cold sweat. She was secretly glad that she reacted in time. She was almost hit by Xu Hao's trap. Just when she was congratulating herself for her rationality. What happened next, however, overturned her three views. Huo Yan, who had been devastated, slowly stopped struggling and screaming, and his eyes gradually became clear. He actually knelt down slowly towards Xu Hao. His eyes were full of fanaticism, and he shouted loudly. Greetings, Master. Swish. Shui Miao's mind trembled violently. How could this be possible? Huo Yan and his men were Xiaolong's best brothers. They had a life-and-death friendship. On the battlefield, I don't know how many times Xiaolong had saved me. They had fought side by side countless times, fighting for life and death. Now, Huo Yan actually called Xu Hao his master. He betrayed Xiaolong. What was going on? Didn't he just die rather than surrender? How did he recognize Xu Hao as his master all of a sudden? How did Xu Hao do it? Shui Miao's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. This scene in front of her. It was completely beyond common sense. It made her brain confused. Xu Hao waved casually. Huo Yan stood up after hearing the voice. His eyes swept over Shui Miao. Shui Miao's heart was chilled, and she became alert. She was ready to attack Xu Hao. What if Huo Yan exposed himself? Then she would fight Xu Hao to death. However, she thought too much. Huo Yan just glanced at her and didn't say much. What happened? If Huo Yan betrayed Xiaolong, there is no reason not to give herself up. Unless it was a disguise. Thinking about it this way, it seems to make sense. But she was not sure. Shui Miao's thoughts were a little messy. At this time, Xu Hao spoke. You go back, hide beside Xiaolong, and wait for my arrangement. Huo Yan nodded respectfully. Xu Hao winked at him secretly. Huo Yan understood. He pretended to take advantage of Xu Hao's inattention and made a gesture to Shui Miao. It means be careful, I will contact my eldest brother, and cooperate with him if necessary. Now, Shui Miao is sure. Huo Yan pretended to recognize his master and did not betray Xiaolong. How did you judge? When she came in with Xu Hao just now. The hatred in Huo Yan's eyes was definitely not fake. She was very sure of this. Now suddenly betrayed. With ups and downs, it is impossible for him to signal her. After thinking everything through, Shui Sen breathed a sigh of relief. A glimmer of hope arose in her heart. Originally, she was reluctant to face Xu Hao alone. Now there is Huo Yan as an insider. The chances of killing Xu Hao have greatly increased. After Huo Yan left, Xu Hao looked at Yang Sheng. I'm sorry, I'm dealing with a disobedient subordinate and letting you see this bloody scene. Shui Miao shook her head and said it was okay. Xu Hao smiled meaningfully. Huo Yan's problem was solved. Xu Hao brought Shui Miao to the company. The hustle and bustle of the city was isolated outside the company building. Xu Hao and Shui Miao walked into the president's office together. Xu Hao sat on the sofa and said leisurely. Just now, we agreed to teach foreign languages. Shui Miao took a breath. He pretended to be calm and opened the foreign language textbook. He began to explain. Xu Hao seemed to be listening carefully. In fact, he was already making a move. Shui Miao was angry. But she could only choose to endure. He continued to explain the pronunciation of words. This situation happened more than once or twice. She began to get used to it slowly, and dared not speak out. Seeing that Shui Miao did not resist, Xu Hao became more and more aggressive. Shui Miao bit her lip, trying to control her emotions. Mr. Xu, please concentrate on your studies. Xu Hao smiled disapprovingly. Don't be so serious, so I can learn faster. Shui Miao was helpless. She continued to explain grammar knowledge. Xu Hao's harassment did not stop. He seemed to find it boring. He pulled her into his arms. Shui Miao was stunned. Xu Hao whispered in her ear, "Be obedient." Shui Miao pursed her lips, feeling extremely humiliated. But she knew the consequences of resistance. She could only suppress her anger and stop struggling. Just then, the office door was knocked. Xu Hao did not let go. He said lightly, "Come in." Shui Miao wanted to break free, but couldn't. She gritted her teeth secretly. Isn't Xu Hao afraid of being seen? In the office, isn't he afraid of being spread out and having a bad influence? Xu Hao certainly won't let these things spread out. Because he heard the person coming from the footsteps. One of his women. As soon as Li Yunshu came in, he noticed the strange atmosphere. On the office chair, Xu Hao was hugging a woman. The woman had a graceful figure, and there was a charming style between her eyebrows. Li Yunshu was used to it. She had long accepted the fact that there were many women around Xu Hao. Now, all she wanted was to get pregnant with Xu Hao's child. So that she could get more love from Xu Hao. It won't be long before her best friend is about to give birth. She envied her happy and satisfied look. Xu Hao introduced with a smile. This is Shui Miao, the foreign language teacher I hired. Then he pointed at Li Yunshu. This is Li Yunshu, the financial director of our company. Li Yunshu lowered her head slightly, with a blush on her face. She was dressed up carefully. She was wearing a slim dress, which perfectly showed her figure. Seeing her shy little look, Xu Hao smiled. He turned to Shui Miao and said, "Wait here for a while." After saying that, he walked to the seemingly ordinary bookshelf. He gently turned a hidden mechanism. With a slight sound, the bookshelf slowly moved. Shui Miao widened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her in shock. There was a beautifully decorated bedroom hidden inside. It must have been specially prepared by Xu Hao. She secretly cursed Xu Hao for being shameless. Li Yunshu couldn't help but feel shy. Although she was often with Xu Hao. But she still felt shy. After hesitating for a moment, she still walked over. Shui Miao was stunned. This company director is Xu Hao's woman. She could think of it. After all, Li Yunshu is so beautiful. Xu Hao is so lustful that he can't let her go. But these two people seem. Time passed slowly. Shui Miao picked up a book on the table and flipped through it, but couldn't read a word. Finally, the bedroom door opened. Li Yunshu came out with a smile on his face. Shui Miao quickly lowered his head. After Li Yunshu left, Xu Hao came over. He patted her shoulder and said. Shui Miao pretended to be calm. Following Xu Hao back to the office chair. However, her heart was already in turmoil. Ding Shui Miao was ashamed and angry. Emotional value plus 987. Zhou Emu's recent days can be described as difficult. Outside, the Xu family was eyeing the Zhou family's industry in an all-round way. Inside, the rebellious son Zhou Haoran also jumped out to make trouble at this critical moment. He joined forces with some relatives with ill intentions to fan the flames within the family. Trying to force Zhou Mu to distribute the family property in advance. In order to deal with internal and external troubles, Zhou Mu had to invest a lot of time and energy, often unable to sleep at night. To make matters worse, a mysterious man appeared in front of Zhou Haoran. He handed him a thick document. Zhou Haoran took it with doubt and opened it. He was stunned. This was the evidence of Zhou Emu's crimes over the years. He was able to build a company to such a large scale. Even these big families are not innocent. It's just that everyone has different means. Let's see who can make those unspeakable activities more hidden. And these can't escape Xu Hao's investigation. Xu Hao did not choose to expose the evidence directly. It would cause panic among the major families. Make yourself the target of public criticism. If it was exposed by Zhou Haoran, the situation would be different. Zhou Haoran is a member of the Zhou family, and it is reasonable for him to know some secrets within the family. It can not only hit Zhou Emu's reputation, and with his help, Zhou Haoran can successfully obtain the assets of the Zhou family. How can anyone be convinced by a man who can cruelly harm his own father? Xu Hao had already planned it out. It is impossible to keep the Zhou family father and son. Let them accompany each other on the road to the underworld. Zhou Haoran took the evidence and fell into extreme entanglement. If these evidences are exposed, his father will be ruined. The Zhou family will also be doomed. He still felt a little bit reluctant. After all, that was his father who gave birth to him and raised him. But when he thought of what his father had done during this period, Zhou Haoran's anger was ignited again. His father broke his legs. And there was a way to cure it, but he deliberately delayed it. What's more outrageous is, his father actually set his sights on the woman he liked. Zhou Haoran's eyes became fierce. He thought of Xu Hao's promise again. He would fully support him to take over the company and become the new person in charge of the Zhou family. Zhou Haoran gritted his teeth. FJ. So, he began to expose these evidences online. These evidences show, the Zhou family has committed many illegal and criminal acts. In order to exclude competitors, they have hired hackers to attack the network systems of rival companies many times. This caused the other party's data to be leaked and the business to be paralyzed, so as to seize the market share. In terms of finance, they deceived investors and shareholders by means of falsifying accounts, falsely reporting revenue and profits, and obtained large illegal funds. At the same time, they were also suspected of tax evasion, the amount of which was huge, and seriously damaged the country's financial interests. In an instant, the entire network exploded. Oh my god, the Zhou family actually has so many secrets that cannot be told. Zhou Mu has always been a sanctimonious image, but I didn't expect that he did so many illegal things behind the scenes. This is simply too shocking. I can't believe these things happened around us. The Zhou family's industry turned out to be built on such a dirty foundation. It's really disgusting. Zhou Mu is shameful, but how can Zhou Haoran treat his father like this? He is so cruel. Voices of shock, anger, and condemnation filled the entire network. The storm of the fishing boat intensified. The image of the Zhou family completely collapsed. Partners terminated their contracts one after another, and banks began to collect debts. For a time, the Zhou family fell into an unprecedented crisis. When he learned that these evidences were exposed, Zhou Mu was struck by lightning, collapsed to the ground, and muttered to himself. It's over, everything is open. His eyes were empty, as if his soul was taken away. Thinking that it was all exposed by that rebellious son, he was furious. After the anger, reason gradually returned. Zhou Mu thought about it again, and felt that this was impossible. That rebellious son had always been licking the heroine Zhang Wei. How could he know these secrets if he had never been in contact with the company? Zhou Emu's brain was working fast. Suddenly, his eyes condensed. A name came to his mind. Xu Hao. This is killing someone with a borrowed knife. Or borrowing his son's knife. What a cruel method. Zhou Mu clenched his fists, and he didn't even feel his nails digging into his palms. He hated the stupidity and ignorance of that rebellious son. He hated Xu Hao even more for making him go back to the pre-liberation era overnight. Chapter 316, Completely Degenerate. Are you playing so extravagant? Get rid of the vixen. The Zhou family is now in a mess. The relevant departments have intervened in the investigation. Once these crimes are verified, the Zhou family, a family worth hundreds of billions, will be pulled down from the altar. The head of the family, Zhou Mu, will also be sanctioned. In contrast to Zhou Emu's disgrace, Xu Hao was not affected at all. He still wandered between women and continued to harvest emotional points. That day, Chen Hao came to his apprentice Feng Zixuan. It was Feng Zixuan's turn to take a vacation today. Now the three great doctors of Shenong Hall are in charge. Feng Zixuan, junior sister Xu Qingxie, and master Luo Qingxian. It is not necessary for all three to be in the clinic. Xu Hao was holding a little white fox, and his apprentice Feng Zixuan was beside him. The two came to the famous Lizzie Lake together. The lake water was clear, and the breeze was blowing, sparkling. They boarded a small boat and slowly rowed to the center of the lake. Feng Zixuan sat on the side of the boat. Her feet lightly touched the lake water, creating ripples. Master, this place is so beautiful. Xu Hao looked at her and said some bad man quotes. Everywhere you are is beautiful. The little fox was in Xu Hao's arms. Rolled his eyes. What kind of person are you? You are not suitable for playing sentimental games. The boat sailed to the lake. Xu Hao put the little fox aside and put his arm around Feng Zixuan's shoulders. Zixuan, do you know? Every time I see you, my heart is like this lake, with ripples. It's a bit tricky to capture this apprentice. Although Feng Zixuan didn't say it, she always had a grudge. Xu Hao planned to capture her thoroughly today. He spoke earthy love words at will. Feng Zixuan blushed. Master, you are making fun of me again. Xu Hao reached out and lifted her chin. How could I tease you? I'm telling you the truth. After that, Xu Hao slowly approached. Feng Zixuan closed her eyes slightly. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. There was only the sound of each other's heartbeats. It took a long time before they separated. Feng Zixuan lowered her head shyly. Xu Hao held her in his arms. The sun was setting. The lake was dyed orange-red, beautiful beyond words. As night fell, the lights around Lizzie Lake lit up. Colorful and dreamlike. After Xu Hao and Feng Zixuan got ashore, they strolled around with their hands clasped. The streets were bustling and lively. Fortunately, it was night, and they all covered themselves up, otherwise they would definitely be recognized. They walked through one specialty store after another. Feng Zixuan was attracted by some small things from time to time. Master, do you think this hairpin looks good? Feng Zixuan picked up an exquisite hairpin and asked. It looks good, it must be beautiful on your head. As he said that, Xu Hao bought the hairpin. Inserted it in Feng Zixuan's bun. The two came to the river again, and Feng Zixuan leaned on Xu Hao's shoulder. Master, I feel so happy today. Feng Zixuan suddenly said. Every day in the future will be happier than today. Boom. Fireworks bloomed in the sky, illuminating their faces. Xu Hao stopped and faced Feng Zixuan. Zixuan, I love you. Feng Zixuan's eyes were full of emotion. Master, I love you too. Under the illumination of fireworks, they kissed each other again. Everything around them seemed to be non-existent. It also meant that their master-disciple relationship had completely deteriorated. Finally, they returned to Feng Zixuan's home. Feng Zixuan was inexplicably scared. She was afraid that Xu Hao would spend another night. She couldn't stand it. Sensing her uneasiness, Xu Hao played with her. Don't be afraid, I'll find you a friend. Feng Zixuan rolled her eyes when she heard this. She was complaining in her heart, but it was obviously her own thoughts. She had known for a long time that Xu Hao had many women. Both of her junior sisters had fallen for him. The master was pregnant. She walked into the bedroom. Xu Hao held the little fox and pretended to call Kei Yiren. Feng Zixuan became shy when she heard that her junior sister was coming. At the right time, Feng Zixuan called Xu Hao. Master, I feel something is wrong, as if someone. Xu Hao laughed. Look there. Not far away, the little fox was watching without blinking. Somehow, although it was a little fox, Feng Zixuan couldn't help being shy. The little fox was discovered and quickly turned around to buy. The snow-white fur was pink. Time passed little by little. Feng Zixuan fell asleep. At the same time, the little fox began to change. In a blink of an eye, it became a big beauty. Lang Bingji appeared. Even after returning to her normal body, Lang Bingji still stayed in the corner and slept on her stomach. After seeing Xu Hao's powerful strength, she didn't dare to run away. She was even afraid of making a sound and being discovered by Xu Hao. Lang Bingji was lying down to rest. Something that frightened her happened. Xu Hao's voice rang out. Why are you sleeping here? Lang Bingji's heart stomped. Oops, she was discovered. Yiren, since you are here, why don't you go in? Xu Hao said as he picked her up. He walked towards the bedroom. Huh, Lang Bingji was a little confused. She reacted. Xu Hao called Feng Zixuan's junior sister. Xu Hao mistook herself for Lu Yiren. Fortunately, she was not exposed. She found something wrong again. This direction was to the bedroom. Xu Hao mistook her for Lu Yiren. Then she would also face the corresponding fate. She shouted in her heart. She was still a young girl. She wanted to speak up to stop him, but how could she explain her identity? Will he kill her as a thief? She had seen Xu Hao's strength, which could only be described as terrifying. What if he got angry and killed her? Before she could think of how to refuse, her eyes widened and she was speechless. The lights in the room were dim. She couldn't see Xu Hao's face clearly. Or maybe Xu Hao didn't notice her. What should I do? What should I do? Lang Bingji was full of fear and resistance. I can't just lose my virginity to him like this, I have to resist. She tried to struggle. But she couldn't get away. Little naughty, playing games again, right? Then I'll cooperate with you. Xu Hao said jokingly. Lang Bingji was confused. What kind of game is this? Is it so fancy? Gradually, Lang Bingji lost herself in it. Ding Lang Bingji was ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 888. Xu Hao was still thinking about harvesting a wave, so he didn't confront the little fox. Obviously being bullied by him, but daring to be angry but not to speak out. Isn't it interesting? Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Zhou Emu's illegal behavior has been verified. After investigation, the relevant departments have obtained solid evidence. Today, law enforcement officers came to seal up the Zhou family. One law enforcement vehicle after another stopped in front of the Zhou family's luxurious mansion. Uniformed law enforcement officers entered the Zhou family. The Zhou family servants were panicked and in chaos. Zhou Mu was suspected of multiple crimes, including tax evasion and illegal business operations. He is about to face jail. However, when the law enforcement officers came to the door with handcuffs, Zhou Mu had disappeared. It turned out that Zhou Mu had sensed the danger in advance. He escaped from the Zhou family through a secret passage. The law enforcement officers launched a search, leaving no corner untouched. At the same time, a warrant was issued. Checkpoints were set up at various major traffic routes to ensure that Zhou Mu was brought to justice. A tense atmosphere permeated the city. There was also a heated discussion on the internet about Zhou Emu's escape. Why did Zhou Mu run away? Did he think he could escape the punishment of the law? The Zhou family was once a top-tier family, but I didn't expect it to fall so quickly. It's really unpredictable. I heard that the Xu family pushed all this behind the scenes. The Xu family's strength is really unfathomable and can't be provoked. That's right, the Xu family has always been low-key, and this time they made the Zhou family fall with one move, which is amazing. Various comments continued to emerge. They were shocked by the fall of the Zhou family and full of awe at the strength of the Xu family. Zhou Mu was like a lost dog, hiding in the dark corners of the city. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy. When he saw the news that he was wanted by the whole city, his teeth were clattering. He shouldn't have been so embarrassed. Before deciding to escape, he looted a lot. He could go abroad. With his peak Dan Jin strength and the wealth he looted, he could still be prosperous. But he was unwilling. A dignified billionaire but became a wanted criminal. The huge gap made him very unwilling. He wanted to take back everything that belonged to him. But if he wanted to get it back from Xu Hao, he had to rely on the system. The system asked him to change the plot. Now he was wanted. It was very difficult to change the plot. Zhou Emu's face was so gloomy that water could drip out. When he thought of Xu Hao, he couldn't help gritting his teeth. He tried to plead with Xu Hao. He hoped that Xu Hao would let him go. He first developed a wave of insignificance, and then looked for a chance to take revenge. But Xu Hao refused, just when Zhou Mu was full of resentment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There was no way to find Xu Hao. There might be someone who could do it. That was his cheap daughter Fang Anruo. Fang Anruo was not only Xu Hao's woman, but also pregnant. She must be able to ask Xu Hao for mercy. But then, he fell into doubt again. Will his daughter agree? She didn't even recognize him as her father. Zhou Mu was desperate. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he would try. His figure disappeared quietly. He pressed the hat on his head, and the face was surrounded by coins. He tried his best to cover his face. He shuttled through the crowd and went to Fang Anruo's flower shop. When he came to the door of the flower shop, he stopped. He sorted out his clothes a little. He slowly pushed the door in. At this time, Fang Anruo was arranging flowers in the shop. Hearing the door open, she subconsciously raised her head. When she saw Zhou Mu, disgust appeared on her face. What are you doing here? Fang Anruo asked coldly. The action in her hand also stopped. A trace of excitement flashed in Zhou Emu's eyes. He stepped forward quickly, trying to make his voice sound gentle and kind. Anruo, I am your father. Fang Anruo snorted coldly. Father, don't come to disgust me. Zhou Emu's heart tightened. But he still pretended to be calm and tried to persuade Fang Annie. Anruo, I was wrong before, but blood is thicker than water, we are always father and daughter. Fang Anruo was unmoved and refused firmly. Don't dream, you have ignored me and my mother for so many years, and now you come to tell me these things. Zhou Mu was secretly anxious. This is a big plot that changes fate. If he can successfully make Fang Anruo recognize him as a father, he will definitely get a generous reward from the system. If he can use this to improve his strength, this is much better than asking her daughter to plead with Xu Hao, a method that only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Anruo, listen to me, I already know I was wrong. In the past, I was blinded by interests and ignored the importance of family. Now I really want to repent, I hope you can give me a chance. Zhou Mu looked sincere. Fang Anruo put down the flowers in her hand and looked directly at Zhou Mu. Chance, do you think I will still believe you? For so many years, my mother and I have suffered and suffered, how have you ever cared about it? Now you suddenly appear and say these words, don't you think it's too late? Zhou Mu's face showed a trace of embarrassment and helplessness. But he still refused to give up. Anruo, I know you may not believe what I say now, but I will prove it with my actions. As long as you give me time, I will definitely let you see my changes. Fang Anruo turned his head away and stopped looking at him. What do you want to do? If you are here to say this, then don't bother thinking about it. Leave now, I will pretend that I didn't see anything, otherwise don't blame me for calling the police. Zhou Mu sighed helplessly. At this time, Fang Anruo had a deep prejudice against him. It is impossible to convince him all at once. But he was unwilling to give up. After all, this is his only hope at present. Anruo, I am really desperate now. The Zhou family has collapsed, I am wanted, I need your help. Zhou Mu's voice was pleading. Fang Anruo turned his head. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he became indifferent. This is all your own fault. You should bear the consequences of your mistakes. I can't help you. Zhou Mu's face was ugly. Anruo, I don't ask you to forgive me immediately, I just ask you to listen to me finish my words. I know Xu Hao cares about you very much. As long as you say a few good words for me in front of him, maybe I still have a chance of survival. Fang Anruo said angrily. Don't even think about it. I won't use my relationship with Uncle Xu to plead for you. The crime you committed is unforgivable and you should accept the punishment of the law. Single quote. Zhou Mu didn't expect Fang Anruo's attitude to be so firm. He stood there, his body trembling slightly. Zhou Mu wanted to say something else. But seeing Fang Anruo's determined eyes, he knew that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. Then, he slowly turned around and left disappointed. However, when Zhou Mu was about to walk out of the flower shop, he suddenly paused. A flash of lightning flashed through his mind. This cheap daughter is the key to his turnaround. If he left like this, I'm afraid he would never have another chance to seek revenge on Xu Hao. But what if his daughter doesn't recognize him? Gradually, a crazy idea emerged in his mind. That is to kidnap his daughter. Until she recognizes him. Although kidnapping a daughter is shameful. But it concerns his future. Zhou Mu can't care so much. At worst, he will repay his daughter well in the future. Zhou Mu's eyes flickered. He stopped and turned back. Look at Fang Anruo again. Anruo, are you really unwilling to recognize me? Fang Anruo turned her head when she heard his words. Zhou Mu made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Anruo, don't blame me, I will make it up to you later. Seeing his fierce and resolute expression, Fang Anruo was panicked. What do you want to do? She stepped back step by step. She was panicked and disgusted. Originally, Zhou Mu came several times and his attitude was quite sincere. Although she did not intend to forgive him. But the hatred in her heart did decrease a lot. I didn't expect that he would hurt me now. He is really not a good guy. He said that she was his daughter, but he wanted to hurt her. Just when Zhou Mu approached Fang Anruo, something strange happened. A figure blocked in front of him like lightning. This person was dressed as an employee. He was the only clerk in the flower shop. An ordinary woman. But the breath emanating from her at this moment was not ordinary. The peak of Danjin. Zhou Mu was horrified and quickly retreated. His face was full of doubts. The clerk turned his head and said to Fang Anruo, who was confused, I was sent by Mr. Xu to protect you. Chapter 317. My daughter is in love with me. She can't fly away even if she has wings. Playing with applause. Fang Anruo came back to her senses. thinking of Xu Hao being so considerate and sending people to protect her. She felt sweet in her heart. Zhou Emu's eyes flickered. He was thinking in his mind. Having made a decision, he slowly retreated and left. The other party was at the peak of Danjin. He was also, but he was not afraid of the other party. Xu Hao could easily send out a peak of Danjin. Who knows if there are other strong men hiding around. And he is also a wanted criminal. It is not advisable to fight too much here. Once the police are attracted, there will be more trouble. Zhou Mu disappeared at the corner of the street with reluctance and helplessness. Fang Anruo calmed down under the protection of the clerk. She was more grateful and loved Xu Hao. Zhou Mu was more afraid of Xu Hao. Not only was he powerful, even his subordinates were so terrifying, and their strength was comparable to his. Xu Hao became more and more mysterious in his eyes. Where to go next? After leaving the flower shop, Zhou Mu asked himself. If he wanted to change the plot, should he go to Xiaolong? But Xiaolong is a strong man. He is no match for him at all. Looking for the heroine Zhang Wei. Now Zhang Wei is also Xu Hao's woman. Who knows if she has the same strong people protecting her? It is very likely that she has. Thinking of Xu Hao's terrifying power, Zhou Mu couldn't help but shudder. Today's actions in the flower shop have already alarmed the enemy. Xu Hao must have thought that he was safe. What if he sent someone to kill him? The more Zhou Mu thought about it, the more frightened he became. He had to consider a way out. Leave here first. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Although he couldn't change the plot, at least he still had the strength and funds. He could make a comeback. Come back to avenge his blood feud. Zhou Mu gritted his teeth. Determined, he hurried out of the city. Today, Xu Hao was waiting for him halfway, ready to send him off. The sky gradually darkened. Zhou Mu concealed his figure all the way, shuttling through the night. He took advantage of the deep darkness to leave. As he walked, he gradually slowed down. Finally stopped. In front of him, two figures stood out. Under the dim moonlight, the two gradually became clear. It was Xu Hao and Hong Qiangwei. Zhou Mu frowned, his face solemn. Appearing here at night. The visitor is not friendly. Xu Hao's face showed a meaningful smile. Mr. Zhou, where are you going in the middle of the night? Zhou Mu's vigilance reached its peak. 257 replied calmly. Shouldn't I be the one asking this? What do you want to do by stopping me in the wilderness? Xu Hao's face was full of smiles. Of course, send you on your way. Zhou Mu's face suddenly changed. Without hesitation, the figure retreated like lightning. My lord. At this moment, a figure slowly emerged from behind Zhou Mu like a ghost. Walked steadily to Xu Hao and knelt on one knee. His face was full of fanaticism. Xu Hao nodded slightly. Get up. Yes, my lord. The man responded respectfully. After standing up, he stood beside Xu Hao, with an upright posture and sharp eyes. As if he was a loyal bodyguard. If anyone was unfavorable to Xu Hao, she would not hesitate to take action. Even if she sacrificed her life, she was not afraid. She was the assassin who had been following Zhou Mu. She had been monitoring Zhou Mu, but Zhou Mu was unaware. At this time, he saw her walk out from behind him. If he didn't know he was being followed, he would be a fool. Another Dan Jin peak. Zhou Mu's face changed drastically. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt a little scared. He hadn't noticed that someone was following him. What if this person attacked him? He might die without knowing how he died. What did Xu mean? Send someone to follow him. He didn't think it was protection. Zhou Mu's face changed. He glared at Xu Hao. His voice was full of resentment and confusion. Mr. Xu, there doesn't seem to be any deep hatred between us, right? You have always been targeting me. Xu Hao raised his eyelids. How can there be no hatred? You just tried to kidnap Enruo. If I hadn't arranged for someone to guard against it, I'm afraid you would have succeeded. Zhou Mu hurriedly explained. I have no ill intentions. Enruo is my daughter. How could I do anything to her? After a pause, he continued. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. You deceived Enruo and made her pregnant with your child. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. How could I have deceived Enruo? We were in love with each other. Zhou Mu's blood boiled. You were in love with each other. Are you kidding? How old are you? Don't you know what's going on? Although he didn't know why his daughter followed Xu Hao. But he was sure that the daughter was deceived by Xu Hao. In order to make Fang and Ruo recognize him as a father. He knew Fang and Ruo's character very well. The daughter would never fall in love with Xu Hao. Xu Hao must have used other means. Originally, he planned to settle the account when he was strong enough. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao came to him first. Okay, even if you are in love with each other. Zhou Mu gritted his teeth. But you destroyed my Zhou family, how can you settle this account? Thinking of how he used to be a billionaire with unlimited glory. But now he has ended up with nothing. He hated it so much that his body was torn apart. Xu Hao waved his hand and said lightly. Don't say that, didn't you join forces with the Ma family to attack me first? I was just defending myself, and it's reasonable for me to kill you in return. Speaking of this, Zhou Mu was immediately furious. I have said so many times that I did not join forces with the Ma family, and we were all calculated by others. Someone wants us to be enemies with each other, and both sides will suffer losses. Xu Hao said with a smile. Both sides will suffer losses. Why am I defeated? Aren't you the only one who lost? Zhou Mu was stunned. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. He raised his head suddenly, looking at Xu Hao with a playful face in disbelief. The person behind the scenes wanted his Zhou family and Xu family to fight. Now the Zhou family was destroyed. Not only did the Xu family not suffer any harm. Even many of the Zhou family's partners came to join them, making the Xu family stronger. The so-called loss of both sides is a joke. From the beginning to the end, only his Zhou family was hurt. So the question is, what is the purpose of the person behind the scenes instigating him and the Xu family to be enemies? Is it because he has a grudge against his Zhou family and wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Or, it was Xu Hao who provoked the fight between the two families. He wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the Zhou family. The reason why he didn't do it directly is to avoid being criticized. Look at the playful expression on Xu Hao's face at this time. Most likely it is the latter. Xu Hao is the mastermind behind the scenes. What a thief crying, catch the thief. It's you, right. You spread rumors that my Zhou family and the Ma family are united so that you have a reason to take action against my Zhou family. Although it was a question, the tone was extremely certain. Xu Hao snapped his fingers. Then he showed a puzzled look. But it's so obvious, you just figured it out now. Not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. Zhou Mu's face was so gloomy that water could drip out. Why did you do this? You attacked me now, it can be said that it was because of Ruo. Why before? I don't think I offended you. We haven't met for many times. The first time was in Shenong Hall. I admit that I was planning to pursue that female doctor at that time, but I didn't take action yet, right? I was seriously injured by you at that time. The next time we met was to have dinner with the Zhang family. You attacked Zhang Wei. I tried to stop you, but I couldn't. I didn't offend you when I met Ruo in the flower shop and at the charity dinner. At best, I just made you feel bad, but you want to kill me. Zhou Mu was getting more and more angry as he spoke. He was almost ignited by anger. Damn it, he was obviously the one who traveled through time, had a system, and was the protagonist. Why was he always the one who got hurt? He said so much. Xu Hao just said a sentence calmly, you made me feel bad, isn't that enough? Swish, Zhou Mu fell silent. His fists creaked, and his joints turned white because of the force. Just because I made him feel bad, he was going to kill his whole family. Isn't this too domineering? Can you be reasonable? Xu Hao laughed. Reason? I am the reason. Zhou Mu laughed in anger. Xu Hao, don't go too far. Xu Hao. Hao crossed his arms. What if I bully you? Zhou Mu's chest rose and fell violently, and veins popped out on his forehead. The whole person exuded a desperate madness. He looked like he was going to fight Xu Hao to the death. His momentum continued to rise. When the momentum accumulated to the peak, something unexpected happened. He turned around suddenly and exerted the fastest speed of Danjin Peak. He fled madly behind him. Ding Zhou Mu was furious, emotional value plus 1000. Hong Qiangwei next to him was speechless. I thought Zhou Mu was so angry that he was holding back some big move. In the end, he ran away. Please. You are a Danjin Peak strongman. Can you have some dignity of a strong man? Hong Qiangwei complained in her heart. She knew Zhou Mu was strong and was extremely vigilant. What a waste of expression. If Zhou Mu knew what she was thinking, he would definitely sneer. Dignity. How much is dignity worth? Not to mention compared with life. Xu Hao's strength is unfathomable. He just slapped him on the shoulder a few times and he was seriously injured. Even the protagonist, Dragon King Xiaolong, was bullied by him and had to endure taking his wife to a hotel. And Xu also has subordinates at the peak of Danjin. One of them was following him in secret before. Who knows how many strong men are hidden in the dark. He would die if he stayed. So, he escaped. As long as there is green, there is no need to worry about firewood. Now he only hates his parents for not giving him 3 legs. Oh, they gave birth. It's useless again. However, at this moment, an extreme sense of crisis suddenly surged. Zhou Mu was tense, his hair stood up, and his scalp was numb. He didn't know what happened. He just knew that he was going to die. For some reason, his body subconsciously shifted. A silver needle pierced through his chest. And the one he just dodged just happened to avoid his heart. It turned out to be Xu Hao took action. When Zhou Mu was running away, he had a silver needle in his hand. The telekinesis was activated. The silver needle went straight to Zhou Mu like lightning. Seeing Zhou Mu being hit, Xu Hao was quite satisfied. This is the effect of a big increase in mental power. Before the increase, Zhou Mu was at the peak of Danjin, plus the so-called protagonist halo. Maybe he could avoid the first attack. As for the second attack, it was to control the silver needle to spin. Most people would not think that they would definitely be hit. Zhou Mu did not even dodge the first attack. It was really a bit disappointing. With Zhou Mu's performance, he was not worthy of him to attack again. But Zhou Mu was pierced by the silver needle. Seeing that it was a silver needle, he was furious. Shameless, too shameless. You are already so strong. He even attacked with hidden weapons. Can you have some shame? Zhou Mu was furious, but he didn't dare to stop. He had to flee even if he was injured. Because he knew that staying would only lead to death. Soon, he found something wrong. The wound hurt badly. It was as if countless ants were gnawing at him. He tore open his clothes and saw that his face was instantly pale. His body began to tremble constantly. The wound was purple-blue, a sign of poisoning. Using hidden weapons was not enough. He was poisoned, and it was highly poisonous. Zhou Mu cursed Xu Hao's ancestors in his heart. But he still didn't dare to stop. He was not Xu Hao's opponent. Now he was poisoned, wouldn't stopping mean waiting for death? Are you sure you want to run? Xu Hao's leisurely voice sounded. Zhou Mu looked back. This glance made him stop suddenly. Xu Hao was playing with a silver needle in his hand. That look. As long as he still runs away, give him another shot. Zhou Mu really didn't dare to run away. He was still frightened by the shot just now. He said fiercely, Xu Hao, do you really want to kill her? Enruo is my daughter after all, and your child is more or less related to me. Xu Hao smiled slightly. No, it won't matter if you die. Zhou Mu was so angry that his face twisted. He didn't dare to run away again, and the aggrieved feeling was indescribable. Ding Zhou Mu's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao suddenly said at this time. How about we play a game? Zhou Mu was stunned. What game? Let's have a competition. As long as you win, I will let you go. Zhou Mu's face was extremely ugly. You are so strong, how can I be your opponent? Not to mention that I am poisoned. Is there any suspense in this competition? Xu Hao shook his head and pointed at Hong Qiangwei. Your opponent is not me, but her. Zhou Mu looked in the direction of his finger. It turned out to be Hong Qiangwei, the bodyguard beside Xu Hao. She had the strength of the middle stage of Danjin. For a moment, he felt humiliated. He was at the peak of Danjin. How could he be asked to compete with a middle stage of Danjin? Okay, I agree. What if you don't keep your word? Zhou Mu agreed without blushing. He was not Xu Hao's opponent, and now he was injured and poisoned. Even more so. But if the opponent was a middle stage of Danjin, he felt that he could handle it. Xu Hao's aura surged. Don't you believe in my character? Zhou Mu complained in his heart. I have used the hidden weapon to quench the poison. What character can I talk about? But he didn't dare to say it out loud. Okay. Xu Hao shrugged. If I don't keep my word, I'll be struck by lightning. Anyway, he has the ability to control lightning. As for being struck by lightning, he can only say that it's okay. He didn't want to do anything unnecessary. In fact, he saw that Zhou Mu's luck had not been harvested yet. It would be a pity to kill him like this. He should kill him after the harvest. Zhou Mu was poisoned. That was a poison prepared by a god-level doctor. He won't live long. The strength he can exert is about the same as Hong Qiangwei. He will get weaker and weaker later. He can use this to test Hong Qiangwei's strength. In the past 6 months, he has taught Hong Qiangwei in his dreams a lot, and now her combat power far exceeds her own strength. After all, she is his personal bodyguard. She is also his woman. Even if Zhou Mu wins with the aura of the protagonist, he can do it himself. As for keeping his word, it doesn't exist. Chapter 318, One-sided crushing. Family law. Ashes scattered. Although Zhou Mu still doubted Xu Hao's words, but now the situation is stronger than people. If he doubts again, Xu Hao will turn against him. He can only pray in his heart. Xu Hao can keep his promise. Okay, I agree. Zhou Mu gritted his teeth. He was tense and ready for battle. Hong Qiangwei also stood up without hesitation. The aura on her body burst out. Feeling the aura, Zhou Mu was shocked. This aura, is it sure to be only the middle stage of Danjin? Why does it feel no worse than mine? No wonder Xu Hao wants to fight her by himself. How can he win easily? It seems to be a tough battle. Maybe he will capsize in the gutter. If he is a dignified time traveler with a system, he was killed by a challenge of a higher level. He might as well hit himself to death with a piece of tofu. The two were on the verge of a fight. Xu Hao suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Zhou Mu and Hong Qiangwei looked at Xu Hao. I saw that Xu Hao had a long sword in his hand. It was the Qishao sword he got at the auction. Seeing the sword, Yu Mu's pupils shrank sharply. It felt very familiar at first glance. The blade flashed with cold light under the moonlight. A sharp breath came to his face. Zhou Mu remembered that this was the sword of the protagonist Dragon King in the novel. It was a magic weapon that could cut iron like mud. At that time, in order to get this sword, he used up all his assets and put it in his pocket. But Xu Hao actually snatched it away with 20 billion. Compared with this magic weapon, what is 20 billion? But he couldn't afford that much money at that time. What was Hao going to do by taking out the Qishao sword at this time? Zhou Mu had a bad feeling in his heart. Soon, his idea came true. Xu Hao handed the sword to Hong Qiangwei. He said lightly, "Use this." He taught Hong Qiangwei all kinds of martial arts. The sword was also included. The situation was originally evenly matched. Because of the appearance of this sword, it tilted. Hong Qiangwei took the Qishao sword. In an instant, her momentum changed, and she showed her edge. This time Zhou Mu was not going to do it. What a joke. Hong Qiangwei's momentum was not weaker than his. Now she actually used a weapon. And it was a magic weapon. Wouldn't he just be beaten? Zhou Mu shouted loudly. Xu Hao looked calm. Since it's a competition, it's reasonable to use weapons, right? You can also find weapons. Zhou Mu was furious. Where can I find weapons in this wilderness? There's not even a decent branch around. He paused and rolled his eyes. Can we fight tomorrow? Wait until I have prepared my weapons. Today's situation is too unfavorable for me. There's no way to fight at all. He swore. If Xu Hao lets him go, he will go abroad. Escape to a place where Xu Hao can't find him. Come back for revenge when he has enough strength. Xu Hao smiled. What do you think? Zhou Mu still didn't give up. This is too unfair. She has such a magical weapon. How can I have a chance of winning? Xu Hao glanced at him. Fair. I let my bodyguard fight with you. It's already fair. How about we fight? Zhou Mu's face was extremely ugly and he kept silent. How dare he fight with Xu Hao? That's like looking for death in the toilet. There's no escape. Zhou Mu can only choose to accept it. Hong Qiangwei has the Qishao sword. This competition is indeed unfair. But at least there is still a chance of winning. But fighting with Xu Hao is tantamount to seeking death. The wind whistled, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The battle was about to break out. A cold light flashed in Hong Qiangwei's eyes, and she took the lead in attacking. She was as graceful as a swallow, holding the Qishao sword. She exuded a fierce aura. When she got close, she swung the sword fiercely. A sword beam flashed through the void. There was a loud bang. The ground was easily cut open, and dust flew. Zhou Mu was horrified. He quickly jumped to the side. He narrowly avoided the fatal blow. This sword is too fierce. A piece of flesh will fall off if it is touched. Zhou Mu was still in shock, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn it! This sword should have been his. It was taken away by Xu Hao. Zhou Mu was unwilling. He dodged Hong Qiangwei's violent attack. He planned in his mind. As long as he could find a chance to control Hong Qiangwei, Xu Hao would definitely be afraid of the consequences. Then there would be a chance for Xu Hao to let him go. After all, with Hong Qiangwei's beauty, Xu Hao would never give up. As long as he held her hostage, he would be saved. This was his intention to stay and compete. However, after just a few exchanges, Zhou Mu recognized the reality. Hong Qiangwei's fighting skills are simply amazing. Every move and every style is very exquisite, without any flaws. The Kai Shao sword in her hand swept away all obstacles in front of her. Zhou Mu couldn't get close. He could only flee in embarrassment under Hong Qiangwei's attack. Many parts of his body were touched by the Kai Shao sword, leaving blood marks deep enough to see the bones. Zhou Mu was anxious. He wanted to make a quick decision and capture Hong Qiangwei. But Hong Qiangwei didn't give him a chance. Another round of fierce attacks came. Zhou Mu dodged left and right. Gradually, his breathing began to become rapid. His body became weaker and weaker. His limbs seemed to be pressed by lead blocks. His heart clicked. He realized that the poison in his body had begun to take effect. Damn it! Zhou Mu's face was gloomy. No, if he continued like this, he would definitely die. At a critical moment of life and death, he forced himself to calm down. His mind was immersed in the system, looking for a solution. Finally, he found the way to explode. A pill that can detoxify. However, when he saw the cost, Zhou Mu almost vomited blood. He had to spend all his life-changing points, which were not many. This is taking advantage of the fire. Zhou Mu cursed in his heart. System, do you think this is a simple poison? Zhou Mu gritted his teeth. Although he was angry, but he had no choice. If he didn't detoxify, he would die. Just at this time, Red Rose's round of attack ended. Zhou Mu seized this gap and retreated quickly. Withdrew a distance. He took out the detoxification pill, opened his mouth and put it in his mouth and swallowed it. Instantly, a cool feeling spread. It was like a long drought and a sweet rain. Zhou Mu felt his body lighten. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the long sword whistled, and Red Rose killed the bed again. Zhou Mu did not dare to slack off, although he could only dodge. But compared with the previous embarrassment, it was much better. While dodging, Zhou Mu kept adjusting his breathing and pace. He tried to find the flaw in Red Rose's attack. He hadn't given up on catching the other party, and threatened Xu Hao to let him go. Time passed slowly. Zhou Mu's mood became more and more irritable. Because, even if he cured the poison, he was still at a disadvantage. It's just not as embarrassing as before. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Zhou Mu's momentum burst out without warning. A powerful force surged in his body. Zhou Mu felt that his whole body was unobstructed, and the energy was constantly flowing. He was surprised to realize that he actually broke through to Gangjin. The novel was not deceiving him. The protagonist can temporarily break through in a fight. He is the protagonist, so he can't die. How can the protagonist die? A sense of confidence arises spontaneously. However, Zhou Mu was not carried away by the breakthrough. He was so arrogant that he thought he was invincible. He even wanted to attack Xu Hao and kill him while he was breaking through. Xu Hao was a person who could beat Xiaolong, the protagonist who had reached Gangjin, into a state of losing his temper. His strength was unfathomable. Zhou Mu still acted according to the previous plan. Capture Red Rose. He took a deep breath. Released the Gangjin born in his body. Formed a layer of protective Gangqi. Surrounded him. He was able to withstand the attack of the Red Sky Sword in Red Rose's hand. The situation began to reverse. Red Rose, who had always had the upper hand, was forced to dodge. Zhou Mu was overjoyed when he saw this. He pressed forward step by step, trying to catch Red Rose. Whoosh! Zhou Mu stretched out a claw. A smug smile bloomed on his face. It seemed that he had seen the scene of himself threatening Xu Hao with Red Rose and leaving safely. Xu Hao was very strong, and he was no match for her. But so what? Didn't he escape right under his nose? But at this moment, Xu Hao suddenly appeared. Seeing Xu Hao standing in front of him, he easily blocked his attack. Zhou Mu was shocked. The joy was instantly replaced by fear. During the battle, he deliberately kept a distance from Xu Hao. At least 200 or 300 meters apart. He could have taken down Red Rose in an instant just now. It's normal to open champagne in advance, right? Who knew Xu Hao would stand up? Zhou Mu didn't see how Xu Hao came over at all. The speed was so fast that it was beyond imagination. Even if it was above Gang Jin, it might not be possible, right? It's so terrifying. Zhou Emu's heart trembled. Fear spread like a tide. In fact, of course, Xu Hao was not that powerful. It was just a teleportation. Xu Hao raised his foot, and the action was understated. However, Zhou Mu didn't react, and was kicked and flew backwards. Fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Hong Qiangwei stood beside Xu Hao and opened her mouth. Elaborately trained by Xu Hao, holding the Qishao sword, Zhou Mu was also injured and poisoned. But she couldn't defeat him. She felt very guilty. Xu Hao waved his hand. A family punishment is inevitable, be prepared. Of course it's not Hong Qiangwei's fault. Hong Qiangwei can do this, it's already very good. If you want to blame Zhou Emu's protagonist Halo for being unreasonable. He won't say this. How can you go against something you enjoy? Xu Hao, didn't you say that I should compete with your bodyguard? What's the matter with you taking action? Zhou Mu slowly got up. He stared at Xu Hao with his eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. But Xu Hao looked innocent. Yes, but I didn't say that I wouldn't take action when you competed. Okay, you are so cruel. Zhou Mu gritted his teeth. He wanted to rush up and fight Xu Hao to death immediately. But reason told him not to be impulsive. He suppressed his anger and turned to leave. Xu Hao said lightly, "Did I let you go?" Zhou Mu paused and turned back to glare at Xu Hao. "Didn't you say that if I win, you will let me go? Are you going to cheat?" Xu Hao tilted his head. "I seem to have said that." Zhou Mu was speechless. "What do you mean by seem?" "You said it." He cursed Xu Hao for being shameless in his heart. The body was tense all the time, not daring to relax. In case Xu Hao suddenly attacked. Xu Hao's teasing voice continued. "I regret it now." Zhou Emu's breathing stagnated. Although he knew Xu Hao was not a good person. But he didn't expect him to break the contract so quickly. He totally ignored what he said. So shameless. "You swore, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Xu Hao said nonchalantly. Hong Qiangwei beside him knew the general reason. She had seen Xu Hao use the power of thunder and lightning. How could she be afraid of thunder? "I'm afraid that if thunder strikes, he will play with her." Zhou Mu was furious. Xu Hao violated the contract and attacked. He was no match for him. But he couldn't sit and wait for death. So he burst out with all his strength and turned to run away. A layer of Gangqi shield covered his back, to prevent Xu Hao from attacking with hidden weapons. The few remaining points for changing life have been spent. If he is poisoned again, he will die. After breaking through to Gangjin, the attributes of all aspects of the body have skyrocketed, and the speed is extremely fast. Zhou Mu rushed all the way, seeing that he was getting farther and farther away from Xu Hao. But he didn't dare to relax at all. Xu Hao's sudden appearance just now was still vivid. The speed was so fast that he didn't react. He was afraid that Xu Hao would catch up. Xu Hao didn't catch up. Something that frightened him happened. In front of him, Chen Hao's figure slowly appeared. With a playful smile on his face. "Where are you going, Mr. Zhou?" To Zhou Mu, this voice sounded like a demon from hell. He couldn't believe it. The direction he chose was opposite to Xu Hao's. Xu Hao appeared in front. It was obviously much faster than him. And, when did Xu Hao pass by him? He had no feeling at all. The unknown is the most terrifying. Ding Zhou Mu felt fear, emotional value plus 1000. Zhou Mu felt a chill in his heart, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and turned. He ran wildly again. After a distance, Xu Hao appeared in front of him again. After several times, Zhou Mu had collapsed. Xu Hao stared at the aura of luck above Zhou Emu's head. It gradually dimmed until it disappeared completely. He moved. He slowly spread his hands. Lightning and thunder began to gather in his palms, and a chilling breath emerged. Zhou Emu's pupils dilated. His face was full of horror. How is it possible? 5.7 Isn't this the world of urban novels? How can there be superpowers? He roared wildly in his heart. Xu Hao could actually control thunder and lightning. Zhou Mu finally understood how he dared to swear that he would be struck by thunder. It turned out that he was just playing with electricity. Xu Hao swung out the palm thunder. The thunder ball rushed towards Zhou Mu with a roar. Zhou Mu instinctively released his chi to resist. However, the power of thunder and lightning was too terrifying. With a crackling sound, the chi shield only resisted for a moment before being broken by the thunder ball. The thunder ball rushed straight towards Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu dodged, but not completely. The thunder ball landed on his left arm. Accompanied by a loud bang. Zhou Mu's entire arm was blown to pieces, and blood splattered. The severe pain made his facial features twisted. At this time, a silver light flashed. A silver needle cut through the night sky and pierced his brow. Zhou Mu froze, then slowly fell down. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes wide open. Until the last moment of his life, he couldn't believe it. As a time traveler, he had a system. He would die like this. Ding absorbs special energy, evolution value plus 10000. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. This special energy, plus the system in Zhou Mu's body. Soon he also understood the role of the evolution value. It can make the system evolve. The things drawn at that time will be better, and more functions may be unlocked. Unfortunately, it is not enough for the system to evolve. Still have to work hard. Retract your mind. Xu Hao glanced at Zhou Mu, who was motionless. A flame rose between his fingers. With a flick of his finger, the flames wrapped Zhou Mu's body. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ashes. With a breeze, it drifted everywhere. The ashes were really scattered. After doing everything, Xu Hao and Hong Qiangwei disappeared into the night together. It seemed as if nothing had happened here. Only the night wind blows, bringing a hint of coolness. Chapter 319, Daughter's Spa. Undressing in 1 second, the school beauty who gave birth to a baby. After dealing with Zhou Mu, Xu Hao and Hong Qiangwei came to the roadside. A car was parked there quietly. Hong Qiangwei opened the door for Xu Hao. Started the car and drove away. In the car, Xu Hao immersed himself in the system and checked his emotional value. Through the accumulation during this period, it has reached 230,000 again. Drawing prizes. Still the old rules. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 63 points of free attributes. Not bad. Continue. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward item, Da Hong Pao 5 kg. Drink to refresh the mind. Xu Hao likes to drink tea. Products from the system must be high quality. I think it should be good. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward of 10 items, Coke Suits X10. Last time, there were 10 sets of underwear. 'Cause again this time. Aren't they matching? Don't even mention the inside taste. They have a common feature. There is very little fabric. They are definitely sexy when worn. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won a prize character, 10 all-round maids. Can go to the hall, go to the kitchen, go on stage, fight. The introduction is very good. Speaking of which, the Xu family doesn't have many maids yet. It has always been Su Wancho and several daughters who cook and clean the house. With the arrival of these maids, they can also relax a little. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won a prize character, Gangjin Initial Stage Dead Soldier X1. Have all the Gangjin dead soldiers been drawn? The strongest combat power of Wushang was born. It's getting more and more promising. One step closer to becoming the strongest force. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize 58 free attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize special item, Essential Oil X5. Apply it on your body to enhance your charm. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. He is a man, why would he use essential oil? He could give a few female protagonists a spa. The kind that he does by himself. Should be able to harvest another wave. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize character, Danjin Late Stage Warrior X10. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize 60 free attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize special item, Super Lollipop. After eating it, it can whiten and nourish the skin and enhance your understanding. What else can I say? Just ask if we can have something serious. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won a reward skill, Undressing Hand God level. Can take off clothes in 1 second, no matter you or me. Swish. A stream of information flooded into his mind. In an instant, Xu Hao felt that his hands became extremely flexible. It was obviously a thief's skill. It had to be related to the flower thief. It made him feel itchy when he saw the clothes. He wanted to take them off. But he could do it. He could take off everything in 1 second. He had to control it. It was okay to use it on his women. What if it was his daughter? Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won a reward 52 points of free attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won a reward special item, 5 bottles of spiritual water. Taking it can improve your qualifications, improve your mind, and improve your physical constitution. What a good thing. It can improve your martial arts qualifications. For him, it is only useful for refreshing his mind and improving his physical constitution. Martial arts talent. Sorry, he doesn't need it. How can adding points be faster? You don't have to worry so much. Having fun with women can improve your strength. It is quite useful for Hong Qiangwei, Yan Wumei, and his daughter Xu Feiyan. You have to find a way to harvest them. After all, the wool comes from the sheep. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won a special reward, space system. A strange feeling came to my heart. Xu Hao's eyes flashed. Mastered this special ability. This is a killer move. Originally, I thought his attack methods were a bit simple. It is a high-level attack. He has many skills in one. There are countless ways to kill people silently. But most of them require close combat. What is his identity? Fighting and killing is too low. Palm thunder is almost the same. Just throw it over and it's done. Silver needles are also okay, a must for sneak attacks. Control fire to destroy corpses and eliminate traces. Just thinking about it, an attack method came. Space strangulation. Once activated, void blades will appear around the target, cutting it into pieces. The power is a bit terrifying. At least Gang Jin cannot resist it. It is not clear how much more powerful it is. The power is great, but the price is not low. Activate with his current mental power. At least half of it will be taken away. It can only be used as a trump card. Not bad. Putting away his thoughts, Xu Hao summed up his gains. A total of 233 free attributes were obtained this time. Distributed attributes. Strength plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Spirit plus 33. A familiar warm current emerged. Xu Hao's mind moved. A transparent attribute panel emerged. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, the controller of Xu Group. Charm, 95, full value 100. Strength, 2999, peak Dan Jin. Physique, 2631, ordinary people 10. Spirit, 2742, ordinary people 10. Skills, close combat Grandmaster level. Painting, Grandmaster level. Calligraphy, God level. Piano, Grandmaster level. Music, Master level. T-Art, God level. Firearms, Master level. 18 Martial arts, Grandmaster level. Assassination, Grandmaster level. Chess, Grandmaster level. Tai Chi, God level. Medical skills, Grandmaster level. Gambling skills, Grandmaster level. Carving, Master level. Flying knife, Grandmaster level. Driving skills, God level. Bajiquan, Grandmaster level. Hacker, Grandmaster level. Massage, God level. Hypnosis, Grandmaster. Rope art, God. Various musical instruments, Grandmaster. Disguise, Grandmaster. Bartending, God. Fishing, Grandmaster. Bagua palm, God. Fashion design, Grandmaster. Undressing hand, God. Items, God. Killing dagger. Immortal binding rope. Master Key, 1000 Miles of Marriage X1, Small Whip, Bad Luck Card X5, Protective Jade Pendant. Special, Portable Space 10 cubic meters, Teleport, Deceiving 2 Kidney, Telekinesis, Perspective, Predicting Danger, Lightning Control, Double Cultivation of Women, Invulnerability to all poisons, Hand of God, Fire Control, Invisibility, Soul Leading Dreams, Wood Control, Photographic Memory, Healing, Mind Control, Water Control, Space Strangling. Emotion value, 7926. Free attributes, 0. The peak of Dan Jin. It's just a little short of a breakthrough. But Xu Hao is not in a hurry. Gang Jin is just a realm. It's not real strength. Just like him, it can be easily done in seconds. He needs to take a balanced route. Swish. Time passed in a flash, and the car drove into a high-end residential area. Xu Hao did not go home. Instead, he came here. Because, a woman of his lived here. Li Shanyu. She was the arrogant school beauty in the same school as Mu Zijin. She was second only to Su Wancho in pregnancy. She had given birth to a lovely daughter for him. Hearing the news that Xu Hao was coming, Li Shanyu waited downstairs early. She and Mu Zijin both got pregnant in their senior year of high school. Now that they have given birth to a child, they still entered university with the help of Xu Hao. She was only 18 years old, and her face was still a little immature. It formed a sharp contrast with the mature aura on her. She kept staring into the distance, looking forward to the appearance of that familiar figure. Finally, a car slowly stopped in front of her. Xu Hao got out of the car. Li Shanyu took small steps to greet him. His eyes were full of joy, and he called her affectionately. Uncle Xu. Xu Hao smiled and touched her head. Character, Li Shanyu. Identity, school beauty, who would be a scumbag after rebirth. Charm, 96, full value 100. Strength, 28, ordinary person 10. Constitution, 22, ordinary person 10. Spirit, 26, ordinary person 10. Favorability, 95. Then, Li Shanyu led Xu Hao to her home. Unlike Mu Zijin's family's embarrassment. Although Li Shanyu's family is not in the upper class. But they have enough food and drink. Li Shanyu's living in this high-end community is not Xu Hao's arrangement. Because Li Shanyu's family is not short of money. It's not easy to conquer. Even if Li Shanyu is dealt with. There is still the hurdle of her parents to overcome. At the beginning, Xu Hao did a lot to get Li Shanyu. Li Shanyu's mother was soft-hearted. After the matter was settled, she became obedient. Li Shanyu's father was much more difficult to deal with. As a public official, he was upright. He certainly could not accept that his daughter was with a man of such a big age difference. Moreover, since the family was not short of money, he was not interested in Xu Hao's wealth and power. Once Li's father knew about his affair with Li Shanyu, he would be in big trouble after knowing what kind of person he was. So, Xu Hao took the initiative. He arranged a car accident. He nipped the trouble in the bud. When handling Li's father's funeral, Xu Hao helped and cared for him. He unexpectedly gained the favor of Li Shanyu's mother and daughter. Although he was the murderer of their father, the mother and daughter were kept in the dark. Xu Hao was very concerned about Xu Hao. Hao is grateful. Is this a white lie? Arrived at Li Shanyu's house. The lights in the living room are bright, outlining a warm scene. Mother Li is taking care of the child at home. Xu Yishui is almost half a year old. She is only a little younger than her elder sister Xu Huang. The little girl is born with a delicate and beautiful figure. Her big eyes are as bright as stars, revealing her agility and intelligence. She also received various drugs taken out by Xu Hao during pregnancy, and she is very smart and cute. At this time, she is making trouble at home like a little naughty ghost. She is wearing a pink dress with small floral patterns. Her chubby little hands tightly grasp a colorful little ball. She walks with her short legs that are not very stable. Running around in the living room. Mother Li is an elegant lady. She is wearing a light blue cheongsam with a loving smile on her face. She is playing with her granddaughter patiently. Yi, come, throw the ball to grandma. Mother Li smiled and stretched out her hand to her. Little Yi giggled and threw the ball out. But the ball rolled to the corner of the sofa. She pouted and took small steps anxiously to pick up the ball, almost falling down. Mother Li hugged her in her arms. She gently tapped her nose. Little baby, don't worry, grandma will help you pick it up. Mother Li picked up the ball and put it in her little hand. Then she pulled her and taught her to hit the ball. Little Yi hit it a few times, seemingly not quite understanding it, and the ball rolled away again. She ran after the ball again, seeing the colorful colored blocks. Little Yi's eyes lit up. She stretched out her little hand and tried to pick up a block. But because the block was too big to lift, her little face turned red with anxiety. Mother Li picked up a block and handed it to her. Little darling, let's build a castle together, okay? Little Yi nodded happily and went over to the bed. She followed Mother Li's example and piled up the blocks. But her little hands were not very flexible, and the blocks were always unstable. It fell down after a while. Her little mouth pursed and she was about to cry. Mother Li hurriedly coaxed her. It's okay, little Yi, let's build it again. After several attempts, finally, a small castle was built. Little Yi clapped her hands and jumped happily. Click, the door was opened. Li Shanyu and Xu Hao walked in. When Xiaoyi saw Xu Hao, her eyes lit up. She quickly opened her arms and rushed over with her short legs. She shouted. She hugged her daughter in her arms. She pinched her pink little face. Little Yi, have you listened to grandma at home? Little Yi nodded vigorously. Her eyes were sparkling. She answered in a baby voice. Yes, Dad, I built a castle. She looked so well behaved. It made people want to get close to her. Xu Hao turned his wrist and took out the gift he had prepared earlier. A delicate little doll. The little guy was so happy to see the gift that he danced with joy. His chubby little hands tightly held the doll. He didn't forget to say sweetly. Thank you, Dad. She leaned forward and kissed him. The sound was like a silver bell, clear and pleasant. Watching the warm interaction between father and daughter, Li Shanyu stood aside, with a face full of resentment. The daughter was not so close to her mother at home. Uncle Xu was not as good to her as he was to his daughter, Li Jiao. She felt so redundant. She cried. But jealousy is jealousy. Looking at the warm scene in front of her, she was very happy. Mother Li on the side had a complicated expression. She looked at the family. She used to have all kinds of worries and doubts. But seeing this loving scene, she chose to accept it. The family sat on the sofa and watched TV warmly again. The picture on the TV flickered, reflected on their faces full of happy smiles. It was time to go to bed. Xu Hao and Li Shanyu walked into the room. Enjoy the world of two. On the other side, Mother Li tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. She was really noisy. She couldn't help but worry about her daughter. At the same time, Magic City University, freshman dormitory. A figure on the bed sat up suddenly. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his whole body was wet with sweat. It was as if he had a nightmare. Lu Ming did dream. It was a very long dream. He dreamed that he had been in college for 4 years, entered society, became a social animal, and achieved nothing every day. This was not a dream. It would be more appropriate to say that he was reborn. Lu Ming took out his mobile phone and checked the time. His face was full of ecstasy. He was born. He was reborn 10 years ago. He had too many regrets in his previous life. In high school, Li Shanyu, the class and school belle. She had always been his goddess. He clearly had a crush on her, but he never dared to confess and buried that love in his heart. And Mu Zijin, the cold school belle from the next class in the same school. White moonlight. The coldness was all her disguise. Born extremely beautiful, but with an ordinary family, he could only protect himself in this way. And his aunt, now the principal of the school, is known as the most beautiful principal. Too many regrets. He would certainly not leave any regrets in his new life. Lu Ming decided. The first thing was to vent the hidden love. Confess to the goddess Li Shanyu. Announce his rebirth. Chapter 320, Can't Escape from the Palm. Love from Dad. Take more care of your body. After a while, Lu Ming came back to his senses from the excitement. But then, he frowned again. Looking back, he found. The trajectory of this life is somewhat different from that of the previous life. For example, the goddess Li Shanyu. She took a leave in the middle of the 3rd year of high school. The same is true for Bai Yugong Mu Zijin. The two seem to have agreed not to even take the college entrance examination. This situation has never happened in the previous life. Their college entrance examination results are extremely outstanding. Lu Ming was puzzled. Could it be the butterfly effect of his rebirth? But shouldn't the changes occur after his rebirth? These changes happened before his rebirth. Fortunately. Whether it is the goddess Li Shanyu or Bai Yugong Mu Zijin, they are still in the same school with him. It doesn't prevent him from confessing. Think about it carefully. The Mid-Autumn Festival will be in 2 days. The school will hold a Mid-Autumn Festival party at that time. He already has a plan. Then he will go on stage and perform a song that will only appear in the future. It will definitely amaze the audience. It will blind these people. He will take the opportunity to confess to Li Shanyu. Although this is just his emotional catharsis to make up for the secret love that he never said in his previous life. He did not expect Li Shanyu to agree. But in his heart, Ji Gui still had a little expectation. After all, who doesn't want to have a goddess-level girlfriend? Thinking of the scene of him getting a beautiful woman, Lu Ming couldn't help laughing. Touched his ordinary hairstyle. It's time to change his style. Now, his family is not bad, and he doesn't worry about food and clothing. He opened a small company, and his parents are businessmen. His aunt was transferred to Magic City University as the president not long ago. He can enter this school. It's inseparable from his aunt's relationship. But, the good times will not last long. It won't be long before his family's company will go bankrupt. His aunt will be pursued by the powerful second generation. Just because his aunt doesn't agree. The other party put pressure from above, causing the aunt to be transferred. Even before he was reborn, the aunt only stayed in an idle position. These regrets and injustices, he vowed to change. The next day, the morning sun sneaked into the house through the gap in the curtains. Li's mother walked into the kitchen with sleepy eyes. Don't ask her why she has 2 dark circles under her eyes. Didn't sleep well. Why didn't she sleep well? Because of her daughter and Xu Hao. After a busy time, Ji's mother made breakfast. Xu Hao and Li Shanyu also walked out of the bedroom. The family sat around the dining table. Started to enjoy breakfast. Li's mother kept picking up dishes for her daughter. She muttered with heartache, "Shanyu, eat more to replenish yourself, and pay more attention to your health." When she said this, she glanced at Xu Hao quietly. The heart was beating non-stop. Is Xu Hao really 50 years old? He looks so young. He is only in his 30s. The peak age of a man's life. Mainly because he is too powerful. Even an 18-year-old boy. He is weak in front of him, okay. Swish. Upon hearing her mother's words, Li Shanyu's face instantly turned red. She said coquettishly, "Mom, how could I not pay attention?" After dinner, Xu Hao played with Xiao Yi for a while. Then he was ready to leave. At this time, Li Shanyu plucked up the courage to say, "Uncle, there will be a mid-autumn festival party in the school in 2 days. Will you come to participate?" "Why do you still call uncle? Of course it's fun." Xu Hao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Xiao Yuer, do you have a performance?" Li Shanyu pursed her lips lightly. Xu Hao smiled and said, "I will try to make time." Li Shanyu smiled brightly. Xu Hao is the CEO of the Wanyi Group. He is busy on weekdays. He will be even busier during the New Year holidays. She is very happy that he has time to accompany her. After leaving Li Shanyu's house, Xu Hao took a car and came to the company. In the company, Shui Miao, the temporary foreign language teacher, stayed for the time being. Just in case, Xu Hao sent someone to monitor. Make sure she can't hurt others. Shui Miao has been very upset these days. Since staying with Xu Hao, she has been thinking about how to kill him. There has been no chance. There seems to be a lot of opportunities for sneak attacks. But as long as she thinks of Xu Hao's strength that is stronger than the Dragon King, she gave up. If she acted rashly, the possibility of success would be almost zero. She is not afraid of death. But the fear of death is worthless. After some thought, Shui Miao felt that she still had to poison him. Let Xu Hao be poisoned first to weaken his strength. Then take advantage of his unpreparedness to attack. Double insurance. However, poisoning is not that simple. Xu Hao is strong and sensitive. He will be discovered if he is not careful. She only has one chance. She must wait until Xu Hao completely relaxes his vigilance. For example, when Xu Hao is exhausted physically and mentally after being entangled with a woman. She brings him a cup of tea. Shui Miao thinks of a way to implement it. But Xu Hao has been missing for several days. This makes her quite depressed. Today, Xu Hao finally showed up. Shui Miao got the news and rushed to the office immediately. Xu Hao saw her and waved. "Teacher Shui, you came at the right time. I want to learn foreign languages." Shui Miao was speechless. This Xu Hao's lustful heart has not changed. Even though she was very angry with Xu Hao, she did not show it. She forced a smile and walked over. Bringing her closer, Xu Hao pulled her into his arms. Shui Miao trembled. She felt humiliated but could only endure it. Picked up the book and started teaching. She taught seriously. Xu Hao's hand reached where it should be. Shui Miao gritted her teeth. She wanted to slap him backhandedly. But reason told her that she had to be patient. Otherwise, all the grievances she had suffered before would be in vain. Seeing her angry but not able to speak, Xu Hao secretly laughed. He did it on purpose. Curious about how much she could endure. Shui Miao patiently explained to Xu Hao. But her mind drifted to the door. She was anxious. Why hasn't the director come yet? There was only one chance to poison Xu Hao. She had to wait until he had exhausted his energy and relaxed his vigilance. She had been waiting for the director to come. Who knew that Li Yunshu had not come? Should she do it herself? No, no. It was not worth it to sacrifice herself to kill Xu Hao. The door of the office was knocked. Shui Miao was happy, thinking that the director had come. But when she saw who came in, she was disappointed. Secretary Ji Feishui came in. After being disappointed, Shui Miao couldn't help but look forward to it. After observing for a while, she found that this secretary and Xu Hao were also ambiguous. Maybe Xu Hao would take her into the bedroom. But she was destined to be disappointed. Although Xu Hao and Ji Feishui were ambiguous under the influence of the marriage line. But it hasn't developed to the last step. But it will soon. When Ji Feishui knocked on the door, Shui took the opportunity to break free from Xu Hao's arms. considering that the person coming was Ji Feishui. Xu Hao didn't stop her. Ji Feishui walked in, looked at Xu Hao, and hesitated to speak. His eyes glanced at Shui Miao from time to time. Xu Hao waved his hand. Feishui, just say what you want to say. We are not outsiders. Ji Feishui bit her lip and said gratefully, Mr. Xu, thank you. The Ma family is the enemy that harmed her family. It was Xu Hao who supported her to take action against the Ma family. She personally presided over it, which was also considered revenge. Unexpectedly, the Zhou family, a top family, was involved. She thought revenge was hopeless. Xu Hao told her not to care and vowed to avenge her. No matter who stood in front of her, there was only one result, that is, a fight to the death. Xu Hao did it. Pulled down the giant Zhou family. Ji Feishui was very moved. Xu Hao smiled slightly, Feishui, don't thank me so early, there is a surprise for you in the afternoon. Ji Feishui was surprised, Mr. Xu, what surprise? Xu Hao said mysteriously, you will know when the time comes. Ji Feishui nodded obediently. No more questions. Shui Miao stood aside. The plan failed, so she could only continue to endure. Waiting for the next opportunity. The surprise Xu Hao prepared was, of course, the father and son of the Ma family. Every move of the father and son of the Ma family was under his surveillance. Previously, the main focus was on dealing with the Zhou family. The Ma family was able to catch their breath. The head of the Ma family took advantage of this to collect a lot of funds. He was planning to go abroad to enjoy himself. How could Xu Hao let him do what he wanted? The police station jail was their destination. In fact, with Xu Hao's means, there are ways to deal with the father and son of the Ma family. And this is revenge for Ji Feishui, and she has to deal with it personally. He himself is not a good person. But he doesn't want his woman to be stained with blood. On the other side, the father and son of the Ma family were busy packing things. Dad, are we really going abroad? Ma Xiao asked unwillingly. Ma's father was furious. He kicked him. You ignorant dog, if you hadn't done that, would our family have ended up like this? Would we have gone bankrupt? Ma Xiao staggered after being kicked. He grumbled aggrievedly. I didn't expect that woman to have a connection with the Xu family. You don't know. You just eat, drink, have fun, and cause trouble. Ma's father was so angry that his face turned red, and veins popped out on his forehead. Now, the whole family has been ruined by you. Xu Hao could how attack our Ma family for a woman? Ma Xiao tried to defend himself. You still have the nerve to say that. If you had used your brain before doing anything, you wouldn't have put us in such a desperate situation. Ma's father pointed at his son's nose, his hands trembling. Ma Xiao lowered his head and dared not say anything. He packed up his things silently. When the Ma family father and son put their luggage in the trunk, they were ready to rush to the airport and start their free life. A siren sounded. More than a dozen police cars roared over. They surrounded the Ma family father and son's car. Lu Yiren got off the leading police car. Arrived at the Ma family father and son's car before, followed by a team of well-trained police officers. Multi-police officers surrounded them. The two police officers came forward. Cultivation. Xu Hao took Ji Feishui into the police station. Ji Feishui's eyes were complicated. There was tension, expectation, and even more hatred. On the way, she already knew what the surprise Xu Hao had prepared for her was. The father and son of the Ma family were arrested. At this time, the atmosphere in the police station was depressing. When she came to the interrogation room, Ji Feishui finally saw the father and son of the Ma family. Ma Xiao was originally arrogant, but now his face was haggard. Endless fear was revealed in his eyes. He still had traces of torture on his body. His clothes were messy and his hair was messy. Where was the arrogance of the rich young man in the past? Ji Feishui looked at him coldly. That look seemed to pierce people. Ma Xiao lowered his head involuntarily under her gaze. His body trembled slightly. They were taken into the small dark room just now. They were severely beaten. He never wanted to experience that kind of cruel torture again. And the focus of Ma's father beside him was on Xu Hao, who came in together. Xu Hao actually came with Ji Feishui. It was enough to see how much he valued this secretary. This was the end. Ji Feishui, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I shouldn't have hurt your parents. Ma Xiao's voice was filled with tears. Ji Feishui clenched her fists. She gritted her teeth and said, one word of wrong, is it a crime you committed? You broke up my family. Her voice trembled with anger. Memories came flooding back. Ma Xiao was rejected in pursuit of her, so he planned to kill her parents. Her parents certainly disagreed. They were killed one after another. From then on, Ji Feishui's world collapsed. She went from a carefree girl to an orphan with no one to rely on. She was thinking about revenge all the time. To avoid Ma Xiao, she chose to go abroad. She studied hard abroad. 014010501 Filu 0031111371. While studying, she also opened a company with a scale of hundreds of millions. She wanted to return to China for revenge. But before she could develop, Ma Xiao came to her door. I thought that some harassment was inevitable. Xu Hao appeared. Then he entered Xu Hao's company by some strange coincidence. Many things happened during this period. Then Xu Hao learned about her experience. He decided to help her get revenge. Feishui, please, forgive me. I will compensate you, I will give you all my property. Ma Xiao tried to exchange money for forgiveness. Ji Feishui sneered. I think your money is dirty, what I want is justice, you pay the price for your crimes. Ma's father spoke at this time. Girl, it's all my fault. I was obsessed and didn't educate my son well. You can blame me if you want. After all, he is his own son. Even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. He can't watch his son bear Ji Feishui's anger. Ji Feishui turned her head and looked at Ma's father. There was no mercy in his eyes. I will never forgive. Although Ma Xiao was the real murderer who killed his parents. But this Ma's father is not a good guy. Cover up for his son. She had nowhere to appeal. Xu Hao stepped forward and held Ji Feishui's shoulders. Feishui, don't be shaken by their words. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. Ji Feishui nodded. Tears rolled in her eyes. Mr. Xu, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do. Xu Hao smiled. It's just a little effort. The Ma family continued to confess. But they couldn't move Ji Feishui's heart. She knew. Their regret was not real regret, but just fear. Walking out of the police station, Ji Feishui took a deep breath, as if spitting out the haze. Knowing what she was thinking, Xu Hao comforted her. Feishui, your parents will see all this, they are proud of you. You have to live well, with their hope. Ji Feishui looked into the distance. Her eyes gradually became firm. Well, I will live well. At this point, the knot in her heart was untied. Xu Hao laughed. There was a gap between the two of them before. That's why she didn't take the last step. Now that the gap is gone, she can't escape from his palm. Chapter 321. Rebirth Confession, Goddess holding a child. Little secretary lingers. Ji Feishui looked at Xu Hao, her eyes full of gratitude. Mr. Xu, thanks to you this time, do you have time tonight? I want to treat you to dinner. Xu Hao smiled slightly. Okay. Night fell quietly, and the lights of the city were as bright as stars. Ji Feishui and Xu Hao came to a high-end restaurant. The restaurant was elegantly decorated. Soft lights sprinkled on the dining table. Xu Hao had a handsome face, clear facial features, and a gentle and easygoing temperament. The lady was wearing a dress, and the hem of her skirt swayed gently. The lights fell, reflecting her fair skin. The two sat opposite each other, like a couple. The waiter brought the menu, and Ji Feishui gently opened it. Mr. Xu, what do you want to eat? You decide. Ji Feishui began to order. After a while, delicious dishes were served. Ji Feishui raised her glass. Mr. Xu, if it weren't for you this time, I really don't know what to do. Xu Hao looked at her with pretended affection. Feishui, I am also very relieved to see that you can let go of the past and start over. During the meal, Ji Feishui picked up dishes and poured wine for Xu Hao attentively. Xu Hao touched her hand inadvertently. Ji Feishui trembled, but did not dodge. Xu Hao's eyes became hot. Try to see if there is a chance to get to third base in the evening. Ji Feishui also felt his gaze and her heartbeat accelerated. After dinner, the two left the restaurant. Walking on the street. The moonlight was like water, sprinkled on them, drawing out two slender shadows. Xu Hao took Ji Feishui's hand. Ji Feishui did not break free and let him hold her. As they walked, Xu Hao stopped. He turned to face Ji Feishui. He slowly embraced her in his arms. Ji Feishui was stunned. Then she gently leaned on Xu Hao's chest. Xu Hao began to go further. He spoke the words of a scumbag. Feishui, I have liked you for a long time. Ji Feishui's body was stiff. She could feel Xu Hao's heartbeat. Her chin was lifted by a hand, and then she saw a face approaching quickly. Her eyes widened instantly. Suddenly she felt a pain in front of her, and Ji Feishui came back to her senses. She broke free from Xu Hao's arms. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Xu Hao. After struggling for a while, she said shyly, "Mr. Xu, I'm not ready yet, can you give me some time?" Xu Hao smiled. "It's okay, Feishui, I can wait for 01, no matter how long it takes." This was of course a lie. If it still takes 10 days or half a month, it will take some tricks. The reason why Xu Hao agreed. Because Ji Feishui is the company's secretary. She is responsible for everything, so it's not good to come. Of course, the main reason is that this little secretary is already in her mouth, and she can't escape anyway. He doesn't mind waiting. Time passed slowly. Finally, it was the day before Mid-Autumn Festival. The Magic City University ushered in the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Because students have to take a holiday to go home for reunion during Mid-Autumn Festival, the gala was held a day in advance. On campus, the lively atmosphere of the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala permeated every corner. The lights on the stage were bright and dreamy. The whole venue was illuminated as if it was daytime. The students wore gorgeous costumes and showed their talents on the stage. Some people danced gracefully, and every move was full of beauty. Some people sang out their expectations for reunion, and their songs penetrated the sky and reached people's hearts. The party was crowded and lively. Not only teachers and students of the school. Many parents and alumni of students also came. Feel the festive atmosphere together. Xu Hao was also in the crowd. This time he was not as high profile as before. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, hiding her identity. Backstage, Li Shanyu is about to go on stage. Her eyes scanned the stage. Her heart was full of expectations. She hoped to see that familiar figure. Although Xu Hao disguised himself, she still found it at a glance. Xu Hao met her gaze. He gave her a cheering gesture. Li Shanyu felt warm in her heart. Her eyes continued to move. She saw her mother and daughter, not far from the stage. A smile bloomed on her face. At this moment, all the flowers lost their color. It was so beautiful. Many classmates who were about to participate in the performance backstage were intoxicated when they saw it. Lu Ming was among them. He used the aesthetics of later generations to get a hairstyle. But the foundation was there. No matter how he dressed up, it would have little effect. He was tall and big, but he couldn't be said to be ugly. However, in front of this group of handsome and beautiful men and women who were also dressed up, he seemed a little out of place. At this time, Lu Ming was staring at Li Shanyu in a daze. Strange. Why does it feel that Li Shanyu is more beautiful than in the previous life? Especially her temperament. Youthfulness mixed with maturity, elegant and dignified. Thinking that he was about to confess to her. Lu Ming's heart was burning. It would be great if he could win the beauty. Originally, he just wanted to confess his love to make up for the regret of secretly loving her in the previous life. Seeing that Li Shanyu was so beautiful, Lu Ming gradually made up his mind. He must chase her. He was reborn. If he didn't chase the goddess, would he watch her get married and have children? At this time, a voice came from the front desk. Please welcome Li Shanyu from the Finance Class 1. Li Shanyu walked out gracefully and generously. Her appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. The audience below the stage whispered to each other. Wow, this is Li Shanyu. She is as beautiful as her reputation says. I heard she is one of the new school beauties. Her temperament and appearance are impeccable. She has such a charming demeanor not long after entering college. Her future is limitless. Accompanied by the melodious music, Li Shanyu began to dance. The dance is light and graceful. Like a flying butterfly, every move is quite smart and charming. Her eyes are full of affection. As if she is telling a story through dance. It's so beautiful, is it an illusion? It feels like dancing out of the soul. The rhythm is so strong. She is worthy of being a school belle. She is like a fairy walking out of a painting. I can't take my eyes off her. The audience was immersed in it. They were impressed by her dance and praised her. Mom dances so beautifully. Xiao Yi clapped her hands in Li's mother's arms. Her eyes sparkled. Of course, when you grow up, you have to be as versatile as your mother. Li's mother's eyes were full of pride. Yeah, Xiao Yi nodded her head vigorously. Backstage, Lu Ming was fascinated by the sight. His admiration for Li Shanyu became stronger and stronger. He clenched his fists. I must perform well later. Li Shanyu's dance ended. Thunderous applause broke out from the audience. She bowed slightly and left the stage. The next programs came one after another. But compared to the performance of the school beauty, they were all much inferior. Next, please invite our school's talented singer Lu Ming to sing, "Love You Forever." Single quote. When the host read out this name, he was stunned first. The school's recognized talented singer is Kun Jae. A song, "Chicken is Too Beautiful," set off a wave of enthusiasm across the internet. Where did this Lu Ming come from? Time goes back to 10 minutes ago. The staff backstage were extremely anxious. They were looking for the talented singer Kun Jae everywhere. But they could not find her anywhere. After calling, I found out that this guy is still on the way. Good guy. He is so arrogant in such an important occasion. The person in charge stamped his feet in anger. The program arrangement has been set long ago. If it doesn't work, we can only disrupt the plan. Eliminate this program. It is impossible to wait. The school leaders are still watching from the audience. Delaying the progress for him alone. Who does he think he is? He is so arrogant that he even comes to the school. But one less program. It will affect the plan of the party. Just when the person in charge was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, Lu Ming found him. He meant to let him take his place. What a joke. Kun Jae is a little star after all. He sings at a decent level. The person in charge looked disdainful. Lu Ming smiled indifferently and hummed a song immediately. The originally impatient person's eyes lit up. He thought it was feasible. When he saw that the time was almost up, he just changed his name in a hurry. When the host read out Lu Ming's name, some audience members who knew Kun Jae and came for him were dumbfounded. Isn't Kun Jae a talented singer? Who is this Lu Ming? Who is this? I've never heard of him. It doesn't look good. He looks too ordinary. What good song can he sing? I've never heard of "Love You Forever." In the crowd, Xu Hao had a strange look in his eyes. Looking at the stage, character Lu Ming identity who would be a scumbag after being reborn. Protagonist charm 78, full value 100, strength 10, normal people 10, physique 9, normal people 10, spirit 16, normal people 10, favorability 0. Lu Ming walked onto the stage calmly. Facing the disdainful eyes of the crowd, he didn't care. You will be shocked later. As he picked up the guitar, he spoke softly in front of the microphone. The magnetic voice spread throughout the venue. The noise gradually quieted down. Everyone was attracted by Lu Ming's singing. The unique melody and novel lyrics seemed to have a kind of magic. It made people immersed in it involuntarily. When the singing ended, the whole audience was silent. After a short silence, thunderous applause broke out. It's so beautiful, I've never heard such a beautiful song. This is too amazing, this singing skill, this emotion, it's simply amazing. Isn't this much better than Kun Jae's singing? This is a real genius singer. There were also Kun Jae's crazy fans shouting in the audience. What's so good about it? It's not as good as a hair of my team. A bunch of little black guys, are you showing your chicken feet? The host asked excitedly. Mr. Lu, can I ask what song this is? I've never heard it before, it's so beautiful. Lu Ming said without blushing. This is my own creation, I created it for a girl. When they heard that there was a story, the whole audience was in an uproar. Mr. Lu, tell us quickly, what kind of girl made you create such a passionate song? The host's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity to liven up the atmosphere. Lu Ming happened to see Li Shanyu who had changed her clothes and walked to the stage, and said slowly. She is a light in my heart and the driving force for my progress. I put all my feelings for her into this song. The host asked quickly. Then can you tell us more about your story? Lu Ming continued. She and I were high school classmates. I have always liked her, but I just didn't have the courage to confess, but now. The host asked curiously. What's wrong now? Is it because of this party that you decided to confess bravely? Lu Ming nodded, his eyes firm. Yes, I don't want to miss it again. I used to be afraid of being rejected and afraid that I was not good enough. But this time, I want to try hard for love. The host continued to guide. Do you think she will accept your feelings? Lu Ming raised his head slightly, as if thinking. I don't know, but I am willing to try. Even if the final result is not satisfactory, at least I will not leave any regrets. The audience whispered. The host asked again. Student Lu, when are you going to confess to her? At this time, there was a burst of booing from the audience. Who is she? As if unable to withstand the enthusiasm of the crowd. Lu Ming spoke. She is Li Shanyu who performed the dance just now. As soon as this was said, the whole audience was shocked. One after another, like a spotlight, looked at Li Shanyu who had just stepped off the stage. Li Shanyu was so beautiful. No matter where she was dazzling. When Li Shanyu heard her name, she was stunned for a moment. She subconsciously looked up at Lu Ming who was 100 on the stage. Then she frowned. She couldn't remember knowing this person for a moment. After all, Lu Ming was too inconspicuous in high school. Average looks, average grades, average everything. Really unremarkable. Lu Ming saw the goddess looking at him. He was so excited that his heart was beating fast. He took a deep breath and said affectionately, "Shanyu, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you in high school. Every smile and every move of yours are deeply imprinted in my heart. Your beauty, kindness, and talent make me unable to extricate myself. Today, I want to tell you in front of everyone that I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" His eyes were full of nervousness and expectation. The male compatriots were not happy. Although Lu Ming sang well. Judging from the songs he wrote, he was also sincere. But Li Shanyu was the school belle. No one wanted the school belle to be seduced by someone else. Humph, this Lu Ming is really overestimating his own abilities. Although he sings well, he thinks he can chase the school belle with this. That's right, he doesn't even look in the mirror to see what kind of person he is. Where does he get the courage to confess to the school belle Li? I think he is crazy about becoming famous, and he wants to attract attention by confessing to the school belle. Not to mention him, even if someone much better than him the school belle may not be interested in him. The discussion gradually stopped. Everyone's eyes fell on Li Shanyu. Waiting for her response. And Li Shanyu hadn't spoken yet. But a childish voice sounded. "Mom, sweat." At such a critical moment, how can a child look for his mother? It ruins the atmosphere too much. But then, something shocking happened. All they saw was a cute little girl. Stepping on her short legs, she ran to the center of attention, that is, in front of Li Shanyu. Li Shanyu's face was full of smiles. He picked her up and kissed the child's face. What the hell? The school beauty even has a child. How is this possible? My goddess. Look at the maternal love overflowing on Li's face. Could it really be her child? Impossible, I don't believe it. It must be her family's child. She called it by mistake. I don't know how many boys were heartbroken. Some were stunned, and some shook their heads in disbelief. Li's mother came over in a hurry. She was relieved to see Xiao Yi in her daughter's arms. Xiao Yi insisted on seeing her mother. She slipped away without noticing. Fortunately, nothing happened. Lu Ming on the stage was dumbfounded. His mind was blank, and he was stunned there. What's going on? Li Shanyu even has a child. He shouted wildly in his heart. His eyes were full of disbelief and confusion. Look at the maternal love on her face and her closeness to the child. It doesn't seem like she treats the child of a relative. They seemed like real mother and son. But how could this be possible? Lu Ming was confused. He remembered that before he was reborn, Li Shanyu had been single. There had never been any scandals. Not to mention having a child. What went wrong? Chapter 322, Gifts. Small games. Embrace her. Daughters panic. Impossible. Lu Ming couldn't accept it. He had just made up his mind. He wanted to chase Li Shanyu and make up for his rebirth. But he suddenly told him. The goddess even had a child. What the hell? This confession ended in vain. Lu Ming left the stage in a daze. He walked hurriedly. He couldn't wait to find out what was going on. The show was still going on. The atmosphere was not as good as before. Everyone was talking about the school beauty. After this happened, Li Shanyu didn't want to stay. Just go find Uncle Xu. Immediately, he left with his mother, holding Xiao Yi. On the way, Li's mother blamed Xiao Yi. There was worry in her tone. Yi, you scared me. Don't run around anymore, understand? Xiao Yi pouted. She said with a wronged look. I miss my mother. The tender voice was full of dependence on her mother. Li Shanyu smiled. But she still tapped Xiao Yi's head gently. She pretended to be angry and said, Xiao Yi, listen to what Grandma says. I know, Grandma, Xiao Yi will be obedient next time. Do you want a next time? The family laughed and chatted. They didn't notice that there was a figure following behind them. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming followed Li Shanyu's figure. He heard the conversation of the three people clearly. He knew Li's mother. And the Li family only had Li Shanyu as a daughter. Now the child called Li's mother grandma. Doesn't it mean anything? The child is really Li Shanyu's. Did Li Shanyu pick up the child? But it shouldn't be. Even if it was a picked up child, she shouldn't be a newcomer. A college student is a mother. Being a sister is more like that. Lu Ming tried to find a reasonable explanation. Lu Ming was sure. In the previous life, Li Shanyu didn't have this child. What happened in the middle? He couldn't figure it out. How could Li Shanyu suddenly have a child? Lu Ming still didn't give up. He followed behind, trying to figure it all out. Until Li Shanyu and the other two walked out of the playground. He saw a figure waiting in front. It was a handsome uncle with unparalleled handsomeness. Li Shanyu ran over with Xiao Yi in his arms. The child in his arms shouted happily. Dad! Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Something seemed to break in his heart. Wasn't Li Shanyu single in his previous life? Now she looked at this man with a tear in her eyes. I don't believe it if she said it didn't matter. Especially the child called him daddy. That was Li Shanyu and his child. It was confirmed. Lu Ming's heart seemed to be shattered by countless sharp blades. Lu Ming stood there in a daze. In his previous and present lives, he had silently liked Li Shanyu for more than 10 years. Everything was in vain. At the same time, Lu Ming also understood the reason for the change. It was all because of this guy's appearance. He stole his goddess. A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed. He seemed to understand why Li Shanyu asked for leave at the critical moment in the middle of his senior year. Giving birth after confinement, Lu Ming stared at Xu Hao, clenching his hands into fists. The anger was burning. Ding Lu Ming gritted his teeth, emotional value plus 999. Xu Hao glanced at Lu Ming behind him. He ignored him. The reborn protagonist has no strength at all, just an experienced baby. There is no threat at all. Just waiting for him to harvest. It doesn't matter if he harvests early or late. Now he has to accompany his daughter and has no time to pay attention. The mother and daughter got in the car, and Xu Hao accompanied them home. Go home and play for a while. Xu Hao sent the Mid-Autumn Festival gifts and went home. At night, in the bedroom, Su Wancho opened her beautiful eyes. Unbelievable. What? Brother Hao, you said your fox was transformed from a human. Xu Hao smiled and nodded. Yes, it sounds incredible, but it's true. Su Wancho was in a mess in the wind. She wanted to believe Xu Hao's words. But this really subverted her worldview. How could a good person turn into a fox? Although it was hard to accept. But just think about the magical things Xu Hao gave her. For example, the storage ring. Isn't it beyond common sense? Su Wancho digested the news. Then she couldn't help blushing. Then when they were in their own world before, the little fox was next to him. Wasn't he seeing everything? Of course, it was just blushing. After all, they were both people who played mahjong. Xu Hao told her, because Su Wancho has been completely conquered by him. She won't care. She also helped him find a concubine. Telling her this, first, to take care of her emotions. Without her knowing, a strange woman came into the bedroom. She didn't mind, she would always have some small emotions. Second, you can experience the fun of playing landlord. Before with the vixen, it was after the woman fell asleep. At the beginning, Leng Bingji did provide him with a lot of emotional points. Over time, he got used to it. Now, of course, he has to find some new tricks. Xu Hao introduced the little fox. This little fox is the daughter of the Leng family who came from the imperial capital. She doesn't know that we know that she has become a fox. Let's not separate them first. Su Wancho rolled her eyes and understood what Xu Hao meant. Nodding obediently, the idea of teasing also came to her mind. In the living room, Xiao Wanzher was playing with the little fox. Xiao Wanzher giggled. The little fox looked like she had no desire to live. She was really crazy to play with a half-year-old child. Xu Hao came over and picked up the little fox. Xiao Huanger was reluctant to leave. Dad, I still want to play with the little fox. Xu Hao pinched her cheeks. Go to bed early and play tomorrow. Okay. Xiao Huanger hung her head. Xu Hao carried the little fox into the bedroom. Su Wancho had already changed into a sexy cosplay suit. She was wearing the underwear rewarded by the system. There were only a few thin pieces of fabric. Even though Su Wancho had experienced a big battle, she was still shy. After all, there were outsiders. The outside fox was always watching. Xu Hao put the little fox aside. Time passed by little by little. The little fox paced back and forth. She was about to transform. Xu Wancho was still asleep. Will I be discovered? The little fox was anxious. She tried her best to suppress the urge to transform. But it was getting harder and harder to control. Helplessly, she could only find a slightly hidden place and start to transform. The transformation process was clearly seen by Xu Hao and Xu Wancho. Xu Wancho's eyes widened and she covered her mouth in shock. Half-time break. Xu Hao pretended to accidentally see Lang Bingji, who had transformed back. He teased. Bingji, you're here. I knew you couldn't leave me. Lang Bingji's mouth twitched. I can't leave you. It's you who won't let me leave, okay. It's worth mentioning that Xu Hao subdued his apprentice Feng Zixuan that day. He called his junior sister Lu Yiren to come over. As a result, Lu Yiren didn't come. Lang Bingji became a substitute. She was with Xu Hao inexplicably. The truth cannot be hidden. Fake is fake after all. Lang Bingji's first time. Xu Hao soon noticed it. You are not Yiren, who are you? Xu Hao questioned. Lang Bingji panicked. My name is Lang Bingji. Lang Bingji confessed her name. As for the matter of turning into a little fox, she would never dare to say it. Who would believe such an outrageous thing? As long as she said it, she would be immediately treated as a mental patient and sent to a mental hospital. Why did you appear in my room? Xu Hao was relentless. Lang Bingji was speechless and didn't know how to explain. But Xu Hao found an excuse for her. I know, you are a thief, right? You stole things and stole from me. I will punish you on behalf of justice. Since then, Lang Bingji would be caught by Xu Hao every day for stealing things. And then she would be caught by Xu Hao. Every time she was caught, she could not escape punishment. Lang Bingji wanted to escape. As usual, she was caught by Xu Hao. I caught you again, didn't I? I won't let you off easily this time. Xu Wancho leaned lazily against the head of the bed. Just then, she saw Xu Hao and Lang Bingji come in. Xu Wancho's eyes flashed with surprise, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She straightened up and teased. Sister, when did you come? Wu Zhe actually has a beautiful woman hidden in his golden house. Lang Bingji's heart tightened. She was very nervous. She had turned into a fox. What kind of scene had she not experienced? There was none in front of her. Xu Wancho did not restrain herself because of Lang Bingji's nervousness. Instead, she came forward with interest. Don't be shy, we will be good friends in the future. Sister Ku ABCD, listen. Lang Bingji's face instantly turned red like an apple. She lowered her head. The shy little look was very attractive. Lang Bingji secretly raised her eyes. She looked at Xu Hao and quickly lowered her head. The voice was as soft as a mosquito. Xu Wancho smiled brightly. It felt quite novel to have a fox spirit as a sister. Sister, let's go together, sister will teach you how to serve. Xu Hao just watched Xu Wancho teasing Lang Bingji. He just had to enjoy it. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. Xu Hao was still sleeping. Feeling the tip of his nose itchy, he hugged him directly. Dad, get up. A voice sounded weakly. Xu Hao opened his eyes. It turned out to be his little daughter Xu Wei. There was a hint of shyness and panic on her face. Holding a bunch of hair in her hand, she gently scratched her nose. With the innocence of this little girl, how could she be shy with her closeness to him? Maybe she subconsciously looked at her hand. Let go without a trace. Turning the tables. Why are you running into my room so early in the morning instead of sleeping? Humph, of course I'm calling you to get up. Dad, do you know what day it is today? Xu Wei recovered, thinking that Xu Hao didn't mean it. So she didn't take it seriously. In fact, whether it was intentional or not, only she knew it. What day? Xu Hao pretended to be confused. Mid-Autumn Festival, Dad, how could you forget? Today is our family reunion. Xu Wei said angrily. Xu Hao rubbed her little head. You also know it's a festival. I finally got a late sleep, and you woke me up. Su Ma and the sisters have already prepared mooncakes. I woke Dad up to eat them, but Dad still blamed me. Xu Wei wrinkled her nose and said aggrievedly. Then I should thank you. Xu Wei rolled her eyes and curved her eyebrows. You're welcome, Dad. Did you prepare gifts for us for the Mid-Autumn Festival? So he was waiting here. Xu Hao uttered two words. No. Xu Wei's mouth pursed and she began to make excuses. Blinking. Shaking Xu Hao's arm. Dad, I know Dad is the best. I want a gift. Okay, I've prepared gifts for you. Don't shake me. I'm going to faint if you do that. Xu Huai asked excitedly with shining eyes. Where is it? Xu Hao pointed to a table in the distance. Xu Huai immediately slipped over. I couldn't wait to open a bag. Looking closely, there were some underwear inside. Sexy style. Even a girl like her was terrified. He opened the bag next to him. It turned out to be some cos suits, which were equally tempting. Xu Huai was shocked. No way. Dad actually gave us this as a gift. Isn't this too embarrassing? She couldn't help but shudder when she imagined herself wearing this outfit. Impossible. How could Dad do this? Xu Huai counted in disbelief. Whether it was underwear or cos suits. There were 6 pieces. Just corresponding to the 6 sisters. Really? Xu Huai was shocked. Oh my god. Why would Dad give such a gift? After all, it was a gift from Dad. She couldn't just refuse it, right? That would hurt Dad's heart. And although these clothes were a bit sexy and exposed, but they looked good. The material was also very smooth. Xu Huai thought and put them into the storage ring. Then he said to Xu Hao with a red face. Thank you for the gift from Dad. I will give them to my sisters. Xu Hao had just finished dressing at this time. Looking back, he found that the underwear and cosplay suits on the table were gone. What the hell? This is what he took out for Su Wancho. The little fox used 1 set last night, and there are only 6 sets left. Xu Hao saw Xu Huai's expression. Is it not what he thought or what? She actually regarded these as his gifts. Good guy. He was still thinking about how to give some to his daughters so as to harvest the emotional value. 014010501 Filu 0031212131. It was just sent out by coincidence. What to do? Let the daughter take it back. Just give it. So, Xu said deliberately. Do you like it? Ah. Xu Huai's head was confused. The look in his eyes when he looked at Xu Hao began to become wrong. Could it be that Dad like it? Xu Hao smiled. That's good. I thought it was childish to give you lollipops. You didn't like them. What? Lollipops? Xu Huai's face froze. He quickly turned back to look at the table. He found that there were indeed 7 super lollipops on the table. Originally, there were 8. Su Wancho played games with the vixen yesterday and digested them. Ah bah, swish. Xu Huai blushed. She had misunderstood. She couldn't help but curse herself for her dirty thoughts. How could she miss her dad so much? Ding Xu Huai couldn't help but feel. How could she miss her dad so much? Ding Xu Huai couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Emotional value plus 888. Xu Hao laughed in his heart. But on the surface, he pretended to be confused. What? Why?